With the advent of global digitalization, the real world is suddenly covered by the rules of the game, monsters are rampant, and changing jobs has become a national trend. And I, Yiyun, have been reborn and gained the ultimate talent of the necromancer, the Undead Scourge. From now on, all skills are no longer restricted by cooling time, and true endless firepower erupts in my hands. While others are still discussing career matching, I have gone to the dungeon alone, with hordes of death lords and skeleton armies following me to sweep away all obstacles. While others are still deploying troops to defend the city, I only need to wave my hand lightly, and the Frostbone Dragons, Dark Rangers, and Dark Sword Masters will rush out in droves and crush the beast tide in an instant. The national war started, and foreign players were so scared when they saw my huge army of undead coming at them that they turned around and ran away. The alien creatures screamed in terror. What the hell? Are we invading the blue planet, or is the blue planet invading us? The undead army has occupied our homeland, let's run for our lives. At this time, in Jinling City, in the dim room, I suddenly opened my eyes, my heart still beating violently, as if the suffocating monster just now was still lurking in front of me. How was it a dream? No. Dreams can't be so real. I was reborn. Looking around, I saw a room layout that was familiar yet distant to me. This was Jinling City, where I had lived for decades. I stood up, walked to the window, and opened the curtains. The streets outside are busy with traffic and the bustling crowds are full of vitality, but the world 7 years later is already in ruins. 10 years ago, alien energy invaded the blue star, stimulated human potential, and awakened various professions. Those professionals can manipulate supernatural powers and exert extraordinary strength, and there are countless hidden secrets on the edge of the city, where opportunities and dangers coexist. In this world where strength is respected, everyone is fighting monsters and leveling up in order to survive, accumulating experience and equipment, and even changing their own destiny. Professionals increase their strength by hunting monsters and completing tasks, but I have awakened the profession of necromancer. Necromancer, a profession that summons the undead to fight. It is not taken seriously in the early stage, but in the middle and late stages, the number of summoned undead gradually increases, and even the undead characteristics make this profession an indispensable backbone force on the battlefield. All the teams flock to it just to have one more necromancer to join the battle. My eyes rested on a yellowed group photo on the table. In the photo, besides me, there was also a gentle girl, Lin Wanqi. She was my childhood sweetheart, and her eyes were full of tenderness and trust. But 7 years later, her betrayal became the deepest scar in my heart. My memory goes back to that fatal day. I led my teammates to kill a powerful lord, and a super god card exploded from him, a card so rare that it drove people crazy. Lin Wanqing asked to borrow my card with a sweet smile, and the moment she took the card, a long sword pierced my chest and the pain spread throughout my body. In the intense pain, her figure and Lu Haojia's figure overlapped, and I understood everything until my consciousness completely collapsed. In this digital world, death means the real end. I died, and my heart died too. I looked at Lin Wanqing in the photo, and resentment surged in my heart. In my previous life, I took great care of her, protecting her and not letting her get hurt. But Lin Wanqing actually teamed up with Lu Haojie, and ruthlessly abandoned me in the face of interests. Lin Wanqing, I held you in the palm of my hand in my last life. In this life, either you nor Lu Haojie can escape from me unscathed, I said coldly. With a determined light flashing in my eyes, I subconsciously reached for my chest pocket and unexpectedly touched a familiar card. Scourge of the Undead. This card was obtained in a foreign battlefield, and now it has returned with me after my rebirth. Did it bring me back to this time and space, or was it because of it that I was reborn? The Scourge of the Undead, the ultimate talent of the necromancer, means the unlimited growth of the power of the undead. This card was the culprit that Lin Wanqing attacked me in my previous life, and it symbolizes the ultimate potential of the necromancer. I held the card tightly, and the attribute panel appeared in front of me. Undead Scourge Occupation, Necromancer Level, 1 Talent, Unlimited Firepower. Unlimited Firepower, skills are no longer subject to cooldown restrictions. What does this mean? The biggest problem with the necromancer is that the cooldown time of summoning skills is too long, affecting the continuity of combat. Summon Skeleton Soldier. Only one can be summoned at a time, and the intervals are long. However, now, this problem no longer exists. If I can summon dozens or even hundreds of skeletons in a short period of time, the huge army of undead will easily destroy the enemy. I whispered softly. The scourge of the undead. With it, I will make this world tremble. Summoning up the attribute panel, the necromancer profession that awakened at the age of 18 was prominently listed. My eyes fixed on the talent column. It was actually EX level, surpassing the talent level of ordinary professions. Professional talents are divided into E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, SSS, and EX level is the mythical existence in human awakening. In the 7 years since then, I have never heard of anyone awakening an EX level talent, but now, this heaven-defying power is in my hands. Skeleton Soldier, level 1 skill, summons a skeleton soldier, consumes 30 mana, and has a cooldown of 5 minutes. One skeleton soldier is summoned every 5 minutes. Although the skeleton soldiers are low level, with the blessing of unlimited firepower, the number of summons is no longer limited. Imagining the dense army of skeletons, I murmured skeleton soldiers under my breath. Creak, a cold breath quietly spread, and a vague black shadow condensed in the air, gradually forming a skeleton warrior holding a rusty sword and wearing tattered armor. There was a faint green light flashing in its eye sockets, like the gaze of the god of death. This is the first skeleton soldier I summoned. Although its level is low, it is no longer useless with the empowerment of the unlimited firepower talent. I tried to silently say, skeleton soldiers, again, and instantly the second skeleton warrior appeared, followed by the third, the fourth. In just a few seconds, the small room was filled with skeleton soldiers, densely packed and waiting for my orders in unison. If an outsider saw this scene, he would be stunned. The number of undead that a necromancer can summon is always limited, but the impenetrable army of undead before me is almost mythical. Tiahai High School. On the playground, students of awakening professions gathered together, some in groups of 3 or 5, some alone, enthusiastically discussing their respective professions and future adventures. I stood alone at the edge, looking over the group of teenagers, most of whom were filled with longing and anxiety. Some people talk big and show off their talents. Some people are frustrated and unsatisfied with their awakened careers. But no matter how they feel, in this dangerous world, everyone must strengthen themselves. Walking slowly into the crowd, I looked at every awakened person calmly. There is no resurrection in this world, death is the end. The selection between teams was done with great caution, as no one was willing to risk their lives and go into danger with low-level professionals. I walked straight to the bulletin board in the middle of the playground, which was filled with various dungeon information and team recruitment notices. I quickly scanned the board, looking for a target that suited me. Suddenly, a voice from behind interrupted my thoughts. Yiyun, I'm sorry, our team can't take you with us today. I turned around and saw that it was Sun Lei from my class. Wasn't he the guy who had given me a big meal the day before yesterday and promised to help me level up? Sun Lei. I stared at him, memories of my past life flashing through my mind. It turned out that this guy had no intention of taking me with him from the beginning, but just wanted to get a free meal. What do you mean? Are you standing me up on purpose? I said in a calm tone, but with a hint of coldness. Sun Lei smiled awkwardly and shrugged to cover up. Oh, Yiyun, we did have a vacancy yesterday, but Brother Tao said he was back from work today, so there is no shortage of people. Next time, I'll take you next time. I watched him acting, sneered in my heart, and walked straight towards the copy transporter without replying. Suddenly, a tall and burly figure stood in front of me. It was the Brother Tao, mentioned by Sun Lei Li Tao. Sun Lei, did you invite Yiyun last night? Li Tao frowned and glanced at me unhappily. Sun Lei quickly denied it and showed a fake smile. How is it possible? Yiyun insisted on inviting me to dinner, and I couldn't refuse his kindness, so I went with him. Li Tao nodded, glanced at me with a sneer, and said contemptuously, This useless summoning profession is a burden to the team. If you meet a necromancer in the future, just refuse it directly. I looked at Li Tao, but there was no ripple in my heart. I said calmly, Li Tao, your arrogance will sooner or later become your biggest stumbling block. My words seemed to pierce his ego. His expression changed slightly, but he quickly returned to his sneer. A necromancer that no one wants dares to teach me a lesson? I shook my head slightly, ignored them, and walked straight towards the dungeon transporter. It was meaningless to argue with this group of people who only looked at superficial strength. True strength needs to be proven by actions. Standing in front of the teleporter, I carefully browsed through several optional dungeons. For us newly awakened novices, there are not many dungeons that can be entered. I scanned the transfer list, and my eyes fell on Level 1 Goblin Forest. This dungeon is usually a basic venue for novices to familiarize themselves with combat and cooperation. There are 4 difficulty levels to choose from: Normal, Hard, Elite, and Nightmare. I want to enter the Goblin Forest. I said to the teleporter. The transporter showed a hint of doubt. Please choose the difficulty. Nightmare, I answered without hesitation. Are you sure? The transporter asked hesitantly. The difficulty of the novice copy Nightmare is extremely dangerous. I suggest you choose normal. I looked determined and repeated. Nightmare difficulty. The transporter frowned slightly, but still put on a professional smile. The difficulty is confirmed to be Nightmare. It cannot be changed after entering. I nodded and said nothing more. Following a light shout from the teleporter, my figure was enveloped in a blood-red light and gradually disappeared from the spot. The teleportation was completed, and the scene in front of me suddenly changed, and I was already at the edge of the goblin forest. The dense trees all around blocked the view, and the roars of goblins could be heard from time to time. In the Nightmare difficulty, the number and strength of monsters far exceeded the normal level, and the air was filled with a tense atmosphere. I didn't rush forward, but chanted a spell. Skeleton soldiers! Creak! With a low sound of bones rubbing against each other, several shadows emerged on the ground and gradually condensed into shape. Several skeleton warriors wearing tattered armor and holding rusty swords appeared in front of me, with faint green light flashing in their empty eye sockets, like warriors awakening from hell. 1, 2, 3, 10. When I summoned the 10th skeleton, my mana was almost gone. The initial mana of a necromancer is only 300, and each skeleton consumes 30 points of mana. Even with full mana, I can only summon 10. I said to myself. It seems that mana is the key to the Undead Scourge. If we want to build a larger undead army, we need to develop equipment with mana in the future. In order to avoid running out of mana, I chose to take a short break here. Mana recovers faster when not in combat, and after tens of seconds, the mana gradually recovers. I cast the spell again and summoned another group of skeletons. I summoned them repeatedly like this, and after 5 minutes, 100 skeleton soldiers had gathered around me. I looked around at my undead army and nodded with satisfaction. Although their individual strength is insufficient, their numbers are enough to form an overwhelming force. In the nightmare-level goblin forest, they will be my most reliable helpers. I whispered. Forward, skeleton army! As the order was given, the skeleton soldiers marched neatly into the depths of the forest, making low sounds of bones colliding, like an army of death waiting to be hunted. In front of us, 3 dark green, ferocious-looking goblins were guarding the entrance to the forest. I clearly remember that there was only 1 goblin here in normal mode, but in nightmare difficulty, the number tripled. My skeleton soldiers did not hesitate at all when facing the enemy. Instead, they seemed more excited. The swords and shields in their hands reflected a cold light in the sun. At my command, the skeleton army quickly dispersed and surrounded the 3 goblins. These goblins obviously did not expect to face such a huge enemy. They seemed a little panicked for a moment, screaming and trying to cover up their fear with shouting. But my skeleton soldiers were like cold fighting machines, carrying out orders without any emotion. Swords were swung, shields were clashing, and the howling of the goblins was instantly crushed into a bloody mess. As the sword cut, the goblin's health continued to drop. After 3 rounds of attacks, the first goblin fell to the ground with a bang. Ding! Experience plus 10! A familiar prompt sound rang in my ears. Ding! Undead value plus 1! In addition to the experience prompt, the undead value prompt also caught my attention. Each goblin provides me with a little undead value. I open the panel of the undead plague and look at the undead value column. Undead value, current 30/500, 500 required to upgrade to level 2. This talent can actually be upgraded, and the level can be increased by accumulating undead points by killing monsters. After reaching a new level, I can unlock new talents and enhance my combat effectiveness. I commanded the Skeleton Legion to continue advancing, and the number of goblins in the forest increased. The goblins came in groups or small tribes, charging at me frantically. However, with the blessing of unlimited firepower, every time a skeleton soldier falls, I can quickly summon a new one to fill the vacancy, making the battle easier. After 3 waves of goblins were annihilated, my level was raised again. Ding! Your level has been raised to level 2. Gain 5 free attribute points. I added all my attribute points to intelligence without hesitation. Intelligence not only increases spell damage, but also increases mana. I remember that in my last life, I allocated a lot of attribute points to endurance in order to increase my survivability. This life is different. With the undead army ahead, focusing on mana is the best solution. My mana rose to 550 points, and my health and mana were fully restored. I chanted a spell, and the 18 skeletons stood up again and joined my team. Then I gave the order. March! The skeleton soldiers marched in unison into the depths of the forest like an army of death, leaving no grass growing wherever they passed. I observed the battle situation and commanded the Skeleton Legion, sometimes concentrating firepower, and sometimes spreading out to encircle them. The goblins were defeated one by one and gradually stepped into the abyss of destruction. As the game progresses, the level of the goblins increases, and the level 2 goblins obviously have more health and attack power than before. The undead value after each kill is still 1 point. I nodded slightly. It seems that the acquisition of undead value has nothing to do with the level of the monster, but perhaps it is related to the life level of the monster. A valley appeared ahead, with a burly goblin leader guarding the valley entrance, and 10 goblin elites beside him. In normal difficulty, there were only 3 guards beside the leader, but in nightmare difficulty, the number of guards increased several times, and the leader's level and health also increased significantly. I sat on a large rock and began to recover my mana. After recovering, his mana was full and he immediately cast a summoning spell, and 18 skeleton soldiers stood up. Then I gave the order. All troops attack! More than 100 skeletons rushed into the valley. Some of them were responsible for attracting the firepower of the elites. The other part was responsible for restraining the leader, and a melee broke out in the valley. A goblin elite swung his mace and hit the shield of a skeleton soldier. Afterwards, the goblin was pierced through the body by the long swords of 10 skeletons, and fell to the ground in an instant. Even though it was an elite goblin with strong combat power in its lifetime, it could not survive several rounds of attacks from the skeleton army. Ding! Experience plus 50! Ding! Undead value plus 3! The elite goblin's undead value has increased. I stood on the boulder and quietly observed the battlefield. It seems that the increase in undead value is indeed related to the level of the monster. Soon, 3 elites fell, and my level was raised to level 3 again. 5 attributes were still added to intelligence, and my mana was full again. I immediately cast a spell to summon 27 more skeletons to join the battle. At this moment, the goblin leader was swinging his mace to hit a skeleton soldier. But when the goblin leader looked up, he found that a steady stream of skeleton soldiers were pouring into the battlefield. He was furious and waved his stick to try to disperse the skeletons, but it seemed he was powerless. Its attack was in vain. More than 20 rusty swords stabbed at it one after another, and several skeleton soldiers even lay on the ground and attacked from below the leader, causing blood and flesh to fly everywhere. Finally, the goblin leader fell to the ground with an unwilling look on his face. With a dull bang, a ball of blue light floated out from his corpse. Ding! Experience plus 300! Ding! Undead value plus 10! I walked over to the ball of light and picked it up. This blue ball of light represented a high-level drop, which could be equipment, skill books, or even rare materials. I opened my backpack and the contents of the blue ball of light appeared before my eyes. Ding! Got Goblin Heart, X1, Excellent Robe, X1. First, I checked the Goblin Heart, which is a rare material that is usually only possessed by high-ranking members of the Goblin tribe. This material can play a huge role in the hands of alchemists or dark wizards, and may be used to make stronger undead summons. Next, I set my sights on the fine robe. It was blue in color, embroidered with a hexagram pattern, and faintly radiated magical fluctuations. Fine robe, level 1. Quality blue. Effect, mana plus 300, defense plus 3. These 300 mana points are extremely practical. I put on the robe without hesitation, and my whole temperament became more sharp. Raising the staff, I chanted the summoning spell again, and dozens of skeleton soldiers appeared beside me, marching forward in a mighty manner. As you move through the valley, the number and level of goblins gradually increase. But under the advancement of the skeleton army, all the goblins fell like dead tree and rotten wood, and experience and undead value were continuously refreshed. Not long after, my level was raised again. Ding! You are promoted to level 4! 5 more attributes were added to intelligence, and the mana value rushed to 1350 points. The number of skeletons summoned also exceeded 200. At this moment, a prompt sound suddenly sounded. Ding! Your skeleton soldier skill has been upgraded to level 2. The skill upgrade means that the skeleton soldier's combat power has been further improved. The skeleton soldier in front of him appears taller, and his attack power has also increased. March! I waved my hand and led my army of skeletons deeper into the woods. The goblins that blocked the way were almost powerless to fight back under the crush of the skeleton army. When the last goblin leader saw this scene, he fell down with despair on his face, with only fear and unwillingness in his eyes. This nightmare difficulty dungeon brought me a lot of benefits. My level was raised to level 5, and I was lucky enough to get a blue staff, which I replaced directly. 1 trip to a dungeon, 2 pieces of blue equipment. It feels like getting rich overnight, but I know that only the nightmare difficulty has such a generous drop rate. In addition, I also got a skill book of the necromancer, which was so lucky that it was shocking. The skill book showed Death Coil, release a tentacle to wrap around the enemy, controlling it for 2 seconds, consuming 50 mana, and cooling down for 5 minutes. But I have the blessing of infinite firepower. As long as I have enough mana, I can control the enemy infinitely. Carrying the spoils, I stepped into the transmission channel and returned to the school playground. On the playground, Li Tao and his teammates had just finished a copy and were excitedly discussing plans to challenge a higher level of difficulty tomorrow. Seeing me come back, Sunlei couldn't help but look at me in surprise. My blue robe and staff caught his attention. He actually dropped a blue suit. Sunlei's face was full of disbelief. The drop rate of blue suits in Nightmare difficulty is extremely low, especially if you want to get 2 pieces in one dungeon. It's like winning the jackpot. I ignored their gazes and walked straight towards the skill instructor. The previous battle allowed me to collect a lot of undead points, and now it's time to unlock new abilities. The instructor was an old mage. His face was full of traces of time, but the wisdom in his eyes was awe-inspiring. He nodded, and seemed very satisfied with the configuration of my blue equipment. "I'm here to learn new skills," I said straight to the point. "Oh? It seems you have learned something." The instructor smiled. "Necromancer, you can learn new skills at level 5. Please choose one." 2 skill options appeared before my eyes: Black Sphere and Skeleton Archer. Most necromancers choose the former, believing that the black orb has greater output. But I chose Skeleton Archer, without hesitation. With my unlimited firepower, even if the skeleton archers are not very accurate, their large numbers can make up for this disadvantage. Although the summoning interval of the skeleton archer is long and the accuracy is not high, it has great potential. The fact that you chose it shows that you have unique insights. The old wizard nodded in approval. An array of light shot out from his staff and merged into my body. "Ding! You have learned the skeleton archer skill!" After the light of the skill faded, I did not leave, but said calmly, "I want to learn another skill." The instructor pondered for a moment and said, "You can learn one skill for free at level 5, but if you want to learn other skills, you need to help me complete a task." I already knew the content of this task, so I nodded for him to continue. "In the north of the town, there is a forgotten cemetery where the dead sleep. If you can bring back the heart of the dead, I will teach you another skill," the mentor said calmly and handed the task to me. "I accept the mission," I responded and turned to walk towards the teaching building. This mission can only be completed at night. The cemetery is relatively safe during the day, but it will be occupied by the undead at night. Just after I left, Li Tao and Sunlei couldn't help but discuss my equipment. They witnessed the skill instructor teaching me a new skill, and that light would only appear when the awakener reached level 5. "Yiyun is already level 5? Li Tao obviously didn't believe that I could reach this progress by myself. Sunlei came up to me with a flattering smile on his face. "Brother Yun, how did you get promoted so quickly? Can you take me with you?" Li Tao also put aside his arrogance and forced a smile. "Yes, Yiyun, we will form a team with you tomorrow. With us, the team will be more stable and will definitely help you advance faster." I glanced at them and said coldly, "No need, I am enough. Upgrading alone is not only efficient, but also does not require sharing experience and equipment. More importantly, I don't have to worry about whether my so-called teammates will stab me in the back." Li Tao looked embarrassed and gloomy. "Yiyun, this is not fair. We are all classmates. Isn't it right for us to help each other?" I looked back at him, sneering in my heart. Who helped me when I needed help the most in my last life? These people only pretended to be enthusiastic, because they saw that I had better equipment and level. "No need," I responded indifferently and walked away without looking back. Li Tao was so angry that his face turned blue and he spat on the ground. "You don't know what's good for you." Walking into the teaching building, the senior high school classroom in front of me is different from before. Since the awakening ceremony, students can freely choose whether to continue studying in class, or to form a team to complete a dungeon or go to a wild trial. In the classroom, the teacher mainly teaches monster strategies, skill combinations, and dungeon techniques. Improving strength is what the school values. As soon as I arrived at the classroom door, I saw a familiar figure. It was a girl with short hair, beautiful and cool temperament. She was my childhood sweetheart, Lin Wanqing. When she saw me, she said in a cold and emotionless voice, "Yiyun, is the money ready?" "What money?" I was stunned, and memories of the past came to my mind. Since I was a child, I have always admired Lin Wanqing, and even confessed my love to her several times, but she coldly rejected me. But I didn't give up. Instead, I pursued her like a stubborn dog. After entering vocational college, I finally impressed Lin Wanqing and we successfully held hands. However, in the following 3 years, I spent all the money I earned on her and doted on her in every way, but in the end I got a tragic betrayal. "You haven't forgotten, have you?" Lin Wanqing frowned, her tone filled with impatience and alienation. After a long while, I finally remembered Lin Wanqing's career awakening was swordsman, and she fell in love with a blue-quality long sword worth 500 gold coins at first sight. In order to pursue Lin Wanqing, I took the money without hesitation. After all, it was a great opportunity to be a hero and save the beauty. We agreed to pay during the break, and as soon as we got there she pretended to say, "If you forgot, forget it." There was a hint of temper in her tone. Apparently, Lin Wanqing thought this trick would work on me. As long as she frowned, I, the cash machine, would give her everything. I glanced at the gold coins in my backpack, and there were indeed more than 1,000 of them. Since the game merged with reality, gold coins and currency were equivalent, and the 10:1 exchange rate meant that 500 gold coins were worth 5,000 yuan. But I didn't want to be taken advantage of this time. I just said calmly, "Well, forget it." Lin Wanqing was stunned. She had never expected that I would reject her so directly. There was even a hint of impatience in her tone. "Say it again?" I shrugged and said calmly, "I changed my mind." Lin Wanqing's expression changed from shock to dissatisfaction. Her eyes were a little cold. "Yiyun, you are really good." She snorted coldly and turned away, her words full of anger. "Don't come to me in the future." I stood there, watching her leave, feeling calm. After my rebirth, I had already seen through her tricks. She was just a stumbling block on the road, and I had no interest in wasting my time. The bell rang and the afternoon class began. Our head teacher, Mr. Liu, was a typical tough guy, with a strong build and sharp eyes. He exuded an aura of authority when he stood on the podium. He got straight to the point and said, "You have awakened for 3 days. I guess you have all tried the dungeon, right?" Teacher Liu scanned the classroom and continued, "The martial arts exam will be held in a month. Your strength will determine your future academy destination. In the next 10 days, the school will arrange a trial. You will be teleported to the trial island to fight monsters." When everyone heard the word, trial island, some people frowned unconsciously, and even whispered, "I heard that the monsters on trial island are very strong. I heard from a senior that someone lost his life after going to trial island." Teacher Liu clapped his hands and said, "Listen carefully, teamwork is the key to success in a dungeon. You must learn how to cooperate to unleash your greatest strength." My thoughts drifted away. In the early days of my previous life, I was not popular and often went to dungeons alone, facing danger alone every time. "Yiyun!" Teacher Liu suddenly called my name, and I immediately came back to my senses. "As a necromancer, what do you think of this profession?" asked Teacher Liu. I stood up and replied calmly, "Although the undead summons are relatively fragile, their large numbers are enough to make up for their disadvantages." Teacher Liu was slightly startled, then nodded. "Your idea is good, but the cooldown time of undead summoning is too long, and the idea of winning by numbers is difficult to implement." I didn't say much. Teacher Liu continued, "Don't be discouraged. The powerful summons of the necromancer in the later stages are enough to make up for the lack of numbers, such as the Frostbone Dragon, the Death Knight, the Queen of Resentment, etc., all of which are worth 10 times as much as one." When the students around heard names like Frostbone Dragon, their eyes were filled with anticipation. I smiled in my heart. In my previous life, didn't I also want to have these summons? Unfortunately, their cooldown time is frighteningly long, and some can only be summoned once every few months. But if these summons had no cooldown, they would truly become a nightmare on the battlefield, a scourge of undead existence. As night falls, the dangers in the wild increase. Many people who were hunting monsters outside returned to the city, but the cemetery on the north side of Jinling City, shrouded in thick fog, always exuded an atmosphere of deathly silence. Since the alien invasion, that place has become a dangerous place, haunted by evil spirits and full of dangers. At this time, a group of people appeared at the edge of the cemetery. They were professional and well-equipped. Several light mages were responsible for lighting the surroundings, and the nanny followed behind. The leader was a tall young man named Zhao Lei. He glanced at the team and said coldly, "Tonight we have reserved the place for Ma Jun to upgrade. All other people will be expelled." As soon as he finished speaking, a voice echoed in the team. Most of these people were level 7 or 8, and in the middle of the crowd stood a fat warrior, only level 3, but wearing a blue armor. It was tonight's VIP customer, Ma Jun. Zhao Lei walked over and patted him on the shoulder. "Master Ma, just rest here and let us take care of the monster." Ma Jun looked around, still looking nervous, and said in a low voice, "Is this damn place really okay? If something happens to me, my dad won't let it go." Zhao Lei smiled confidently. "Don't worry, we are professionals in leading people to kill monsters. In fact, they have long been accustomed to making money by leading people to upgrade. Ma Jun is a typical rich young man." At a command, Zhao Lei led the team to disperse quickly. I laughed secretly. This kind of status built with money is just a castle on a pile of sand, which may collapse at any time. Most of these people have never experienced real danger, right? At this moment, a gust of cold wind suddenly blew in the cemetery, and the thick fog became thicker. The surroundings were cold and piercing. Zhao Lei's face sank and he shouted in a low voice. Be careful! Something seems to be happening! Several blurry figures quietly appeared in the thick fog, distorted faces, green eyes. These things are exactly the vengeful spirits. Prepare for battle! Zhao Lei roared, and took the lead in rushing towards the vengeful spirits, waving his sword. The sword light struck the shadows like lightning. The other team members did not show any weakness either. They all used their skills to fight fiercely with the evil spirits. Especially the light mages, their light magic can easily destroy the vengeful spirits, and they are the natural nemesis of these monsters. After a while, a white light flashed on Ma Jun's body, and he was upgraded directly. He was obviously quite satisfied with everything, and lazily watched his companions working hard to kill monsters. At this time, as soon as I stepped into the cemetery, I saw a guy in a blue robe blocking my way and said coldly, "This place has been reserved by us. If you want to level up, go somewhere else." I stopped and looked at him calmly. This man was a burly man with a thick face and an arrogant look. He was Zhao Lei's subordinate Wang Hu. I didn't say much, but his face darkened and he prepared to step forward, as if he wanted to use force. Just then, Zhao Lei waved his hand to stop him. Zhao Lei's eyes swept over me and fell on the dark green gem on my staff, with a little more caution in his eyes. This is a man who knows what he is doing. He obviously knows that those who can wear blue clothes are either rich or powerful. My friend, we are from the Money Gang. Zhao Lei's tones softened a little. Since this place has been reserved by us, if you are willing to join our Money Gang, we don't mind letting you kill monsters together. If you don't have this intention, please leave. Money Gang? Unpleasant memories from my past life suddenly flooded my mind. It is extremely difficult to level up a necromancer. I originally spent 30,000 yuan to hire a money helper to help me level up. He promised to help me level up to 10 levels in 5 days. However, he only helped me level up 1 level and then ran away. When I went to him again, he dismissed me with a no contract. I raised my staff and said coldly, "Booking the whole place? Have you really turned this place into your own backyard?" Zhao Lei raised the corner of his mouth slightly, with a confident smile. "Of course, this is already our territory." I smiled slightly and raised my staff slightly. The gem on the top of the staff flashed a faint green light. "Since this is your cemetery, I will send you off." Zhao Lei's face darkened and he snorted coldly. "Brothers, kill him! Today, this is where he will be buried!" In an instant, several idle members of the Money Gang nearby came over and surrounded me. I raised the corner of my mouth, pointed my staff at the ground, and chanted in a low voice, "Skeleton soldiers!" Crunch, crunch, skeleton soldiers crawled out from the ground one after another. "Necromancer?" Zhao Lei showed contempt and sneered. "With just your one skeleton soldier, you dare to provoke our Money Gang?" His teammates also laughed mockingly. I still ignored them and waved the staff gently again. One skeleton soldier after another kept crawling up from the ground, creaking. In a short while, 20 skeleton soldiers were standing in front of me in neat rows. While they were still in shock, I raised my staff and waved it gently. A faint green light spread behind me. Then, a skeleton archer emerged from the ground. He had a bony frame, and held a longbow carved from bones in both hands, with faint blue light flashing in his eyes. Immediately afterwards, more skeleton archers emerged from the ground, quickly dispersed around, occupied various commanding heights, and pointed their bowstrings at the surrounding Money Gang members. What the hell is this thing?" Wang Hu's eyes widened and his voice trembled. The necromancers he usually saw would need 5 minutes to cool down before summoning a skeleton soldier, but I actually summoned 20 skeleton soldiers and 20 skeleton archers in one breath. Zhao Lei gnashed his teeth and cursed coldly. "Don't panic! This guy is just a subordinate of the boss. There is no need to be afraid. Focus your fire and kill him." I sneered, swung my staff forward, and a green light lit up under Zhao Lei's feet. Death coil. Several scarlet vines crawled out from the ground and tightly wrapped around Zhao Lei's legs, trapping him in place. His face suddenly changed and he struggled desperately but was unable to break free. "Shoot!" I shouted softly, and 20 skeleton archers pulled the bowstrings at the same time. The arrows instantly turned into faint blue light and shot towards Zhao Lei like a torrential rain. Even though the hit rate was less than 2/3, this round of concentrated fire instantly reduced Zhao Lei's health to 0, and he fell to the ground and couldn't get up. Zhao Lei's face was full of despair, his eyes were wide open, he seemed to not believe that this necromancer could be so powerful. The faces of the Jinqian gang members around them changed instantly. Seeing Zhao Lei fall to the ground, they did not dare to act rashly. They looked at each other, and for a moment no one dared to rush up again. The edge of the cemetery suddenly became quiet, with only the creaking sound of bones rubbing against each other as the skeleton army moved, which made people feel creepy. Wanhu finally came to his senses and shouted at the top of his lungs. "Brothers, avenge Lei! He can't stay in summoning mode forever! Go!" The roar awakened everyone's fighting spirit, and they all released their skills to rush towards me, but the skeleton soldiers beside me had already dispersed, forming a protective circle, guarding me firmly in the center. The members of the money gang were stopped by the skeleton soldiers halfway through their rush and could not move forward. Then I cast Death Coil again. Another scarlet vine quietly emerged from the ground, and this time its target was Wang Hu. Wang Hu's face changed drastically, and he shouted in despair. "This is impossible! How can you still use the same skill?" I just smiled slightly, waved the staff in my hand lightly again, and the 20 skeleton archers pulled their bowstrings again. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows flew through the night, carrying blue will-o'-the-wisp fire, shooting straight at the trapped Wang Hu. Wang Hu raised his shield in panic and barely blocked most of the attacks, but his health was still only half left. Seeing the skeleton archer preparing to shoot again, Wang Hu's face turned pale and he hurriedly took out a white stone from his backpack, which was engraved with silver runes. Wang Hu touched the stone nervously, and white runes immediately flashed, wrapping his body, and disappeared from the spot the next second. I looked at the stone that turned into powder calmly. It was just a special item. Once it was activated, it could instantly leave the battle. Although it was effective in saving lives, the drop rate of this item was extremely low, and not everyone could afford it. I stood in the center of the skeleton army, feeling the strong aura of the undead all around me, and everything seemed to be under my control. I gently waved the staff in my hand, and with every movement, the skeleton soldiers loyally carried out the orders, like warriors implanted with will, calm and ruthless. "Death is the destination of life," I whispered, my voice echoing in the silence of the cemetery. "It is also your inescapable fate." The battle continued, and members of the money gang fell one after another. Their struggles and wails gradually disappeared into the night, looking particularly desolate. However, I didn't have any mercy in my heart. This world is a world where the strong prey on the weak. If I didn't have the strength, I would be the one falling to the ground, and they would just leave with a sneer. Finally, the surroundings became quiet, except for the sound of the skeleton's bones rubbing against each other. I opened the panel and checked the prompts I just received. Ding! You killed an enemy! Undead value plus 25! Ding! You killed an enemy! Undead value plus 35! These are all humans, and the undead value you can get after killing them is much higher than that of ordinary monsters. I couldn't help but ponder, it seems that using these, people, to obtain undead value is a quick way. Since the advent of the Age of the Gods, this world has become more and more similar to the game, but death is real and there will never be resurrection. I opened the talent panel and noticed the talent that belonged to me. Scourge of the Undead. Level 1, Talent, Unlimited Firepower. Scourge value, 635. Ding! Do you want to spend 500 points to upgrade the Undead Scourge? I clicked, confirm, without hesitation, and a powerful force surged out of my body, as if the undead energy in the entire cemetery was boiling. Ding! Undead Scourge has been successfully promoted to level 2. Congratulations on your new talent, Undead Evolution. I quickly checked out the new abilities. Undead Evolution. You can consume undead points to upgrade the undead skills you have learned. I looked at the skill bar and glanced at Death Coil, Skeleton Soldier, and Skeleton Archer. The remaining undead points are only enough to upgrade this Skeleton Archer. I clicked to confirm, and a faint light flashed. Ding! Your Skeleton Archer has been upgraded to level 2. I smiled slightly. The Skeleton Archer's accuracy and attack power were significantly improved. The strength of a skill is directly related to its level. The higher the level, the greater the power. I waved my staff lightly, and a new Skeleton Archer crawled out from the ground, the long bow in his hand shining with blue light. After summoning more Skeleton Archers, I let them spread out to guard the surroundings while I sat cross-legged on the ground to recover my mana. Current Scourge. Level 2, Talent, Unlimited Firepower. Undead Evolution. Introduction. Kill enemies to gain undead points, which can be used to upgrade talents and skills. At the current level, 3,000 undead points are required to continue upgrading. Undead points, 35. I silently calculated that I was still a long way from 3,000 undead points, so I needed to find a place where monsters were densely populated to accumulate them quickly. After my mana was restored, I summoned 20 skeleton soldiers and 30 skeleton archers again. This skeleton army advanced towards the center of the cemetery in a mighty force and quickly occupied the entire area. Not long after, another vengeful spirit appeared in the cemetery. I waved my staff, and dozens of skeleton archers pulled their bowstrings at the same time. Arrows fell like a rainstorm. Although the accuracy was not high, the advantage was that the number was dense enough. The vengeful spirit gradually lost its power in the dense rain of arrows, and finally disappeared into a ball of black smoke, emitting a faint green light, which was absorbed by me. Ding! You killed a ghost! Experience plus 30! Ding! You killed a ghost! Undead value plus 10! These vengeful spirits are in undead form, and the undead value they gain is higher than that of ordinary monsters. It seems that this cemetery is a good place to gain undead value. Soon, another vengeful spirit spawned, and the skeleton archers concentrated their fire and quickly killed it. As the vengeful spirits fell one after another, my undead value and experience value continued to increase. At the same time, in the central square of Jinling City, a white light flashed by, and Wan Hu walked out of the teleportation array in a panic. He patted his chest with lingering fear and said, "I almost died there." Wan Hu quickly opened the system bar and checked the attack prompt. Ding! You are attacked by Death Him! Wan Hu frowned. Ode to Death? Is this a player's nickname? He checked the system prompt again and was sure that the one attacking him was a player, not an alien boss. Impossible! How could there be a player so strong? Summoning the Undead Legion doesn't seem like something a human can do. Wan Hu paced back and forth in the square, his heart full of confusion and uneasiness. Recalling the battle just now, the player named Ode to Death suddenly appeared like a ghost, and almost wiped out their entire army with one round of attacks. The Undead Legion was dense and powerful. Their skilled summoning techniques and precise control made them look nothing like novices. Wan Hu looked around, hoping to find other teammates, but when he opened his friend list, he found that all the companions he had just been with were offline. Cold sweat slid down Wan Hu's forehead. They were all dead, and he was the only one who escaped. Wan Hu no longer hesitated and quickly went to the headquarters of the Jinqian gang, deciding to report the matter to the gang leader. The headquarters of the Jinqian gang is located on the 10th floor of a building in the city center. Wan Hu took the elevator straight to the innermost conference room. Wan Hu took a deep breath and knocked on the door. "Come in." A deep voice came from inside the door. Wan Hu pushed open the door and saw the room filled with smoke. Several men in black windbreakers were sitting around a long table, and the atmosphere was solemn. Sitting in the center was the leader of the money gang, Li Jintian, wearing an expensive suit and holding a cigar in his hand. His sharp eyes fell on Wan Hu, as if he could see through his embarrassment at a glance. Wan Hu walked quickly to the table, bowed respectfully, and said anxiously, "Boss, something happened." Li Jintian put down the pen in his hand, looked up at him, a cold light flashed in his eyes. "What happened?" "The player we led before was attacked by unknown forces while leveling up. I was the only one in the team who escaped. The others all died." There was a hint of fear on Wan Hu's face. Recalling the scene just now, his voice was still trembling. Li Jintian narrowed his eyes. "Unknown forces? Do you know who they are?" Wan Hu shook his head, recalling the horrifying scene with a shudder. "I don't know, I only know that the opponent is extremely powerful, nicknamed Ode to Death, and he leads a huge army of undead, just like a demon crawling out of hell." Li Jintian frowned, slowly stood up from his chair, paced around the table, and asked in a deep voice. "One person leading the undead army? Are you sure you are right?" The summoning ability of the necromancer is extremely limited. It takes a long time to summon a skeleton soldier, and it is almost impossible to summon a legion. Wan Hu nodded. "Yes, boss. That man came to the cemetery and clashed with us. I saw with my own eyes that he summoned more than 20 skeleton soldiers and more than 20 skeleton archers in an instant. We only had a dozen people and could not withstand the concentrated fire of those archers. We were wiped out in the blink of an eye." Li Jintian's face became increasingly gloomy, and smoke surrounded him, making people shudder. "Death Him. I've never heard of it, but a necromancer like this can't be an unknown person." Li Jintian looked up at Wan Hu and said coldly, "Why did he attack you? Was he targeting the player you brought with you?" Wan Hu nodded, swallowed his saliva, and said carefully, "The player is the son of the Ma group, Ma Jun. He has a special identity, and this time he hired us to help him level up. I didn't expect it would cause such a big trouble." When Li Jintian heard this, his expression changed slightly. He tapped the table lightly and asked after thinking for a moment, "The son of the Ma group. Are you sure that the Ode to Death is aimed at him?" Wan Hu nodded quickly, his eyes full of fear and anxiety. "Boss, I can't be completely sure, but this level of necromancer appeared in this place, most likely from Ma Jun." The Ma group is a commercial giant in Jinling City, with huge power and a pivotal position. If something happens to Ma Jun during leveling, the interest involved will be far-reaching, and the consequences are unimaginable. Li Jintian looked at Wan Hu coldly, waved his hand and said, Okay, you go down and rest first. Don't leak a single word of what happened today, otherwise. Manhwa nodded vigorously, secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and turned to leave. Even if he survived by chance, the trouble caused by this incident was probably far from over. Li Jintian retracted his gaze and looked at Lu Feiyu standing beside him. Death Song, go check his background. Make sure to check it thoroughly. Yes, boss. Lu Feiyu pushed his glasses and immediately walked to the computer in the corner of the room, tapping on the keyboard and quickly starting an investigation. Various data kept flashing on the screen. Li Jintian's eyes were deep, and in the smoke, he seemed to have foreseen the trouble that might arise next. In the northern cemetery, the night deepens, dark fog shrouds the surroundings, and a dead silence fills the air. A few young players walked down the path not far away. They must have just awakened. They talked about their professions and skills, their faces full of longing and excitement. The young man in the lead was named Lin Hao. He held a long sword and had a firm look in his eyes. He was a swordsman. I heard that vengeful spirits often appear in this cemetery, which can help us improve our combat experience, Lin Hao said with some excitement. The mage girl in the team was also eager to try. I can provide remote support, and light magic has a restraining effect on evil spirits. We will definitely win. As they gradually approached the cemetery, they suddenly discovered that the skeleton soldiers and skeleton archers here filled the entire area. The whole scene made them stop. Lin Hao frowned. Aren't the monsters in the cemetery vengeful spirits? Why are there so many skeleton soldiers? The mage girl pointed excitedly in the distance and said, Look, those skeleton archers are killing evil spirits. They are so powerful. Everyone looked in that direction and saw the skeleton archer pulling the bowstring to its full extent and focusing fire to kill the vengeful spirit. Lin Hao looked at the skeleton soldiers vigilantly and whispered, Something is wrong. The actions of these skeletons are too disciplined. It seems that someone is controlling them. The wizard girl suddenly saw a figure in a blue robe holding a staff on the high ground deep in the cemetery. It seemed that he was controlling these skeleton soldiers. Lin Hao looked in the direction she pointed. The figure stood there quietly, as if blending into the entire cemetery. Lin Hao whispered, It seems that he really summoned these skeleton soldiers. We should not rush in. The girl nodded, but took a few photos excitedly. Lin Hao quickly led the team away. In the cemetery, accompanied by the white light of level increase, my talent panel is updated again. Nickname, Death Song. Level 9, Health, 550. Mana, 2600. Spell damage, 130. Skills, Death Coil, Level 1, Skeleton Soldier, Level 2, Skeleton Archer, Level 2. Undead Value, 2135. Chapter 9, The Wrathful King. The heart of the undead required for the mission has already been revealed, and there is a certain probability of obtaining it by killing evil spirits. Seeing that the resentful spirits here gave more undead value, Yiyun stayed here and kept brushing. Killing each vengeful spirit gives 10 points, and you can accumulate more than 2,000 points in a few hours. Yiyun activated the skeleton archer skill. Ding! Do you want to consume 200 undead points to upgrade the skeleton archer's skills? Yes. A white light flashed, and the skill was upgraded. Ding! Congratulations, the skeleton archer has been upgraded to level 3. Do you want to consume 300 undead points to upgrade to level 4? Sure. Ding! Congratulations, the skeleton archer has been upgraded to level 4. Do you want to consume 400 undead points to upgrade to level 5? Sure. Ding! Congratulations, the skeleton archer has been upgraded to level 5. Do you want to consume 500 undead points to upgrade to the maximum level? A dark light flashed from the skeleton archer's skill. The skill icon also changed from white at the beginning to purple, and the skeleton archer drawn on it became stronger. Yiyun looked at the changes on the skill bar with satisfaction. The skeleton archer had transformed from a primary white icon to a deep purple. It not only represented an upgrade of skills, but also another leap in strength. In his previous life, he practiced for 5 years before his proficiency as a skeleton archer reached the required level and was upgraded to the maximum level. In this life, it only took 1 day to reach the maximum level. It has to be said that the Scourge of the Undead is a talent designed specifically for the Necromancer. Skeleton Archer, Max. Effect, summons a skeleton with superb archery skills, which can accurately strike the enemy. Consumes 30 mana. Cooldown 3 minutes. Yiyun waved his staff, and a full-level skeleton soldier crawled up from the ground. Crunch. The skeleton soldier's movements appeared smoother, and the sound of friction between their bones became clearer, as if they contained stronger power. Moreover, they have grown taller and look more muscular. The longbow in his hand also changed from white to light red, as if it was made of blood. As a senior necromancer, Yiyun naturally knew how powerful a maximum level skeleton archer was. Its overall combat power is definitely about 5 times stronger than level 1. The hit rate is as high as 95%, which means it can hit whatever you point at. In battle, summoning such a group of accurate archers is definitely a powerful weapon on the battlefield. There were 635 undead points left. Yiyun added them to the skeleton soldiers and directly upgraded them to level 4. After the levels of these skeleton soldiers were upgraded, their defense and health increased significantly. He can protect Yiyun on the battlefield and is worth training. Continue to kill the evil spirits. At this moment, a strong wave of undead movement suddenly came from the depths of the cemetery, as if something was awakening. As the fluctuations became more and more intense, the atmosphere became extremely depressing, as if even the air had solidified. Yiyun was not at all flustered. He kept waving the staff in his hand, and one full-level skeleton archer after another appeared beside him. 30. 50. 80. In a blink of an eye, the open space was filled with skeleton archers. Suddenly, a cold wind blew, bringing with it a heart-pounding breath. Yiyun looked up and saw a huge black shadow condensing in the depths of the cemetery. The Wrathful King! It seems that the slaughter of the vengeful spirit just now has triggered the conditions for awakening it. The Wraith King, Leader. Level 15. Introduction. It is a collection of resentment, possessing the power to control many resentful spirits, and is the most powerful being in this cemetery. Its eyes were like deep black holes, swallowing up all the light around them. Its body was surrounded by a strong aura of death, which made people shudder. Even if the team just now encountered a leader of this level, they would not dare to attack rashly, but would try to retreat. Come on, let me see your strength! Yiyun swung the staff in his hand suddenly, and nearly 400 archers drew their bows, and dark blue arrows quickly gathered. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Arrows poured out like a rainstorm, aiming directly at the huge wrathful spirit king. The air was filled with a strong smell of death and destruction. The power contained in each arrow was not too strong, but if there were enough of them, it would be enough to change the situation of the battle. The Wraith King's huge size turned his advantage into a disadvantage, making him a sitting duck for archers. Even low-level archers could easily hit him. The Wraith King let out a deafening roar, and a trace of anger and disdain flashed in his black hole-like eyes. It waved its arms, and the evil spirits around it seemed to be summoned, rushing towards the rain of arrows, trying to block this deadly attack for their king. However, the number of skeleton archers was too large. Even with the obstruction of the vengeful spirits, many arrows still penetrated the defense line and stabbed deeply into the body of the vengeful spirit king. Each arrow took away a wisp of death, causing the ghost king's body to tremble slightly. In the blink of an eye, more than 300 arrows fell on the ghost king. The huge body began to shrink and dissipate gradually, and finally turned into a wisp of green smoke and disappeared into the air. A pile of gold coins, a black robe and a purple sword were left on the spot. Ding! You have killed the Wraith King above your level and gained 10,000 experience points. Congratulations on reaching level 10. Gain 5 attribute points. Ding! You gained 500 undead points. Yiyun stepped forward and picked up the gold coins on the ground, as well as the black robe and the sword. Ding! You picked up 3,016 gold coins. Wraith Robe. Gale Great Sword. Yiyun checked the properties of the robe. Wraith Robe Purple. Level 10, Necromancer. Effect Defense plus 20. Magic Defense plus 100. Mana plus 1000. Mana Regeneration Speed plus 20%. Special Effect. When worn, the attack power of surrounding undead creatures is increased by 10%. This robe can increase mana and recovery effects, and can also enhance summoned undead creatures. It's pretty good. Yiyun put the robe on directly. The black robe gave him a sense of mystery, like an evil wizard coming from the darkness, which made people feel afraid. Especially the purple quality robe, which adds a bit of majesty. For him, mana values and recovery effects are far more useful than other attributes. Purple robes are extremely rare. This one item alone can be sold for thousands of gold coins. When you don't need it in the future, you can consider selling it. Then, he turned his gaze towards the big sword. Wind Sword Purple. Level 10 Melee Profession. Effect, Attack plus 150. Critical hit rate plus 5%. Attack speed plus 10%. Special effect, when used, there is a 10% chance to trigger Wind Slash, causing additional damage to the enemy. The attributes of this sword are also very good. The increase in attack and attack speed has a great amplification effect on melee professions. Moreover, that 10% chance of triggering Wind Slash can turn the situation around at a critical moment. He cannot use this sword, but he can sell it. The value of sword weapons is much higher than the robe, and it must be worth at least 10,000 gold coins. After you go back, you can put it on the school's trading platform and sell it in no time. I just killed the Ghost King and gained 500 ghost points, bringing the total to 635 points. Consume another 400 undead points to upgrade the skeleton soldier's skills to level 5. With another 500 points, the skeleton soldiers can be upgraded to the maximum level. By then, the attributes will be greatly improved, and the defense and health will give them strong survivability. On the battlefield, they can better obey Yiyun's command. As the Wraith King fell, the aura of the undead in the cemetery also disappeared. After waiting for a while, the vengeful spirit still did not refresh. There will be no evil spirits tonight, go back and hand in your mission. Yiyun used the return to city technique. This skill will cause the attack to be interrupted, and there is a 1-hour interval, and it cannot be used in combat. 20 seconds later, there was a flash of white light and the figure disappeared from the spot. The skeleton soldiers behind him scattered into a pile of skeletons. After using the teleport skill, the skeleton soldiers will disappear. Late at night. When it is late at night and everyone is asleep, most people stay at home, and surfing the internet is a way for them to communicate with the outside world. After Lin Hao returned home, he sat in front of the computer and recalled the scene he had just seen in the cemetery. He turned on his computer and logged into the Career Forum, which is the largest forum centered around various professions. Many people will post strategies and experiences here, and some people will post rare videos online. Lin Hao thought about it for a while, edited a post titled, "Necromancer Controls Skeleton Army," and excitedly described the content. Today I met a mysterious necromancer who could control hundreds of skeleton soldiers and skeleton archers at a time. It was so powerful! The hit rate of the skeleton archers he summoned was incredibly high. They could hit whatever they pointed at. I saw with my own eyes that he used these archers to easily defeat the evil spirits in the cemetery. Have any of you seen this mysterious necromancer? Chapter 10 Video Hot Forum. Lin Hao continued writing, his fingers tapping rapidly on the keyboard, trying to describe everything he saw in as much detail as possible. Below the post, a video of more than 10 seconds was posted. Not long after the post was published, it attracted the attention of some netizens. In a dim room, a gloomy man in a cross-strap vest was browsing posts, looking for strategies and tips about the necromancer. He awakened 3 years ago and is now a powerful necromancer named Sun Yu. When I saw the post labeled, "Necromancer Controls the Skeleton Army," my first reaction was disbelief. An army of skeletons? This is too fake, isn't it? I can tell from the clickbait title of this post that it can't be true. Sun Yu frowned, but curiosity drove him to click on the video. The video shows a cemetery scene with 300 or 400 skeleton soldiers and archers piled up in it, occupying every corner. Under the cover of night, a mysterious figure in a robe stood on the stone. A wraith spawned. Following the command of the mysterious necromancer, the skeleton archers picked up their bone longbows one after another, and the dense rain of arrows pierced through the wicked spirits, killing them instantly. Sun Yu's eyes gradually widened. How can he control so many skeleton soldiers? You know, even if the skeleton soldier's skill is at the maximum level, it still takes 3 minutes to summon one. The quantity does not change. It is almost impossible to accumulate so many skeleton soldiers in a short period of time. Moreover, skeleton soldiers are very fragile and will die soon after being injured. It is impossible to allow them to form a skeleton army. Sun Yu's heart beat faster, and he watched the video again and again, trying to find the flaws. But every time he watched it, he became more convinced that this was not a synthesis, but a real scene. Before, he also tried to gather a large number of skeleton soldiers in reality to form a legion to fight the enemy. But it took an hour to summon 15 skeleton soldiers and 15 archers. When faced with the monster, he was quickly defeated. This method of summoning in advance, which consumes a lot of time, is not feasible. Moreover, after the skeleton soldiers are summoned, they do not exist permanently, and only last for 6 hours. If the time limit is exceeded, it will be scattered into a pile of skeletons. How is this possible? Sun Wu muttered to himself, tapping his fingers on the table unconsciously. Even if they are summoned in advance, the skeleton soldiers will only exist for 6 hours at most, and less than 100 skeleton soldiers can be summoned. It is impossible for such a large number of skeleton soldiers to appear. Sun Yu quickly watched the video over and over again, not missing any details. He was shocked by the necromancer in the video, his skills in controlling skeleton archers, and the huge number of skeleton troops. This skill and this control are definitely not something an ordinary necromancer can do. He thought to himself, his fingers tapping unconsciously on the keyboard, and began to reply to the post. Host, are you sure you saw this with your own eyes? This control is amazing. I have never seen anyone control a skeleton army like this. If this is true, then this necromancer must have special skills or equipment, and he has to find a way to find this person. Sun Yu's reply quickly caught Lin Hao's attention. Lin Hao quickly replied, "It's absolutely true, I saw it with my own eyes, the scene was so shocking, it was just like a scene from a movie." Sun Yu asked, "Owner, do you have the contact information of this mage?" Lin Hao replied helplessly, "I just took a look at him from a distance and didn't dare to contact him. Moreover, I think this necromancer is not a human, but a powerful undead boss." Sun Yu thought about it carefully, and felt that this was really possible. This should be a boss. Normal players can't be so strong. Those top-level necromancers can't spawn monsters in this cemetery. As more and more people paid attention to the post, the necromancer became more and more mysterious. Many necromancers showed great interest in this mysterious figure. They left messages asking questions, and some even suggested forming a team to go to the cemetery to look for him. If there really is such a powerful necromancer, then our guild must win him over. Yes, if such a master can join us, we will have a huge advantage when fighting against other guilds. Isn't he alone worth hundreds of others? I agree, we have to find him as soon as possible. Don't bother looking for him. This necromancer must be a boss. He can't be human. You should just give up. On the forum, the discussion about the mysterious necromancer became more and more heated, and some people even began to ask around in the game, hoping to find this legendary necromancer. Lin Hao looked at these replies and felt secretly proud. I didn't expect that the video I took accidentally would cause such a big response. The next day, Tianhai High School. Early in the morning, a purple sword was hung in the school's trading center, causing quite a stir among the students. Especially those melee professions, after seeing this sword, they all couldn't move. Many people also threatened to buy the sword. This sword's attributes are too strong, 150 attack points. If I buy it, the attack power will go straight to 300. And there's a chance of triggering the wind-slash effect, which is a killer in PK. Don't dream. This sword costs 10,000 gold coins. We poor students don't have that much money. The students were talking about it. All of them were eager for the purple sword, and at the same time they were curious about who had consigned the sword here. Who is so lucky to have this big sword? Too bad I can't see a nickname, otherwise I would have clung to this person's thighs. Look at how ugly you are, you look like a sweet potato, and you still want to cling to someone else's thigh. Don't dream! Just as everyone was discussing, a girl wearing red light armor, with a high ponytail and a beautiful face, walked into the trading center with brisk steps. Her name is Su Qing. She is the recognized school beauty of Tianhai High School and also the owner of a hidden profession. Su Qing's gaze swept across the display screen and finally fell on the purple sword. A hint of surprise and desire flashed in her eyes. She walked slowly towards the display stand of the purple sword. The students around her automatically made way for her, and the male students cast admiring glances at her. Look! The school beauty is here! Wow! Qingqing looks so beautiful in her light armor. Isn't her figure amazing? It would be great if I could get Su Qing's favor. Come on, forget it. I heard that Su Qing's family is not ordinary. Ordinary people would not even look down on her. Su Qing ignored the discussions of these people and just focused on checking the properties of the great sword. When she saw the special effect of wind slash, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise slightly, and she was obviously very interested in this sword. This sword suits me very well. I must buy it. Su Qing's voice was clear and pleasant, echoing in the trading center. When everyone heard this, they were all stunned, and then discussions broke out. 10,000 gold coins is undoubtedly a huge sum of money for an ordinary student, but Su Qing wanted to buy it so casually, which made people speculate more about her identity and strength. Su Qing, are you sure you want to buy this sword? It costs 10,000 gold coins, asked her good friend Wu Xiaoyu worriedly. Su Qing smiled slightly and said confidently, This sword is very important to me, I must get it. After saying that, she left the trading center, found an empty corner, picked up her cell phone and made a call. Hey! Dad! I've got my eyes on a purple weapon, the Gale Great Sword. Its attributes are very suitable for me. I need 10,000 gold coins. A steady and powerful voice came from the other end of the phone. Qingqing, where did you see the purple weapon? After the annual awakening ceremony, low-level equipment became a hot commodity, especially high-quality purple weapons, which were rare throughout Jinling City. It's at our school's trading center, and an anonymous player is consigning it. Su Qing explained patiently, her eyes flashing with desire for the purple sword. There was silence for a moment on the other end of the phone, as if the person was considering the value of the deal. But soon, Su Qing's father gave a positive answer. Okay, Dad supports you. I will let the housekeeper transfer the gold coins to you. Chapter 11 Results Announcement. Su Qing's heart warmed, and she said gratefully, Thank you, Dad. By the way, do you know what level of boss can drop this level of purple weapon? There was another voice on the other end of the line. The drop rate of a level 10 purple weapon is very low. It should only be dropped by a level 15 boss. Moreover, we have to kill the enemy above our level. Killing enemies above their level will greatly affect the drop rate and make it easier for rare weapons to appear. If the level is higher than the monster, the most you will get is a blue item. Killing an enemy of higher level. Su Qing naturally knew what it meant to kill an enemy of higher level, especially killing a boss, which would be more difficult. Which student could be the one who killed the boss above his level? At this time, she became more and more curious about that classmate. When we do the deal later, let me see who he really is. The school's trading center only displays the name and attributes of the weapons. When someone is willing to buy, the owner of the weapon will be notified and the transaction will be conducted face-to-face. TI High School, Class 3, Grade 3. Inside the class, several students sat in the back row, discussing the Wild Wolf Plains dungeon they were going to visit next. One of the handsome male classmates, named Joey Chen, awakened a rare profession, Glorious Shield Warrior. He just looked at the class beauty Lin Wanqing. Wanqing, you bought that blue sword. With my defense, you will definitely be able to clear the Wild Wolf Plains. Lin Wanqing looked a little unhappy. I haven't bought the sword yet. Huh? Joey Chen was stunned for a moment. Didn't you say that Yiyun gave you a blue sword? Did he suddenly turn against us? Lin Wanqing's face turned pale when she thought of Yiyun. The two of them had originally agreed that Yiyun would give her 500 gold coins to buy the blue sword. Who would have thought that Yiyun, who usually obeyed her in everything, seemed to have become a different person and went back on his word. Joey Chen also sneered a few times, his words full of disdain for Yiyun. I've long felt that Yiyun is unreliable. He sticks to you all day long, saying he wants to protect you and take care of you, but he's reluctant to even buy you a sword. He definitely doesn't take you seriously. I advise you to cut off contact with this kind of person as soon as possible. Lin Wanqing bit her red lips slightly and quickly cut off her relationship with Yiyun. Don't get me wrong, there is nothing going on between Yiyun and me. I am close to him, but I only consider him as a friend, don't get me wrong. He also insisted on giving me that blue sword. I didn't want it in the first place, so it's just right that he didn't give it to me. When Joey Chen heard this, he was delighted. He had liked Lin Wanqing for a long time, but Lin Wanqing used studying as an excuse to prevent him from having any chance to meet her. Now, it's a good opportunity to use this incident to improve the relationship between the two of them, so that they can be together openly in the future, right? People like Yiyun are not worth wasting your time on. He is a necromancer with no future, and cannot be trusted at all. I'll give you the big sword you wanted. Lin Wanqing knew that Joey Chen came from a wealthy family and was generous. Hearing the other party's words, he was delighted, but pretended to be hesitant. Yi-Chen, that sword is very expensive, I'd better find a way myself. Joey Chen waved his hand and said nonchalantly, That sword is nothing to me. As long as you like it, the price doesn't matter. Besides, we can only clear the dungeon with this sword. The college entrance examination is only a month away. I need to improve my abilities as soon as possible so that I can be admitted to a good college, right? Lin Wanqing was secretly happy in her heart, but she still maintained her reserve on the surface. Well, since you said so, I will accept your kindness. However, I will definitely pay you back in the future. Joey Chen smiled and thought about how to get closer to Lin Wanqing. He turned around and said to the other students, Everyone, get ready. We will go to Wild Wolf Plains this afternoon and try to clear the level in one go. Lin Wanqing looked at Joey Chen's handsome profile and always felt that he was much stronger than Yiyun in all aspects. Not only does he have a hidden profession, he also comes from a wealthy family and is a very generous person. Bell. The bell rang and Teacher Lu walked into the classroom holding a blue folder. The classroom suddenly became quiet, and all eyes were focused on the podium. Teacher Lu opened the clip in his hand and glanced at every student. This morning, I got a set of student-level data. Some of you work very hard, but some of you don't focus on improving your strength. Upon hearing this, some students immediately became nervous. After awakening, students will receive a century of the God's Bracelet. The data will be bound to the school's database and updated at 6 o'clock every morning. First of all, I want to praise classmate Miao Xuyan. Teacher Lu's voice echoed in the classroom, attracting everyone's attention and looking at the girl sitting in the corner of the classroom. Student Su Qing, your level has jumped from level 1 to level 5 in just 3 days. This speed of progress is rare in our class, and even in the entire grade. Her hard work and persistence are an example for all of us to learn from. Miao Xiuyan was slightly stunned, and then a blush appeared on her face. She didn't expect that her progress would be praised so publicly by the teacher. The classmates around her also looked at her with envy and admiration, which made her feel shy but also full of motivation. However, Teacher Lu's tone suddenly changed and became serious. I would also like to point out that some students do not seem to be focusing on improving themselves. For example, Wu Bo and Sun Hai are still at the initial level of awakening. I want to remind you that awakening is just the beginning, the real challenge is still to come. If you don't work hard to improve yourselves, you will have no place to stand on the battlefield of the Age of Gods in the future. There was a sudden silence in the classroom. The students whose names were called lowered their heads, with shame and uneasiness written all over their faces. Seeing this, Teacher Lu softened his tone a little. I know that some students may have encountered difficulties or have not found a suitable method to improve themselves. But please remember, no matter what difficulties you encounter, don't give up. When the students heard this, they clenched their fists and vowed to work hard to improve their grades as soon as possible. Teacher Lu paused slightly and looked at the handsome boy in the corner of the classroom. Today, I want to especially praise one classmate, and that is Yiyun. His profession is a necromancer. He doesn't have an advantage in the early stages, but his level increases greatly, which is far beyond the reach of you students. Yiyun? He's a necromancer. How can his level increase be that big? That's impossible. Who would bring a necromancer into a team? Logically speaking, his rank should be at the bottom. There was an uproar in the classroom, and everyone's eyes turned to Yiyun, who was sitting in the corner. He is usually taciturn and always keeps to himself, but he didn't expect to be praised so highly by Teacher Lu today. Chapter 12 Classmates Shock. Sunlei raised his hand and asked, Teacher Lu, what level is Yiyun at? Just yesterday, Yiyun wanted to join his team, but was later rejected. Student Yiyun, your current level has reached level 10. Teacher Lu's voice echoed in the classroom, like a stone thrown into a lake, causing ripples. 10? There was a sudden cry of surprise in the classroom, and the students looked at Yiyun in disbelief. You know, even those students who have popular professions and abundant resources find it difficult to reach such a high level in a short period of time. Yiyun sat in the corner of the classroom, his expression still calm, as if all this praise had nothing to do with him. Teacher Lu, is what you said true? Yiyun, how did he do it? There was a hint of shock and unwillingness in Sunlei's voice. He could never have imagined that Yiyun, who was usually unknown, had surpassed himself in level. And it's not just 1 or 2 levels, but 6 levels. You know, Yiyun was still a level 1 novice yesterday, and he reached level 10 in just 1 day. This speed is too fast. Or does he have any good way to upgrade? Stuck bug? Cheating? Teacher Lu nodded slightly, his tone full of affirmation. Yes, Yiyun has achieved remarkable results through his own hard work. Although his necromancer career was not favored in the early stage, he found a path to improvement that suits him. Having said that, Teacher Lu paused and looked across the classroom. I hope everyone can learn from Yiyun, not to be bound by the limitations of their profession, and not to be defeated by the difficulties in front of them. As long as you are willing to work hard and think hard, you will definitely be able to find your own stage. The classroom fell silent again, and the students fell into deep thought. Sunlei looked at Yiyun with mixed feelings. He once thought that Yiyun was just an ordinary necromancer with no prospects and no future. But now, I find that I was wrong. Yiyun's strength and tenacity far exceeded his imagination. Maybe I should have taken him to the dungeon yesterday. Maybe I would have reached level 10 by now. Let's try inviting him after class. Yiyun still sat quietly in the corner of the classroom, as if all this noise had nothing to do with him. He has only one goal in mind, which is to keep moving forward in the Age of the Gods and become a true scourge of the undead. Teacher Lu swept his eyes across the room again. In addition to Yiyun from our class, there are also students in other classes who are above level 10. Especially Su Qing from class 1, who has already reached level 12. As soon as these words were spoken, there was another uproar in the classroom. Su Qing, that name is like a shining star in the hearts of her classmates, not only because of her beauty, but also because of her amazing strength and unremitting efforts. Now, hearing that she has reached level 12, many students can't help but feel shocked. Student Su Qing is truly the pride of our grade. Yes, she is not only beautiful, but also so capable. It's really admirable. The Wind Sword class is so fast to level up. It would be nice if I also had a hidden class. Teacher Lu looked at the students' reactions and continued. Su Qing's progress is obvious to all. Not only does she work hard herself, she also often helps other students. This spirit is worth learning from for each of us. Hearing this, the students nodded in agreement. Before her awakening, her academic performance was very good. She was always in the top 3 in her grade and never failed in any exam. After a while, the bell rang and the morning class was over. Just as Yiyun was about to walk out of the classroom, he was stopped by a thin figure. Sunlei smiled and said, Yiyun, Brother Tao's team is short of one person today. Why don't you come along? If we team up, we will definitely level up faster. Yiyun put his hands in his trouser pockets and said calmly, Not interested. Sunlei scratched his head awkwardly and quickly lowered his posture. I was blind yesterday and didn't see your potential. After hearing Teacher Lu's praise today, I realized what I had been missing. We are all classmates, and it is the right thing to do to help each other. Besides, your necromancer might be able to do wonders in our team. There was no emotion in Yiyun's voice. I like to act alone. Sunlei obviously didn't expect Yiyun to refuse so straightforwardly. Just now, he had already lowered his posture very much. Yiyun, don't be like this. I know what I did yesterday was wrong, but give me a chance and let us prove to you how powerful teamwork is. Yiyun looked up and said, Don't block the way, I have something else to do. You. Sunlei's face froze upon seeing this, and he had to step aside to make way for the passage between the desks. Yiyun put his hands in his trouser pockets and walked out the door slowly. Suddenly my cell phone vibrated. I took it out and saw that it was a text message from the trading center. The content of the message was simple. The equipment you displayed has been purchased by someone else, and the other party wants to trade it on the playground. Someone wants it so soon? Maybe it's her. Yiyun pondered secretly in his heart, tapped the screen of his mobile phone with his fingers, replied with the word okay, and turned to walk towards the playground. The playground was bustling with people, with students discussing game experiences in groups of 3 or 5, or practicing their skills alone. Yiyun walked through the crowd, looking around for the buyer. Trading center. Lin Wanqing came here with Zhou Yichen to buy the level 1 blue sword. Lin Wanqing raised her head and looked towards the giant electronic screen. In the middle of the screen, in the most eye-catching position, there is a large silver sword. The sword was emitting a faint cold light, as if it could cut through space. Gale Greatsword, level 10 purple weapon. Lin Wanqing's gaze was fixed on the sword, with a gleam of desire in her eyes. This sword is so cool. If I can use it, my strength will definitely increase a lot. The blue weapon she bought was worth only 500 gold coins, which was far inferior to this sword. Zhou Yichen noticed Lin Wanqing's gaze and smiled slightly. Wanqing, you have a good eye. This Gale sword is indeed a top-grade equipment, but its level requirement is quite high, so you can't use it now. Lin Wanqing was a little disappointed, but soon cheered up. It doesn't matter, I will reach that level one day. Who hung this sword here? I'm not sure, they should be the strongest students in the school. Although Zhou Yichen thought he was extraordinary, he also knew the gap between him and those hidden professions. Chapter 13. The school beauty wants to buy the Gale sword. Lin Wanqing nodded slightly, imagining in her heart how great it would be if she could hold on to such a big supporter. Zhou Yichen also noticed Lin Wanqing's love for the sword, but the price was prohibitive. 10,000 gold coins is equivalent to 100,000 yuan. Even if he has a good family background, he can't take it out easily. The classmate who sells the blue sword is here. I'll trade with him first. Zhou Yichen and the classmate opened the trading column, put in 500 gold coins, and successfully bought the sword. Wanqing, this is for you. Lin Wanqing took the blue sword, her heart filled with joy. Although it is not as good as the dazzling Gale sword, it is a great help to her at the moment. Zhou Yichen looked at Lin Wanqing's satisfied smile, and struck while the iron was hot. Wanqing, after we finish downloading the dungeon, let's go to a private cinema. I know a very quiet one. Okay. Lin Wanqing looked at the sword in her hand and couldn't refuse directly. But you can't do anything rash. Zhou Yichen grinned evilly and said, Don't worry, we went to the theater just to watch a movie, we didn't do anything else. Just as the two were talking, a figure appeared in the trading center. When Yiyun saw Lin Wanqing, his eyes swept over the sword, which was the one he had promised to give to her. Having lived with Lin Wanqing in the previous life, he knew Lin Wanqing's true nature better than anyone else. She likes to pursue fame and fortune, and her heart is as cruel as a poisonous snake. For the sake of profit, she can even kill her own man with her own hands. Yiyun, you're here! Zhou Yichen turned around and saw Yiyun beside him. Well, I'm here to sell some equipment. Yiyun responded indifferently. Zhou Yichen noticed Yiyun's gaze, and proudly raised the sword in front of Yiyun, saying proudly, This sword is for Wanqing. She will go to the Wild Wolf Plain with me soon. Yiyun said, Congratulations to you. After Lin Wanqing got the sword, she equipped it immediately. Her cold and arrogant face and the sword made her look very heroic. He waved the sword gently a few times, as if deliberately showing off in front of Yiyun. Yiyun looked at Lin Wanqing's actions, but his heart was calm. He knew that this sword was just a temporary tool for Lin Wanqing to show off, and her relationship with Zhou Yichen might not be able to last long. Yiyun, you are a necromancer. Can you find a team to take you? Do you want us to take you with us? Zhou Yichen asked provocatively, trying to belittle Yiyun in front of Lin Wanqing. Yiyun glanced at the other person's face and felt that he deserved a beating no matter how he looked at it. No need, I can kill monsters by myself, and no one will share experience with me, which is good. In the city, there are rules and regulations, and students are not allowed to fight with each other, otherwise they will be expelled by law enforcement officers. After becoming a professional, everyone's abilities will become extraordinary. If people often fight in school, order would have been disrupted long ago. After hearing this, the smile on Zhou Yichen's face froze. He wanted to take the opportunity to tease Yiyun, but he didn't expect Yiyun to refuse so bluntly. Necromancer is just an unpopular profession. What can you do alone? A beautiful figure appeared in the trading center. Her red light armor and tall figure immediately attracted the attention of many men. Zhou Yichen turned his head and saw that it was the goddess of their school, Su Qing. Not only does she have outstanding appearance, she is also one of the best in the class in terms of ability, and is the dream lover of many boys. Su Qing's appearance made the already tense atmosphere even more tense. Zhou Yichen immediately put on a gentlemanly look and walked towards Su Qing with a smile. Su Qing, you are here at the trading center too? Are you here to buy equipment? Su Qing nodded slightly in response. Well, I've got my eyes on that purple sword. When Zhou Yichen heard this, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, and then he returned to his gentle smile. Oh? The Gale Great Sword? That's a good choice indeed, but it's expensive. Su Qing said confidently. Price is not an issue. As long as it is worth the money, I am willing to pay for it. Lin Wanqing listened at the side and couldn't help feeling a little sad. She was well aware of the gap between herself and Su Qing, not just in appearance and ability, but more importantly in family background. If her family is well off, she can buy whatever she wants without having to rely on other men. Whose is that Gale Great Sword? Zhou Yichen looked around and was very curious about the owner of the sword. Su Qing slowly walked in front of Yiyun, and the band of gods reminded her that this person was the transaction partner this time. To be honest, she was also a little frightened after seeing Yiyun. I'm here to buy that sword. What's the transaction code? Yiyun asked. 5201314. After Su Qing finished speaking, she realized something and her face turned slightly red. Yiyun also felt that this randomly generated transaction code was a bit weird. The confused male students nearby, when they heard Su Qing say that to Yiyun, all cast murderous glances at Yiyun. It was as if he wanted to cut Yiyun into pieces in order to rescue his own goddess. Zhou Yichen froze. That sword belongs to Yiyun, that's impossible. That's a purple great sword, and it's level 10 equipment. It will only drop from a boss of at least level 10 if you kill him. Does a necromancer have the ability to kill a boss of this level? No matter how you look at it, it seems impossible. Yiyun ignored the gazes of others and skillfully initiated the transaction. After confirming that the other party's gold coins were correct, he completed the transaction. The Gale Great Sword instantly disappeared from the virtual shelf and appeared in Su Qing's backpack. Thank you. Su Qing thanked him softly, with a look of recognition of Yiyun's strength in her eyes. Then she took out the big sword. Su Qing gently waved the Gale sword in her hand, and a gust of wind surrounded and cut through the air, and the speed of the sword also increased a lot. It was as if this purple sword was tailor-made for her. The students nearby were amazed when they saw the sword. Oh my god! It really is that Gale's sword! It actually belongs to Yiyun. The necromancer can kill the boss? He can't be that strong. Sell a sword for 10,000 gold coins and you'll be rich! All these classmates were envious. Yiyun, you! There was a hint of disbelief and jealousy in Zhou Yichen's voice. He never expected that Yiyun, who had always been weak in his eyes, could possess such precious equipment and attract the attention of the school goddess Su Qing. Lin Wanqing's eyes fell on the Gale Great Sword in Su Qing's hand, and then looked at her own blue Great Sword. There was a huge difference between the two. The joy of obtaining the sword just now was immediately diluted. Over the years, she has not accepted Yiyun's pursuit because she knows very well what she needs. What she needs is a strong man who can give her more help. In her opinion, Yiyun was too ordinary, an orphan without a father or a mother, and no potential profession was awakened during the awakening ceremony. Therefore, she looked down upon Yiyun even more. If Yiyun hadn't been willing to spend money on her, she would have cut off contact with him completely long ago. Chapter 14 Dungeon Invitation. This time, Zhou Yichen gave her a blue sword, intending to completely break off relations with Yiyun, but who would have thought that Yiyun would suddenly rise? That Gale's sword is not something that can be easily produced. One must be extremely strong to do so. Lin Wanqing thought a lot in an instant. Su Qing put away the Gale's sword, her eyes flashing with curiosity and admiration for Yiyun. Just now during class, she also heard that Yiyun had reached level 10. The necromancer can upgrade so quickly at this stage, he must have his own special abilities. Yiyun, how did you get this sword? Su Qing looked at Yiyun, with a strange light flashing in her eyes. Yiyun replied casually. It dropped from killing monsters. Su Qing also knew that asking more questions would not reveal the details. Yiyun, your strength is truly impressive. If you need any help in the future, just let me know. Yiyun responded calmly. If you need me, I will. Su Qing suddenly thought of something and invited. I found a cave scroll yesterday that can open the cave dungeon. I wonder if you are interested? Here, there are several ways to open the dungeon. The first is to be the dungeon teleporter, which is accessible to everyone. The benefits are average, it is difficult to get high-level equipment, and the experience is not much. The second way is to defeat the boss, which will drop a copy scroll. It is very difficult, but the drop rate is very high. The overall benefit is much higher than the public copy. Moreover, not everyone is lucky enough to get this kind of scroll. Cave? Yiyun recalled that in his previous life, when he was at a low level, no one was willing to form a team with him, so he had no chance to enter the cave dungeon. Later, as his level increased, he exceeded the limit for entering the cave. This cave dungeon is level 15 and contains many undead creatures, making it suitable for collecting undead value. So he agreed. Okay, when are we going? It will probably take 4 or 5 days. Su Qing estimated, using her slender fingers. The people in my team have just passed level 5. It would be safer to wait until they all reach level 10 before going. I have a suggestion. Yiyun raised his head. Let's not take your teammates, just the two of us go. Not taking them? Su Qing was slightly stunned. This cave is very difficult. If the profession combination is not reasonable, it will be difficult to get through. Without a tank and a nurse, it would be easy for us to die. Yiyun looked at the other person calmly. If you believe me, just the two of us will go, and I guarantee you'll pass. If you don't believe me, then go with a full group of people. Su Qing looked into Yiyun's eyes. His deep pupils were like stars, which made her feel an inexplicable sense of trust. Although she knew that the difficulty of the cave copy was extraordinary, Yiyun's confident and calm attitude made her want to believe him involuntarily. Okay, I believe you. Su Qing nodded firmly. Then the two of us will go. Yiyun nodded slightly. In their previous life, the two were partners who trusted each other. Even though they had just met in this life, their tacit understanding remained the same. Don't worry, I'm here, there will be no danger. Then when do we set off? Su Qing asked. Tomorrow, I'll explain the details to you over the phone, Yiyun replied. After the two people exchanged contact information, they left the trading center. In the trading center, everyone was talking about it and speculating how Yiyun got the purple sword. Some people said that he might have been lucky enough to encounter a boss with a high drop rate. Some people also said that he had the help of a master player behind the scenes, which allowed him to obtain such a treasure so easily. The conversation between the two also surprised the students around them. They didn't expect that the usually aloof goddess Su Qing would trust a seemingly ordinary necromancer so much. And those boys who cast jealous glances at Yiyun felt mixed emotions at this moment, both envious and jealous. Lin Wanqing watched all this from the side, and felt even more sad. She realized that she might have missed something. Yiyun, the boy whom she once looked down upon, now showed a strength that she could not ignore. Zhou Yichen looked at Yiyun's departing back, his heart filled with resentment and anger. He looked at Lin Wanqing, only to find that she was looking at him with complicated eyes, as if she was also re-examining their relationship. Wanqing, Zhou Yichen was about to say something but was interrupted by Lin Wanqing. Let's go back first. I'm a little tired. Zhou Yichen had no choice but to swallow back his unfinished words and silently followed Lin Wanqing out of the trading center. Along the way, neither of them spoke, and the atmosphere seemed a little awkward. Lin Wanqing said in a distant tone, Zhou Yichen, I suddenly remembered that I have something to do at home tonight, so I won't go to the cinema with you. Zhou Yichen wanted to say something, but Lin Wanqing had already walked back to the classroom. The other side of the playground. Yiyun came to the old wizard and took out the heart of the dead. I have completed my mission. The old wizard looked at Yiyun and said, Young man, it's great that you can complete the task so quickly. This is the task reward. After saying that, the old wizard waved his staff and a ray of light fell on Yiyun. Ding! You learned the skill, Black Orb. Yiyun opened the skill panel. Black Orb, Level 1. Effect: release a dark orb to attack enemies within 30 meters. Consumes 20 mana. Cooldown 30 seconds. Cast once every 30 seconds. This is the necromancer's main method of killing monsters in the early stages. In his previous life, Yiyun used the black magic ball for several years and could control it very accurately. This skill doesn't consume much mana and has a long cooldown period of 30 seconds, so it can only be used a few times in a battle. Far less output skills than combat mages. However, with the advent of the Undead Scourge, this skill is different. There is no cooldown time, skills can be released infinitely, and as long as there is mana, the output can be unlimited. The old wizard continued. Young man, you have reached level 10. I have a task for you. If you can complete it, you will become a member of the Necromancer Association. Yiyun naturally knew this task and had completed it in his previous life, but in order to trigger the task, he had to follow the old wizard's words. What is the mission? The old wizard smiled slightly, and a hint of mystery appeared on his wrinkled face. This mission is a bit special. You need to go to the forgotten ancient tomb and find the lost fragments of the Metal of the Dead. It's full of unknown dangers, and the fragments of the Metal of the Dead are lost in every corner. You need to find them as much as possible and bring them back. Of course, if you feel that you are not strong enough to go any further, just retreat. Yiyun nodded. I am willing to accept this task. Please tell me the specific location and clues. Chapter 15: The Forgotten Tomb. The old wizard took out an ancient scroll from his arms and handed it to Yiyun. Take this scroll to the dungeon guide, he will lead you to the entrance of the ancient tomb. But remember, the ancient tomb is full of dangers. Not only are there powerful undead creatures, but there may also be other unknown traps and mechanisms hidden. Wisdom and courage will be your greatest reliance. Yiyun took the scroll, felt the faint magic power flowing through it, and a look of reminiscence flashed in his eyes. This mission is not only a test of strength, but also an important step to becoming a true necromancer. I will give it my all. Yizhuan put his hands in his trouser pockets and prepared to leave. As he turned around, he heard the old wizard whisper to himself. The gears of fate have turned. I hope you can find a path of your own. Yiyun did not stop. Although he knew it was just a line, he felt an inexplicable resonance in his heart. He understood that his rebirth was not just a repetition of the past, but to leave his own mark in this world. Soon, he walked to the dungeon guide's position and handed over the scroll. Young man, you are about to challenge the forgotten ancient tomb. Are you sure you are ready? Yeah. Yiyun nodded. Okay. The guide took out a black stone and handed it over. This is a teleportation stone. If you encounter danger in the ancient tomb or complete a task, you can touch it, and it will take you back to this place. After saying that, a white light enveloped Yiyun and sent him to the ancient tomb. Inside the ancient tomb, the light was dim, and the air was filled with the smell of decay and death. Yiyun put the teleportation stone into his backpack, but did not step into the ancient tomb immediately. Instead, he raised his staff and chanted a spell. Skeleton soldiers. Crunch, crunch. A skeleton soldier climbed up, followed by another. In the blink of an eye, 110 skeleton soldiers crawled up. The 10th level purple robe provides 1000 mana, and the current mana value has reached 3003. The passage ahead is very spacious, and even with more than 100 skeleton soldiers, it does not seem crowded. Yiyun sat on the stone and entered a recovery state, with his mana recovering 2% per second. This recovery can only be used when out of combat. If attacked, the effect will disappear. After 50 seconds, the mana is full again. Skeleton archer! Crunch. L. Crunch. There was another sound of bones rubbing against each other. This time it was the more agile skeleton archers holding reddish longbows. Their numbers soon caught up with the skeleton soldiers. Yiyun sat on the ground again to recover his mana. After summoning more than 100 skeleton soldiers again, he restored his mana and slowly advanced with the skeleton army. The originally spacious passage became somewhat congested due to the skeleton army. It's not that Yiyun doesn't want to continue summoning, but if he summons more, it will become difficult to walk. In his previous life, Yiyun liked to browse forums and had a lot of strategies for finding ancient tombs memorized in his mind. For example, which road has fewer monsters, which location has traps, etc. But now, I don't bother to pay attention to those strategies. Strategy is just one word. Just do it. Yiyun stood in the middle of the team, letting the skeletons act as pioneers to explore the road ahead, while he himself remained at a safe distance, ready to respond to emergencies at any time. As the skeleton army slowly moved forward, the atmosphere in the ancient tomb became more depressing. The air is filled not only with the smell of decay and death, but also with subtle dark fluctuations that seemed to be spying on everything in secret. Suddenly, the skeleton soldier walking in the front stepped on empty air, and a hole suddenly appeared in the ground, with sharp spears underneath. Crash! The skeleton soldier fell down, with the spear piercing his skeleton and firmly fixed in the hole. This is a trap. If the necromancer accidentally steps on it and falls into it, he will definitely be pierced by the spear and can only use the teleportation stone to return to the city. If you move slower, you might die from the continuous bleeding. Yiyun didn't care about the loss of a skeleton soldier at all. He ordered the rest of the skeleton soldiers to take a detour, and just relying on their huge numbers, they made their way straight forward. After walking for a while, holes suddenly appeared on the right wall and arrows whizzed out. Several skeleton soldiers that were close to the wall were immediately shot to pieces by arrows, and their health points were reduced to 0. This mechanism cost 5 skeletons. Yiyun summoned 5 of them casually, added them to the skeleton army, and continued to move forward. In this way, the mechanisms ahead were constantly explored by the skeleton soldiers, and they passed the first level without any danger. Suddenly, a deep roar broke the silence of the ancient tomb. Immediately afterwards, a gigantic undead creature rushed out from the shadows and headed straight for the skeleton army. It was an undead werewolf, its eyes flashing with faint green light and its body emitting a strong smell of death. Faced with the sudden enemy, the skeleton army did not retreat. They raised their weapons and rushed forward. The 30 skeleton archers in the back picked up their light red longbows and shot at the undead werewolves. The arrows cut through the air like a meteor shower and accurately hit the body of the undead werewolf. Before the werewolf could get close to the skeleton soldiers, he fell to the ground. Yiyun nodded slightly. Too many skeleton archers are a dimensionality reduction attack for the werewolf. We can kill as many as they come. He still remembered that in his previous life, he suffered a lot at the hands of werewolf. With just a skeleton soldier and a skeleton archer, he couldn't easily kill werewolf. This copy has a time limit, and can only be opened for a maximum of 1 hour. After that, it will be forcibly closed. Even if the task is not completed, you will be teleported out. After being reborn, with 200 skeleton archers, you can experience the pleasure of beating up weak enemies. Moreover, these archers are at the maximum level, their damage and accuracy are greatly improved, and the werewolf will only die faster. Ding! You killed the undead wolf and gained 100 experience points. The undead is worth 20 points. The undead value of the werewolf is twice as high as that of the wraith, so it is a good opportunity to spawn more of them through the dungeon. After walking a distance forward, there were 2 roads ahead. One road was blocked by 7 or 8 undead werewolves, and the other road was pitch black, making it difficult to see what was going on inside. Normally, one would take that dark path and avoid these werewolves. Yiyun did not do so, but directly ordered the skeleton soldiers to approach the werewolf. As soon as they got close, the werewolf rushed over and launched a charge together. Yiyun waved his staff. Rain of arrows, fire! Arrows poured down like a rainstorm, and the skeleton archer's volley of arrows covered the pack of werewolves. Each arrow hit the target accurately and caused huge damage. Although the undead werewolves were ferocious, their offensive was quickly broken by such intensive arrow attacks. One after another, the werewolves fell in the rain of arrows and turned into wisps of black smoke. Yiyun stood in the protective circle of the skeleton soldiers, calmly commanding the battle. Although these undead creatures are powerful, as long as there are enough skeleton archers, they are nothing more than experienced babies. Chapter 16, Fragment of the Metal of the Dead. As the last undead werewolf fell, the reminder sound rang in my ears again. Ding! You have successfully defeated the undead werewolf pack and gained 800 experience points. Undead value 160 points. After one of the undead werewolves died, it dropped something that was glittering on the ground. Yiyun walked over and picked it up. This is a metal product made of special material. It feels very cold to the touch, and there is an aura of death flowing on it. Fragment of the Metal of the Dead. This is a piece of a badge. Bring it back, it may have a special use. Yiyun had read the strategy guide from his previous life, so he naturally knew how valuable this badge fragment was. After completing this task, you can obtain a badge of the undead, and its attributes are related to the degree of completion. The mission requires that it can be completed with just 1 badge fragment. However, after collecting a fragment, you can only obtain the lowest quality badge. In his previous life, Yiyun's strength was very weak. He just followed the guide and barely found a fragment, then went back to complete the task. It's not that he doesn't want to keep looking, but the monsters here are too strong and he can't get through at all. Just like just now, the 8 werewolves were guarding together, and under normal circumstances it would be impossible for them to win. Yiyun is different now. With 200 skeleton archers, his strength has greatly increased. Command the skeleton corps to continue moving forward, passing through the corpses of the war wolves and walking along the road where there were 7 or 8 undead war wolves. At the end of this road, there is a hidden undead lord, who is much more powerful than the war wolf and is the most difficult challenge in this dungeon. In the 7 years that followed, no one was heard of anyone being able to kill this lord. Therefore, no one can ever get the top-level medal of the dead. Under Yiyun's command, the skeleton corps advanced cautiously. Suddenly, a huge space appeared in front of them, with a sarcophagus in the middle and a tall figure next to it. It was an undead giant, 5 meters tall, holding a huge bone club. Undead giant, Lord. Level 20. Introduction. Although it is an undead, it has extremely strong power and excellent magic resistance. Yiyun knew that this undead giant was unsolvable for the necromancer. The magic damage attack was not very effective. After being hit by the big stick, half of his blood was gone. Many necromancers who first explored this place were hit by it, and they quickly activated the return stone and left the dungeon. If it had been a little later, I would probably have died here and would never have been able to go back. Yiyun observed the terrain. The entrance is very narrow and only 10 skeleton soldiers can move at the same time. If you want to attack the giant below, you have to go down first. Yiyun commanded the skeleton soldiers to line up in a row, ready to take turns going down into the spacious tomb and surround the giant on both sides to achieve maximum output effect. With a slight wave of the staff, the skeleton soldiers filed in through the narrow entrance. Just when half of the skeleton soldiers had gone down, the undead giant seemed to notice the invaders. It let out a deafening roar, waved its bone club, and prepared to attack. Yiyun did not hesitate at all and quickly used the skeleton archer skills. More than 90 skeletons appeared scattered around the tomb. Skeleton soldiers, distract and attract attention. Skeleton archers, rain arrows. The skeleton soldiers quickly dispersed, and some rushed towards the undead giant, trying to distract its attention. The skeleton archers stood at a safe distance, drew their bows and shot arrows at the giant like raindrops. The undead giant swept his bone club horizontally, and the 3 skeleton soldiers who had just approached fell apart, and the soul of fire in their eye sockets was extinguished. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At this time, a rain of arrows also shot over and landed on the giant. It has to be said that the maximum level archer has a very high hit rate. Even if the giant is moving, it is rare for the shot to go astray. After 2 rounds of attacks, the giant fell to the ground with an unwilling look on his face. It could never imagine why this human could control so many skeleton soldiers. Ding! You have successfully defeated the undead giant and gained 20,000 experience points. Undead value 500 points. Ding! You have reached level 11 and gained 5 attribute points. Yiyun walked forward and picked up an item from the body of the undead giant. It was a corner of a medal, emitting a faint glow. No one has ever obtained this badge in the past 7 years. With this corner, there is a chance to collect all 10 fragments. Yiyun continued to explore the ancient tomb with the skeleton corps. During the exploration, he killed many undead war wolves and collected all the remaining 8 fragments. I put it on the ground and pieced it together to create the outline of a complete badge. This should be the real medal of the dead. What are its properties? The attributes are not visible yet. You have to complete the task before you can see them. Yiyun added attribute points to intelligence, and then looked at the mana attribute. Mana, 3,550. Undead value, 1950. Yiyun consumed 500 points to max out the skeleton soldier's skills, directly upgrading them to the maximum level. Since then, both summoning skills have reached the maximum level. Looking at the remaining 1450 undead value, no other skills were upgraded. My main output right now is all on summoning skills. The other 2 skills have no cooldown and are also quite powerful. Save some undead points first, and see what effect it will have if I upgrade the Undead Scourge to level 3. It only takes 3,000 points to upgrade to level 3, which is not too much of a consumption. Yiyun stepped into the teleportation array, intending to go back to complete the task. Jinling City Center. In a high-end commercial building, in a conference room on the top floor, several people are gathered here. One of them is Li Jintian, the leader of the Jinxian gang. The other one had a beer belly and a gold chain as thick as his little finger around his neck. He was the president of the Ma group, Ma Tianning. Bang! Ma Tianning pounded the table angrily, his eyes almost bursting with anger. Boss Li, my son Ma Jun asked you to level up, but something so serious happened. You must give me an explanation for this matter. Li Jintian sat opposite him, with a barely perceptible hint of helplessness between his brows. Mr. Ma, I understand how you feel at the moment, but the development of things is indeed beyond our expectations. Master Ma Jun went to the northern cemetery with the brothers in our gang. We had already made careful arrangements to ensure that nothing would go wrong. However, no one expected that a man would show up and not only kill my gang members, but also the noble's son. The atmosphere in the conference room became heavier due to his explanation. Upon hearing this, Ma Tianning glared at Li Jintian. A careful plan? A careful plan means letting my son die in that cemetery? Do you know that he is my favorite youngest son and the future of my Ma group? Li Jintian sighed. He understood Ma Tianning's anger and grief, but things had come to this point, and no amount of explanation could save Ma Jun's life. Boss Ma, I'm deeply sorry about this, but please believe that the Money Gang will do its best to investigate this matter, find the murderer, and avenge Master Ma Jun. Chapter 17 Ma Group. Ma Tianning clenched his fists and tried hard to control his emotions. Revenge? Of course I want revenge. But before that, I want you to give me a clear explanation. Why did you fail? Why didn't you protect my son? Li Jintian pondered for a moment, and knew that he had to be honest at this moment in order to gain Ma Tianning's trust. Boss Ma, to be honest, the murderer is extremely powerful and can control a large number of undead creatures. Our members were caught completely off guard and were defeated one by him, without any chance to fight back. The only remaining member is Wang Hu. If he didn't have the return stone, he would have died there. Wang Hu also came to this meeting and sat nearby with a nervous look on his face, not even daring to raise his head. Ma Tianning turned his head and looked at Wang Hu. Wang Hu felt Ma Tianning's sharp gaze and his body couldn't help but tremble slightly, with beads of sweat oozing out of his forehead. As a survivor and the only witness of this disaster, every word at this moment is crucial. Wang Hu, tell me, what's going on? Ma Tianning's voice was filled with anger, as if every word hit Wang Hu's heart heavily. Wang Hu swallowed and tried to calm his inner fear. Mr. Ma, we went to the northern cemetery as planned that day, and everything went smoothly. But when we were killing monsters and leveling up, a mysterious man suddenly appeared. He summoned a large number of skeleton soldiers and skeleton archers. The number of those undead creatures was beyond imagination. At this point, Wang Hu's voice trembled slightly, as if the horrifying scene appeared before his eyes again. Our team didn't have time to react before being dispersed by those skeleton soldiers. I fought desperately, but was eventually forced into a desperate situation. Just when I thought I was going to die, I triggered the city portal and was able to escape. Upon hearing this, Ma Tianning stared at Wang Hu, as if he could find any trace of lies in his eyes. You mean that mysterious man defeated your entire team by himself? How is that possible? He naturally knew that the necromancer profession had a long summoning interval, with a skeleton soldier appearing every 5 minutes. How could a large army of skeletons appear in such a short period of time? Li Jintian also frowned, knowing that Wang Hu would not lie about such things. What Wang Hu said should be true. The mysterious man is indeed very powerful. Moreover, I have a video here that can prove that this necromancer really exists. At this point, he picked up the player, pointed at the screen next to him, and a video started playing. In the picture, a dark shadow is guarding the cemetery, with hundreds of skeletons beside it. Whenever a vengeful spirit spawns, the skeleton archers will shoot arrows and kill it instantly. The battle scene in the picture is chilling. Hundreds of skeleton soldiers and archers, under the command of the Black Shadow, are like a well-trained army, fighting against the endless stream of vengeful spirits. Every vengeful spirit was destroyed by the dense rain of arrows almost as soon as it appeared, leaving no room for struggle. Ma Tianning stared at the screen, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. It is hard to imagine that a necromancer can possess such a huge army of summons and such amazing control. How is this possible? Seeing this, Li Jintian said in a deep voice. Boss Ma, this is reality. We must face up to the existence of this mysterious man and the threat he brings. If you don't get rid of him, not only will your son not be able to rest in peace, but the entire Money Gang will be shrouded in his shadow. This video was posted online last night, and the address is the Northern Cemetery. After Wang Hu's confirmation, it was confirmed that the man was the one who killed Ma Jun. Upon hearing this, Ma Tianning clenched his fists so tightly that his nails almost dug into his palms. Boss Li, I demand that you and the Money Gang go all out to find this murderer and bring him to justice. Li Jintian nodded. Don't worry, Boss Ma, this matter concerns the reputation of the Money Gang. We will never sit idly by. I have dispatched the most elite intelligence personnel to track down the whereabouts of this mysterious man. As soon as there is any news, I will notify you immediately. What's his nickname? Ma Tianning asked through gritted teeth. Ode to Death, Li Jintian responded. Ode to Death. Ma Tianning repeated the name, gritting his teeth to squeeze out every word. Seeing this, Li Jintian continued to add, Boss Ma, this Ode to Death is not well known in the gaming industry. He acts in a low-key manner, but his methods are ruthless. However, we in the Money Gang are no pushovers. No matter how deep he hides, we will dig him out. Ma Tianning opened his eyes. His gaze was as sharp as a torch. Okay, Bossly, I will trust you this time. But remember, I don't just want to find him, I want him to pay with his blood. Li Zhentian nodded heavily to show that he understood. This mission is of great importance. It not only concerns the reputation of the Money Gang, but also Ma Tianning's personal grudges. Ma Tianning stood up and looked around at everyone in the conference room. I want you to use all your resources and all means to find the whereabouts of Ode to Death. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement, saying that they would do their best to complete the task. After the meeting, Ma Tianning stayed alone in the conference room, staring at the night outside the window, his heart filled with anger. No matter how difficult the road ahead is, we must bring Ode to Death to justice and make the murderer pay the price for his crime. Playground. Yiyun's figure appeared next to the teleporter, and then walked towards the old wizard. The old wizard was still standing there tirelessly. When he saw Yiyun coming, he asked, Young warrior, have you found the fragments of the undead metal? Yiyun nodded slowly and handed over the 10 metal fragments. The old wizard's eyes lit up instantly, and he took the fragments with trembling hands, as if they were priceless treasures. Each fragment emits a faint glow, appearing particularly mysterious under the dim light. 10. You actually found 10! Oh my God! What on earth did I see? In the past 10 years, no one has ever been able to find all 10 metal fragments, and being able to hand in 4 or 5 at a time is considered a lot. Most people can only find 2 or 3. After all, the Forgotten Tomb is not a friendly place, and it is difficult for the necromancer to get through it. Chapter 18 Medal of the Dead. The old wizard's hands trembled slightly. He carefully placed each fragment in the palm of his hand, looking at them carefully, with indescribable excitement flashing in his eyes. Young man, your courage and wisdom are beyond ordinary people. I thought these 10 fragments would never be gathered together, but I didn't expect that they could be reunited in your hands. The fragments were carefully pieced together, and as the last piece was inserted, the entire metal emitted a dazzling light, illuminating the entire space. In the light, a complex rune slowly emerged. The old wizard chanted ancient spells in a low voice, and the sound echoed in the empty hall. With each syllable of the spell, the light on the metal became brighter and brighter, and finally gathered into a warm and powerful energy, gently surrounding Yiyun's body. Feel this power, young warrior! The Medal of the Dead is not only a symbol of honor, but also a bridge between life and death. It recognizes your courage and persistence, and is willing to give you deeper power to protect the balance of this world. Yiyun closed his eyes and felt an unprecedented force surging into his body, merging with his own undead power and opening the door to a new world. He could clearly sense the breath of the undead around him, and even vaguely heard whispers from the underworld. Ding! You get the Medal of the Dead, perfect! Yiyun looked at the medal and checked its properties. Medal of the Dead, perfect. Introduction. This is a complete medal with legendary power. You will be better able to control the undead. Effect. Health plus 1000. Mana plus 3000. Special effects. Life Bridge. Life Bridge. Drive a bridge between you and the undead. When you are injured, 70% of the damage will be transferred to the undead. You can only select one undead at a time. The skill becomes invalid after the undead dies. Cooldown time is 2 hours. After seeing this skill, even Yiyun was shocked. This is definitely a divine skill. In the 7 years that followed, he had seen many powerful undead skills, but no one had ever obtained this bridge of life. In other words, this skill can only be obtained with a perfect medal of the undead. Yiyun is also the only person in this world who masters this skill. 70% of the damage is transferred, and you will only take 30% of the damage, which is a decisive advantage in any battle. In an adventure full of dangers, this is not only a guarantee of survival, but also a powerful weapon for counterattack. Yiyun thought to himself that this skill might be able to save his life or even turn the tide of the battle at a critical moment in the future. The skill cooldown time is 2 hours, which is very long. Under normal circumstances, it can only be used once in a copy or a battle, and the skills will be reset after the summoned beast dies. Under normal circumstances, this skill will definitely have a greater advantage if the summoned beast has high health. But Yiyun has unlimited firepower, and his skills have no cooldown. After a skeleton soldier dies, he only needs to connect to another skeleton soldier. There is no need to worry about the skeleton not having enough health. It can be said that unlimited firepower plus the life bridge makes you invincible. In any battle, you will be invincible. Moreover, this medal also provides 1000 health points, which plays a vital role for the necromancer whose health is already limited. With 3000 mana points, it is a magical tool that can summon an army of skeletons. Yiyun put the medal on his chest and checked his attributes. Nickname Death Anthem. Level 11. Health 1600. Mana 6350. Skills Death Coil Level 1, Skeleton Soldier Max, Skeleton Archer Max, Black Orb Level 1. Undead Value 1450. This amount of health is even comparable to some shield warriors of the same level. At this stage, we are in an absolutely advantageous position. Yiyun opened his eyes and looked at the old wizard. Thank you for your guidance and help. This medal will be my strongest support on my way forward. The old wizard smiled slightly, his eyes full of satisfaction. Your future will surely be filled with light and hope. Go ahead, young warrior, use your wisdom and courage to write your own legend. Yiyun nodded, but he was not impressed by what he said. The old wizard is just an NPC in the Age of the Gods, and he is here to guide humans to upgrade their levels. The same words are said to everyone, even if they receive the rubbish medal. He recalled the medal of the dead that he had obtained in his previous life. At that time, he just picked up a metal fragment through the guide. The attributes of the medal obtained are very poor. It only adds 50 health points and 100 mana points, and has no other attributes. Compared with the perfect medal in this life, it is not even close. Yiyun turned and left. If he wanted to continue taking quests here, he had to wait until he reached level 15, when he could learn new summoning skills. Night. The bell rang for the end of get out of class, and Yiyun pushed his bicycle and walked out of the school. His home was not far away. There was often someone sitting in the back seat of this car, and that was Lin Wanqing. Those days were simple and pure, full of youthful laughter and dreams. He remembered that every time the sun set, the two of them would sit side by side on the riverbank, watching the sunset glow gradually spreading across the horizon and talking about their aspirations for the future. But now, it's all over. As soon as I pushed the cart out of the school gate, a beautiful figure appeared beside me. It was Lin Wanqing. Yiyun. Lin Wanqing's expression was a little embarrassed, as if she wanted to say something. Yiyun stopped, and his eyes inadvertently met Lin Wanqing's, but there was no ripple in his heart. Now, he has completely forgotten the past and plans to start all over again. What's up? Lin Wanqing bit her lip, and seemed to muster up the courage to speak. Yiyun, I want to talk to you. About the previous things, there are many misunderstandings. Zhou Chen insisted on giving me that blue sword, but now I have returned it. There is no relationship between him and me anymore. Yiyun said calmly. Let the past be the past. We all have our own paths to go, and there is no need to dwell on those misunderstandings and regrets. When Lin Wanqing heard this, her eyes reddened slightly. She didn't expect Yiyun to be so resolute. She originally thought that as long as everything was explained clearly, they could return to the way they were before. Yiyun, I really know I was wrong. I was too stupid at that time. I didn't see my own feelings clearly, and I hurt you. In fact, I have you in my heart. Yiyun had long seen through Lin Wanqing's nature. If he hadn't sold a great sword worth 10,000 gold coins this morning, he would have upgraded it to level 10 in a short period of time. Lin Wanqing would never change her mind easily, nor would she be so proactive. There are no ifs and no do-overs in life. We all need to take responsibility for the choices we make. It's your freedom to choose whoever you want. And I have made my decision. His words revealed a kind of indifference that was beyond his age, which made Lin Wanqing feel very unfamiliar. Suddenly she realized that the boy in front of her was no longer the young boy who always followed her around. Chapter 19. I choose nightmare difficulty. Okay, Yiyun, I respect your decision. Lin Wanqing took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. I hope we can still be friends in the future, or at least not become strangers. Yiyun didn't reply, got on his bike, pedaled lightly, and slowly drove away from the school gate. Lin Wanqing stood there and watched him go away until his figure disappeared around the corner of the street. At this moment, the darkness of the night fell on Lin Wanqing's face, and a hint of resentment emerged. I begged you so humbly, but you didn't even give me face. Do you really think that the world can't function without you? I'll find a better man. Yiyun, sooner or later you will regret your choice today. As the night deepened, Yiyun rode his bicycle through the dimly lit streets, but his heart was filled with peace. What he wants is a brand new self, a strong person who can control his own destiny, and no longer be manipulated by anyone else. The next day. After finishing the morning classes, most of the students went straight to the playground to prepare for today's copy. In the corner of the playground, several students were discussing something. One of them is the school beauty Su Qing, and the other is a lowly girl dressed as a priest. Wu Xiaoyu said with some concern. Su Qing, do you really want to go to the dungeon with Yiyun? Yesterday, several people knew that Su Qing had obtained the scroll from the cave. They were in the same team as Suqing and had originally agreed to go into the dungeon together. Who would have thought that Yiyun would interfere and Suqing actually decided to go into the dungeon with Yiyun alone, and not bring anyone else? Suqing nodded. Yes, I have promised Yiyun. But Yiyun is just a necromancer. The cave dungeon is full of dangers. What if? Wu Xiaoyu's words were full of anxiety. She was well aware of the dangers of the catacombs, where even experienced players often failed. Suqing smiled slightly, with a gleam of trust in her eyes. Xiaoyu, don't worry. Yiyun was able to get that level 10 purple sword. He is definitely not an ordinary person. Wu Xiaoyu looked at Suqing's serious expression. Although she had some doubts in her heart, she had to nod and let it go. After all, she was the one who obtained the scroll. Okay, since you've decided this, I'll support you. But you must be careful. At this time, another boy dressed as a thief also spoke. Suqing, I still think the combination of the necromancer and the sword soil is too dangerous. Or else don't go. The speaker was the thief in the team, Li Minghui. I have always had a good impression of Suqing, but this feeling has always been hidden in my heart and never expressed. The caves are so complex and dangerous that even the most elite team could be wiped out if they are not careful. What's more, as a necromancer, Yiyun's professional characteristics are already at a disadvantage in the cave. Coupled with the combination of a sword soil warrior like Suqing, the lack of a shield warrior and a nurse makes people even more worried. Suqing shook her head gently. Li Minghui, thank you for your concern. But I believe Yiyun, he won't ask two people to enter the dungeon for no reason. Her words were full of trust in Yiyun, which made Li Minghui feel mixed emotions. Perhaps he and Suqing will always have to maintain this distance, and that deep love may only be buried deep in their hearts. Well, now that you have decided, I wish you all the best. At this moment, a man in a black robe appeared in the square. It was Yiyun. On his chest hung a deep black badge, emitting a strong power of the undead. Yiyun walked slowly towards Suqing. Although it was daytime, he seemed to be in darkness, shrouded in a shadow. Suqing, let's go. Suqing smiled slightly, with anticipation glittering in her eyes. Okay, I'm ready. The two walked side by side, through the bustling playground, towards the entrance of the cave dungeon. The eyes from all around turned to him, some curious, some questioning, and some worried. But Yiyun seemed to be in another world and ignored all of this. Coming to the copy transporter, Yiyun said, Give me the captain. What are you going to do? Suqing was a little confused, but still handed the captaincy to Yiyun. Don't worry, I won't harm you. After Yiyun got the captain, he said to the copy transporter, Hello, I want to open the cave copy. If you want to enter the cave dungeon, you need a cave scroll, said the teleporter. Here. Suqing handed over the scroll. After the transporter confirmed that everything was correct, he asked again, What difficulty level would you like to choose? Just normal is good enough. Suqing didn't dare to be arrogant. It was quite good that two people could pass the normal difficulty. The transporter did not act immediately, but looked at Yiyun. At present, Yiyun is the captain, and all operational instructions must obey his words. Yiyun raised his head slightly, and a bright light flashed in his deep eyes. We choose nightmare difficulty. L. As soon as these words were spoken, there was an uproar all around. The students looked at him in disbelief, as if they had heard some fairy tale. The normal difficulty dungeon is enough to daunt many teams, not to mention the nightmare mode that almost no one dares to challenge. Suqing was also surprised. She didn't expect Yiyun to make such a decision. Yiyun, are you sure? Nightmare mode, the two of us. The catacombs are a level 15 dungeon, and the monsters inside have very high attributes. Even if the team is full, she only dares to go for the normal difficulty. Hard mode, I don't even dare to think about it. Even if she had some strategies for the dungeon, she didn't dare to try it. Who would have thought that Yiyun would actually choose the nightmare difficulty? Is he going to die? Suqing, believe me. Yiyun's voice was still calm. The normal difficulty is too boring. Only the nightmare difficulty is a bit interesting. No. Absolutely not. Suqing became very determined at this moment, and rejected Yiyun's proposal. Going into a dungeon with two people was already the limit of what she could accept. Yiyun ignored Suqing's words and said to the teleporter, Let's choose the nightmare difficulty. He knew that Suqing would not easily believe what he said, so asking for the captain could save a lot of trouble. This kind of copy scroll doesn't drop easily, so it's best not to waste this opportunity. The teleporter nodded, waved the staff in his hand lightly, and a dazzling red light enveloped Yiyun and Suqing. When the light faded, the two had disappeared from the spot, leaving only the voices of shocked and disgusted students around them. Wu Xiaoyu looked at the direction where the two disappeared and was completely stunned. They really chose the nightmare difficulty. It's over. Su Qing is in danger. Li Minghui also cursed. Damn Yiyun! I told you he's unreliable. A necromancer and a swordsman dare to choose nightmare difficulty? Chapter 20. How about we retreat? Wu Xiaoyu clenched her hands, her eyes full of worry, and quickly sent a message in the friend channel. Su Qing, you must be careful. If it really doesn't work, retreat immediately, don't force yourself. Although she knew that Su Qing might not be able to reply immediately, she couldn't help but send messages over and over again, hoping to give her a little comfort at the critical moment. Li Minghui was furious. He kicked the stone under his feet fiercely and cursed in a low voice. What on earth is Yiyun thinking? Doesn't he know how dangerous it is to do this? Su Qing, how could you believe him so easily? He had mixed feelings, worrying about Su Qing as well as dissatisfaction and anger towards Yiyun. At this time, Yiyun and Su Qing were already in a completely unfamiliar environment. The entrance to the catacombs is a dim cave filled with a cold atmosphere and an indescribable stench in the air. Yiyun, you really chose the nightmare difficulty. Su Qing's face was full of despair. At first, I thought Yiyun was just joking. But after hearing the copy prompt sound, I realized that Yiyun really chose this difficulty. X. Don't be afraid. Yiyun's voice sounded particularly steady in the dim light. Leave the battle to me. You just need to stand behind. Su Qing was extremely skeptical of Yiyun's ability. As a necromancer, can you really deal with so many monsters? As the difficulty of the dungeon increases, the number of monsters will increase several times. Nightmare difficulty is at least 5 times the normal difficulty. Yiyun did not explain, but walked towards the depths of the cave first. Seeing this, Su Qing had no choice but to follow behind. As we go deeper into the cave, the light in it becomes dimmer and dimmer, and we can only rely on the torches in our hands and the light of magic to barely illuminate the way ahead. The passage ahead gradually widens and can accommodate more creatures. At the edge of the darkness, the shadows of a dozen monsters appeared there, completely blocking the passage. Those monsters were shaped like spiders, with 8 legs supporting their huge bodies, and their abdomens flashing with a heart-pounding fluorescent light. Su Qing's heartbeat quickened. She gripped the hilt of the sword tightly, her fingers trembling slightly with nervousness. I took a random photo of the detection technique. Cave spider. Level 15. Type: cave creature. Features: poison, agility, group action. Weaknesses: fire, light attacks. This is a cave spider. There are 15 of them. Before Su Qing entered the dungeon, she specially studied the strategy. Under normal difficulty, there are only 3 cave spiders at this initial entrance. In nightmare difficulty, it is increased by 5 times. They act in groups, and 2 people cannot kill them at all, so the only way is to retreat. Yiyun stopped and looked back at Su Qing. Leave these spiders to me, you just wait behind. What are you going to do? Su Qing still couldn't figure out how Yiyun had the ability to kill so many spiders. Yiyun did not reply, but picked up the staff and pointed it at the open space in front. Skeleton soldiers. Crunch, crunch. Skeleton soldiers crawled up from the ground one after another, and their numbers increased. 10. 30. 50. Yiyun's movements were swift and precise. The skeleton soldiers were scattered in every corner, just blocking the attack routes of all the spiders. Those skeleton soldiers looked particularly ferocious in the darkness, with faint green light flashing in their empty eye sockets. They stood there quietly, waiting for orders. Su Qing looked at the scene in amazement, having never seen such a large-scale summoning technique. What? Yiyun, you actually summoned 50 skeleton soldiers at once. Moreover, those skeletons were relatively large, about 1.8 meters tall, and their skeletons glowed with a light reddish color. This is something that ordinary skeleton soldiers don't have. Are these not max-level skeleton soldiers? There are photos of full-level skeleton soldiers on the internet. The biggest difference between them and low-level skeleton soldiers is that their bones emit red light and their bodies are stronger and tougher. Yiyun, this seemingly ordinary necromancer, actually possesses such powerful summoning abilities. She couldn't help but feel a glimmer of hope. Perhaps they can really survive in this nightmare-level dungeon. 50 skeleton soldiers against 15 cave spiders should have a chance of winning. Yiyun continued to wave his staff, and his mana dropped rapidly. Skeleton archer. Crunch. Crunch. 30. 80. 150. A new group of skeleton soldiers joined the battlefield, but unlike the previous ones, these skeletons held reddish longbows, with arrows glowing coldly between their bony fingers. They formed an encirclement, and aimed at the cave spiders that were ready to move. There was a hint of disbelief in Su Qing's eyes. She had never seen such a large number of skeleton soldiers. In such a short time, Yiyun summoned 200 skeletons and took control of the entire battle situation. If it's 50 to 15, there's still a hint of suspense. With the addition of these 150 skeleton archers, all suspense disappears. Yiyun will definitely be the master of this battlefield. You, who are you? Su Qing's voice trembled slightly. The man in front of me became extremely mysterious. Yiyun replied calmly, I am a necromancer. After saying this, he did not act immediately, but sat down where he was, passively recovering his mana. The entrance just now was too narrow and not suitable for summoning a large number of skeleton soldiers. It is quite spacious here and can be used. When his mana was fully restored, he stood up again and waved his staff repeatedly. Crunch. Crunch. 200 skeleton archers appeared in the open space, standing there densely packed, ready to go like an army. Su Qing was stunned when she saw the huge army of skeletons. I never imagined that someone could summon so many skeleton soldiers in a short period of time, as if they were endless. Yiyun restored his mana again, and then swung his staff. Rain of arrows, fire! The skeleton soldiers and skeleton archers received the order and took action. The skeleton soldiers raised their bone knives, ready to attack the approaching enemies. The skeleton archers drew their longbows and aimed each at a cave spider. Arrows rained down like rain, instantly illuminating the darkness of the cave, and every sound of the bowstring was accompanied by the spider's desperate screams. The skeleton archers' shooting was extremely accurate, like well-trained warriors, and every shot accurately found the spider's weakness. Those originally ferocious cave spiders became vulnerable under such a dense rain of arrows. Yiyun stood quietly aside, watching all this with an expressionless face. His eyes were calm and deep, as if he could see through every subtle change on the battlefield. And those skeleton soldiers, whether they were melee skeleton soldiers or long-range skeleton archers, seemed to be an extension of him, faithfully carrying out every order. Su Qing stood aside, too shocked to speak. Chapter 21 Cave Spider. She had never seen such a shocking scene, nor had she ever imagined that a necromancer could possess such powerful strength. The cave spiders didn't have much health, and each one was hit by more than 20 arrows, and its health was instantly emptied. As the last cave spider fell in the rain of arrows, the battlefield returned to peace again. A prompt sounded in Yiyun's mind. Ding! You killed 15 cave spiders, and gained 3,000 experience points, 300 gold coins, and 15 cave spider venom sacks. Ding! You gain 150 points of undead value! The experience distribution of the team is 60% for the captain and 40% for the other team members. One wave of monsters can give you 3,000 points, which is quite a lot. In addition to experience, Yiyun also gained undead value, all of which was picked up by him, while Su Qing got none. One can only give 10 undead points, and the ones given by the creatures in the cave are not small. He estimated that the undead value was related to not only the type of creature, but also the level. The higher the level, the higher the undead value. The high amount of experience points allowed Su Qing to make a big improvement. She looked at Yiyun, her eyes flashing with complex emotions, both admiration and curiosity. How did you do it? Summon so many skeletons, and they all look so powerful. Are they all at the maximum level? The hit rate of the skeleton archers was not high, but Yiyun's archers had at least 90% hit rate, and almost all of them hit the vital points. This level is not comparable to that of low-level skeleton soldiers. My profession is special. Yiyun did not explain too much, and just said it perfunctorily. Could it be that you have a hidden profession? Su Qing heard this, and a hint of realization flashed in her eyes. Only hidden professions can summon so many skeleton soldiers at a time. No wonder Yiyun chose to activate the nightmare difficulty. With so many skeleton soldiers around, any monster can be killed instantly. Moreover, it makes no difference whether the team is large or small. More people will only give more experience points, and the rewards obtained by each person will be reduced. At this point, all the mysteries that Yiyun had shown at the beginning were revealed. Let's keep going. Yiyun controlled the skeleton army forward. Su Qing followed Yiyun closely. She had never imagined that she would feel so safe and secure being next to a necromancer. As we went deeper into the cave, the surrounding environment became increasingly dark and damp, and the air was filled with a suffocating musty smell. From time to time, tiny spiders and reptiles crawled quickly on the walls of the cave, making rustling sounds. Yiyun walked in the middle of the team, commanding the entire battlefield. The skeleton soldiers and skeleton archers advanced in an orderly manner, like a well-trained army. Whenever a monster rushed out from the shadows and tried to attack them, the skeleton army would always respond quickly and destroy the enemy invisibly. No monster could even get close to the skeleton soldier's warning range and was instantly killed by bows and arrows. As you go deeper into the cave, the monsters in it become more and more powerful. However, in front of Yiyun's skeleton army, these monsters seem so vulnerable. Very easily, we reached the deepest part of the cave. It was very spacious, with a huge nest in the middle, flickering with a light red. There are green spider eggs all around, some of which are transparent, and you can see the cave spiders breeding inside. Yiyun raised his hand and stopped the skeleton soldiers from advancing. This space is full of spider eggs, and if you get within 10 meters, they will hatch directly. At the same time, the spider queen in the middle will be alarmed. Su Qing recalled the strategy she had seen online and said, "It is said that at the end of this cave is the lair of the spider queen. She is the leader of all the cave spiders here and is extremely powerful. Don't touch the spider eggs around here, or you'll alert the spider queen. The normal way to play is to attack the queen directly. Don't get close to the eggs nearby. Otherwise, those monsters will join the battlefield and make the scene more and more chaotic." Yiyun turned his head and said, "You have studied the strategy very thoroughly. The normal way of playing is indeed as you said. But I'm not going to use it." Hearing this, Su Qing couldn't help but turn her head and look at the man. She didn't know what method Yiyun planned to use to deal with the spider queen. Yiyun waved his staff, and the skeleton soldiers entered the venue in an orderly manner. They were extremely careful when they moved, and they were just over 10 meters away from the spider eggs, so as not to alarm them. They formed a semicircle around the entrance, forming a shield wall. The skeleton archers entered from both sides and stood behind the skeleton soldiers. However, the skeleton army was too large in number and not all of them could enter the venue. Yiyun pointed his staff to the left. Dozens of archers drew their bows and shot arrows, and a green spider egg was instantly shattered, and the spider inside died before it saw the light of day. "Ding! You killed a cave spider! Bonus! Gain 200 experience points. Undead value 20. Spiders in this state are very useful for killing, and they provide a lot of experience and undead value. Yiyun planned to kill these spiders one by one, and then deal with the spider queen after killing them all. If you kill the spider queen first, the spider eggs will self-destruct, and there will be no chance to kill them. Su Qing was startled and quickly looked towards the queen's nest. But after waiting for a while, there was still no sign of the queen, as if she was still sleeping. Didn't it alarm the queen? Yiyun explained. If we can kill a spider egg instantly, the spider inside can't crawl out, and it won't send a signal to the queen. This style of play was discovered by a player in later generations. However, it is not an easy task to kill a spider egg instantly. The vast majority of teams do not have enough output. If you fail and let the spider inside come out, the nearby spiders will also hatch together, which will alarm the queen and make the battle more chaotic. So it can be done this way. Su Qing never thought that there was such a way to fight. However, only Yiyun could do this easily when he brought a large number of skeleton archers at once. If it were other teams, it would be impossible to accomplish it. Yiyun continued to command the remaining skeleton archers to attack the surrounding spider eggs in an orderly manner. Each arrow shot was extremely accurate, ensuring that the spider eggs were destroyed instantly, leaving no chance for reaction. Soon, the spider eggs on the left were completely cleared. Yiyun controlled the archers and slowly gathered them to the right, using the same trick again. Following the command, the skeleton archers accurately and quickly destroyed the spider eggs on the right side, and the tense atmosphere in the air gradually dissipated. Chapter 22 Spider Queen. Su Qing's mood also relaxed, and she began to observe Yiyun's operations attentively, trying to learn some combat skills from him. Your operation is really amazing. I've never seen such an efficient way of fighting. Not only does Yiyun have a large number of skeleton soldiers, but his control over them is also superb. He can mobilize the least number of archers every time and accurately kill a spider egg. Yiyun didn't say much, but continued to focus on the battle in front of him. This fighting skill doesn't seem like a novice, but rather like that of a veteran who has been controlling skeleton soldiers for many years. As the last spider egg shattered, the entire nest area fell into a brief calm. Yiyun raised his head and looked at the huge figure in the center of the nest. Get ready! Yiyun glanced at the army of skeletons beside him. Although the skeleton soldiers were lifeless, their movements were extremely coordinated. They moved forward and surrounded the nest. The skeleton archers stood in the back, all with their bowstrings fully drawn, and their arrows flashed coldly in the dark cave. Rain of arrows! Yiyun waved his staff and gave the order to attack. The skeleton army suddenly burst out with amazing fighting power, and they rushed towards the Spider Queen's lair like a tide. The skeleton archers stood in the distance, continuously shooting accurate arrows to provide fire support for the melee troops. The Spider Queen was obviously alarmed by this sudden attack. She let out a deafening roar, and the entire nest began to shake. The first wave of attacks all landed on the nest, instantly reducing its health. The Spider Queen was hiding in her lair and was not immediately harmed, but she crawled out of it. The huge body was covered with a hard shell, and its 8 sharp claws flashed with cold light. Where the spider's head should have been was a woman's face, but her skin was dark black. "Damn human, you actually killed all my people! I will devour you!" The Spider Queen roared to the sky, and a terrible suction force burst out from her mouth. There were broken spider eggs all around, and a lot of dark green liquid fell to the ground. At this time, the liquids gathered towards the queen's body, forming a dazzling black light. The light flowed over the body of the Spider Queen, covering her with a layer of shiny black armor, making her a more terrifying aura. At the same time, both of them heard the prompt sound of the copy. "Ding! Please note that you have triggered a special mechanism. The Spider Queen has gone berserk. Attributes increased by 300%. Frenzy?" Suchin heard this prompt, and there was a hint of surprise in her pupils. "This is triggering a hidden level." This hidden level can only be triggered by killing all the spider eggs, and the difficulty is definitely at the SSS level. After being triggered, the Spider Queen's attributes skyrocketed 3 times, and the difficulty of killing her was definitely more than 3 times higher. Yiyun stared at the Spider Queen without any panic, as if this boss was just a small monster in his eyes. "So what if I go berserk? It's just a matter of shooting a few more arrows." The skeleton soldiers quickly changed their formation, forming an indestructible line of defense, while the skeleton archers concentrated their firepower and aimed at the Spider Queen's weakness, the deep black female face. Only by hitting the vital points can you cause effective damage to the frenzied Spider Queen. Following Yiyun's order, a rain of arrows poured down like dense raindrops. Each arrow contained powerful undead power and hit the Spider Queen's vital points directly. However, the Spider Queen was no pushover. She quickly swung her sharp claws and shot down most of the arrows one by one, but a few arrows still penetrated her defense and left deep scars on her face. The Spider Queen screamed in pain, waved her claws angrily, and pounced on the skeleton army. Seeing this, Yiyun immediately ordered the skeleton soldiers to move forward to resist, while letting the skeleton archers continue to output firepower. Whenever a skeleton soldier falls, Yiyun will immediately summon one to replenish the camp. The queen's output was very violent, but she was still unable to break through the skeleton soldiers' defense line. Finally, it let out a weak wail. How can you summon so many skeletons? Then, he fell to the ground, and a lot of equipment and gold coins exploded. "Ding! You killed the Spider Queen, Frenzy, and gained 30,000 experience points. 5,000 gold coins. 1,000 undead value. Congratulations, you have reached level 15. Suqing looked at the spoils all over the ground and the fallen Spider Queen, and her heart was filled with extreme shock. This battle witnessed Yiyun's extraordinary summoning ability and deep understanding of skeleton soldiers. I couldn't help but wonder what this seemingly young necromancer had gone through that allowed him to face everything so calmly. After the battle, her level was raised to level 13. Although not as good as Yiyun, the improvement speed is also quite fast. It's over. Yiyun slowly walked towards the spoils, picked up the dropped equipment one by one, and checked the attributes. Spider Queen's Pendant, Gold. Level 15. Type Accessories. Attributes, plus 50 Intelligence, plus 30 Stamina, increases spell critical hit rate by 5%. Special Effect, after wearing it, the undead creatures within 10 meters will gain a 10% attack speed bonus and a 5% increase in defense. Introduction. This is a pendant condensed from the essence of the Spider Queen's body. It contains a powerful dark force. For the wizard who controls the undead creatures, it is an extremely precious treasure. Yiyun held the pendant gently in his hand, feeling the dark power flowing in it, and nodded slightly. This piece of equipment has a high added intelligence. In addition to increasing mana, it can also increase a lot of spell damage. When casting spells such as Black Orb, spell damage is needed to increase the damage. Moreover, the attributes of the skeleton soldiers will also be affected by spell damage, but the impact is not very large. But if the number of skeleton soldiers increases, the increased value will be quite considerable. This pendant also has a special property, which is to increase the attack speed of undead creatures. 10% is not a big effect for 1 or 2 skeleton soldiers. But what if Yiyun summons hundreds of skeleton soldiers at a time? Enough to change the situation of the battle. He just reached level 15 and put on the equipment directly. The moment he put on the pendant, Yiyun seemed to be surrounded by a faint black light. It was the dark power contained in the pendant resonating with the power of the undead in his body. Check the properties again. Nickname Death Anthem. Level 15. Health 3,300. Mana 9,850. Skills Death Coil, Level 1, Skeleton Soldier, Max, Skeleton Archer, Max, Black Orb, Level 1. Undead value, 4550. This pendant adds 50 intelligence, and each point added to the mage can increase 50 mana. Endurance value works on the mage. Each point can increase the health value, which is not as high as the warrior-type profession, but it also has 50 health points. So the health points increased by 1500 points. At this level, more than 3000 HP is much higher than that of a warrior. Professionals of the same level would never be able to kill him easily. Chapter 23, Mana Restoration Potion. Yiyun looked at Su Qing standing aside and found that she was staring at the pendant in his hand, with envy and curiosity flashing in her eyes. You want it too? Yiyun suddenly asked. Su Qing was stunned for a moment, then shook her head. I am a sword master, so naturally I cannot have this pendant. But can I see its properties? Yiyun did not hesitate. After all, he was a teammate, and he had the right to check the attributes of his equipment. Afterwards, the attribute interface was posted in the team channel. Su Qing carefully read the properties of the pendant, and her pupils suddenly contracted. Gold pendant! This is a really great piece of equipment for you. Your summoning ability is already strong. With the bonus of this pendant, your undead army will be even stronger. It is conceivable how powerful Yiyun will be after equipping this pendant. Through this observation, she discovered that Yiyun needed a lot of mana to summon more skeleton soldiers. With the addition of these 2,500 mana points, the single summoning ability will definitely be even more terrifying. If this pendant were sold in the market, it would probably fetch 30 to 50,000 gold coins. Yiyun made a fortune just from the pendant. Yiyun said slowly. It is indeed a great help. There are many equipments here, maybe there are some you can use. Next, he picked up a piece of armor. It looked very light and was a light armor. Ghost Light Armor Purple. Level 15. Type, Armor Light Armor. Attributes, plus 30 agility, plus 20 stamina, reduce 5% physical damage. Special effect, when the wearer moves, there is a 10% chance of triggering Ghost Step, increasing the movement speed by 20% for a short period of time and reducing the enemy's hit rate against you by 5%. Introduction, woven from rare ghost materials, it is light and tough, and is the equipment that agile warriors or assassins dream of. Yiyun handed the light armor to Su Qing. This light armor looks very suitable for you. The bonuses to agility and endurance are both good. It also has extra speed and dodge effects. It should be able to improve your combat ability. He knew that Su Qing's profession was the hidden profession Gale's sword, and she needed this kind of light armor that added agility. Su Qing took the light armor, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes, and she quickly checked the attributes, and a smile gradually appeared on her face. Thank you, this is definitely one of the pieces of equipment I need most right now. But I can't. He opened the output statistics panel, looked at his output value of 0, and shook his head bitterly. In this dungeon, she didn't even use her hands, so how could she have the nerve to take the equipment? Just think of it as leveling up. Yiyun interrupted Su Qing's refusal. Don't say that, we are teammates, and we should help each other. You can't enter this dungeon without your crypt scroll. So if your equipment is dropped, you should take it. Having said that, he stuffed the light armor into Su Qing's arms. When Su Qing heard this, a warm feeling surged in her heart. He nodded slightly, put away the light armor, and secretly decided in his heart that he must work hard to improve his strength and try to catch up with Yiyun. Otherwise, she will have nothing to do in the next dungeon. Yiyun searched through his equipment again and picked up a black shield with a spider pattern on the front. Obsidian Spider Shield, Gold. Level 15. Type, Armor Shield. Attributes, Defense plus 150, plus 40 Strength, plus 30 Endurance, increase block rate by 10%. Special effect, when attacked, there is a 5% chance of triggering a spider web, causing the attacker to fall into a deceleration state, reducing movement speed by 30% for 3 seconds. Introduction, made of a mixture of obsidian and spider silk, it is not only extremely hard, but also contains natural toxins. It is a perfect shield for both defense and counterattack. Yiyun stared at the obsidian spider shield in his hand, thinking secretly in his heart. This golden shield has very good attributes. It not only adds strength but also endurance. It can be used up to level 25 without any problem. Moreover, the special effect Spider Poison Web provides an additional means to deal with emergencies in battle. Whether facing a high-speed moving enemy or an assassin trying to attack at close range, this shield can be a solid line of defense. If you can't use it, you can sell it for a good price. Su Qing also noticed the shield and was curious about its properties. Yiyun then posted the attributes on the team channel. Su Qing looked at the attribute introduction on the screen, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. This shield is so strong! It's definitely a great weapon for shield battles. I'm a light armor profession. I can't hold a shield. You can sell it in the market. I estimate it can sell for 50,000 gold coins. She had already taken the light armor, so she naturally felt embarrassed to ask for this shield again. Yiyun nodded and put away the obsidian spider shield. He also knew that only the berserk spider queen could have such a high drop rate, dropping 2 pieces of golden equipment at once. Among the remaining items, a bottle of blue potion was found. Mana recovery potion, level 3. Effect: mana restored by 50/100. Introduction: this precious potion can quickly restore the user's mana in a short period of time. It is an indispensable supply for adventurers who rely on mana skills. Yiyun nodded slightly. This mana recovery potion was a powerful weapon for him on the battlefield. Summoning skeleton soldiers requires a large amount of mana, and once it is used up, the combat effectiveness will drop sharply. It is difficult to recover a large amount of mana in a short period of time relying on the passive recovery effect. At this time, mana recovery potions become crucial. Drink a bottle to restore 5,000 mana, and you can continue to summon or cast skills. This kind of recovery potion has a very low drop rate, and its own value is also very high. With current human technology, it is impossible to produce it, and we can only rely on it to be dropped by bosses. After Yiyun put away the mana potion, he picked up a special prop from the ground. It looked like a mask with the face of the Spider Queen on it. It looks weird and somewhat ferocious. Mask of the Spider Queen Special. Description: this is the mask that the Spider Queen wore when she was alive. It contains some of her power and curse. Take it to the Spider Cave, and you may be able to trigger a special event. Yiyun gently rotated the mask in his hands. The spider patterns on the mask seemed to come alive, exuding a strange aura. He thought to himself, this mask may be hiding some unknown secret or mission. Let's go to the Spider Cave and see what this mask can lead to. No information about this mask was ever revealed in the forum of the previous life. It is very likely that those people have no chance of triggering the hidden level, nor do they have the strength to kill the queen. There are level restrictions for entering copies of this level. If you are over level 10, you cannot enter. The Spider Cave is not in the city, nor is it a copy, but exists in a place in the real world. Since the alien invasion, the wilderness has become a gathering place for monsters. Not only has the surface of the blue planet expanded tenfold, but many landforms have also changed. The Spider Cave is just outside Jinling City, about a few kilometers away, which is not too far. That is a level 20 wild monster area, so it is best to wait until you reach level 20 to get there. But Yiyun did not plan to wait, but went after learning the new level 15 skills. After finishing the arrangement, he stepped onto the teleportation array and left the dungeon. Chapter 24: New Talent. On the playground. After Li Minghui and Wu Xiaoyu teamed up to complete a copy, they did not leave immediately, but wandered around the playground. Li Minghui looked at the dungeon transporter and said, "It's been so long, why hasn't Su Qing come out yet? Could something have happened to her in the dungeon?" That was a nightmare difficulty dungeon, and there were 2 of us going there, so it would be strange if we could complete it. Wu Xiaoyu frowned, looking at the entrance to the copy teleportation array, his heart full of worry. Yes, a nightmare-level dungeon is extremely difficult even for a team, let alone the 2 of them. Li Minghui opened the friend list and found that Su Qing was still in a busy state, which made him even more anxious. I haven't come out of the dungeon yet. Is there really any problem? That Yiyun deserves to die. If anything happens to Su Qing, I will kill him. On the playground, the conversation between Li Minghui and Wu Xiaoyu gradually attracted the attention of the students around them. Several people who usually had a good relationship with Su Qing also gathered around, all with concerned looks on their faces. How long have Su Qing and Yiyun been in there? A girl asked, with a hint of anxiety in her tone. Li Minghui glanced at the time. It's been more than an hour and a half. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. The nightmare difficulty dungeon is undoubtedly extremely dangerous for novice players like them. Even if you form a team, you still need tacit cooperation and sufficient strength to barely pass. Just as the atmosphere was becoming increasingly solemn, a beam of light suddenly lit up at the entrance to the dungeon teleportation array. Everyone's eyes were instantly focused there, and they saw a figure slowly walking out of the light. It was Su Qing, whom they were worried about. Su Qing! Li Minghui and Wu Xiaoyu shouted almost at the same time and hurried forward to meet her. We passed the level! Su Qing said with a smile, her voice filled with excitement that was hard to conceal. What? You 2 completed the nightmare difficulty dungeon? Li Minghui was so shocked that his jaw almost hit the ground. That's nightmare difficulty, level 15 at that, and there will be a lot of terrifying monsters in it. But they completed the customs clearance with just 2 people. Isn't this strength too strong? The people around were shocked when they heard this, and looked at Su Qing as if she were a monster. How did you do it? Li Minghui asked in disbelief, with surprise and admiration in his eyes. The students around also gathered around and asked about the details of the customs clearance. Su Qing smiled mysteriously and promised Yiyun not to reveal the details of the battle. I was able to clear the dungeon this time thanks to Yiyun. I was just a bystander. After hearing this, everyone was so shocked that they couldn't close their mouths. It is hard to imagine how a necromancer can influence the outcome of a battle. Some students even began to wonder whether Yiyun was the legendary hidden professional or possessed some unknown skills. After a while, Yiyun's figure also appeared in the square. Everyone looked at him with admiration. There were even several classmates who I wasn't very familiar with who directly sent me friend invitations. Yiyun ignored the admiring looks and walked towards the trading center leisurely, hanging all the equipment he got from this copy there. As soon as the golden shield appeared, the trading center suddenly became lively. The golden shield shone brightly on the screen of the trading center, as dazzling as the rising sun, instantly attracting everyone's attention. It is not just a piece of equipment, but also a symbol of strength and the glory of the brave. Look! That's golden equipment! Obsidian spider shield! Oh my god! Someone actually dropped a golden piece of equipment! Which great god is responsible for this? Tell me his name! There was a lot of discussion in the crowd, and exclamations came one after another. The drop rate of golden equipment is very low, and the appearance of each piece can cause a huge sensation. And at this moment, this golden shield lies there quietly, waiting for its destined person. After Yiyun hung up his equipment, he left the trading center directly. I want this equipment! A rough voice suddenly sounded, breaking the noise around. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a burly warrior striding towards them. He was dressed in heavy armor, holding a giant sword, and exuded an aura that could not be underestimated. Li Lei? He's actually here too! Someone recognized the identity of this warrior and immediately exclaimed. Li Lei is one of the top professions in the school. He has a hidden profession, golden armor shield fighter, and is famous for his strong defense and extraordinary strength. Although he is a shield fighter, his level is among the top 10 in his grade. Just a few days after awakening, he was promoted to level 15. His arrival will undoubtedly make this transaction more eye-catching. Li Lei looked at the transaction price under the equipment and paused slightly. 50,000 gold coins. It's really not a handful. I wonder if we can talk about the price. His family background is also good, but taking out 50,000 gold coins at once is not an easy task. He then sent the consignor an invitation to negotiate a price. This invitation is one level lower than the purchase invitation. If someone directly purchases during this period, this invitation will be cancelled directly. Corner of playground. A row of chairs were placed here. Yiyun sat on one of the chairs and opened the panel. Ding! Do you want to consume 3,000 undead points to increase the undead disaster? Sure! Ding! Congratulations, your talent has been upgraded to level 3. You have gained a new ability, Undead Space. Yiyun seemed to realize something and looked towards the skill introduction. Undead Space, level 1. 5,000 undead points upgrade. Introduction, a world of the dead that belongs exclusively to you. You can store the dead in the space and summon them directly when needed. Undead creatures stored in the undead space will not die or disappear. After resummoning, the maintenance time will be reset. This ability is really great, Yiyun secretly exclaimed in his heart. He didn't expect that improving his talent would unlock such a powerful skill. The existence of the undead space means that he can summon powerful undead creatures at any time without worrying about them disappearing due to time constraints. This undoubtedly provides him with more tactical options and combat flexibility. Under normal circumstances, undead creatures have a summoning time and will disappear after 6 hours. And this space, where the undead are placed, will not die or disappear. Yiyun decided to test the effect of the undead space first. Walking towards the back of the school, there is a small forest, which is a holy place for couples to date. I walked along the path, ignoring the whispers of couples around me, and found a relatively secluded place. After looking around and making sure no one was paying attention, he began trying to summon undead creatures. First, a skeleton warrior was summoned and looked at the state below it. Duration, 5 hours and 59 minutes. Chapter 25, Undead Space. After waiting for about 5 minutes, Yiyun silently chanted the undead space, and an invisible force enveloped the skeleton soldiers. Their figures gradually became blurred and finally disappeared into the air. Yiyun closed his eyes, concentrated, and entered the space of the undead. This is a dim world, surrounded by a faint mist, as if it is the entrance to another dimension. Yiyun's consciousness wandered into space, looking for the skeleton warrior he had just summoned. The skeleton warrior was standing quietly on a barren land, surrounded by endless darkness. Yiyun's consciousness touched the skeleton warrior, and a mysterious force connected the two. He could feel the presence of the skeleton warrior, as if it was a part of his own body. Check its status again. Duration: 5 hours, 55 minutes and 38 seconds. In the outside world, this time is moving, shortening second by second. But in this space, the number of seconds has remained at 55 minutes and 38 seconds. It is so. Yiyun muttered in his heart, and the figure of the skeleton warrior became clear again. It was summoned out from space and appeared in the woods. Faint blue light, as if waiting for new orders. Duration: 5 hours, 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Yiyun nodded with satisfaction. The functions of the undead space were exactly as expected. With this skill, you can prepare an army of undead before the battle and be ready for any combat situation. This will greatly save mana, summon more skeletons to fight in a short period of time, and enhance combat effectiveness and tactical flexibility. Yiyun decided to continue testing other functions of the undead space. He summoned 9 more skeleton soldiers, which were then covered in a beam of light before disappearing from their positions. This time, I want to see if I can control multiple undead creatures at the same time. With the thought, 10 skeleton soldiers instantly appeared in the woods without any delay. Moreover, he can also control the location and distance of the skeleton soldiers. Yiyun observed the 10 skeleton soldiers neatly arranged in front of him. Their movements were coordinated, as if they were well-trained soldiers. He decided to further test the limits of the undead space and how many skeleton soldiers it could accommodate, which was also a key factor. Yiyun continued to wave his staff, summoning more skeleton soldiers again. Every wave of 10 skeleton soldiers are placed into the undead space one by one. As the spell is cast continuously, more and more skeleton soldiers are put in. 50. 100. 300. Finally, when the number reached 300, the undead space was filled. There is a gray barrier around it, isolating it from the outside world. The space already seemed a bit crowded, but every skeleton soldier found his own position and stood quietly. The capacity of the space is a little smaller than I thought. With his current mana, he can summon 300 skeleton soldiers in a short period of time, plus those stored in the undead space, a total of 600. With this number, it wouldn't be a big problem even to deal with a small gang. Moreover, this is not the main point. The undead space can continue to be upgraded as long as there are enough undead value. Yiyun was thinking in his mind that the undead space had great potential. As its level increased, it would be able to store more undead creatures, and might even reach the scale of a legion. The mana consumed by skeleton soldiers is not that much, but in the later stages, any summoning will require hundreds or even thousands of mana. It is still very stressful to summon a large number of creatures at once. But with the space of the undead, these problems can be solved. Yiyun opened the talent panel. Scourge of the Undead, Level 3. Talents: Unlimited Firepower, Undead Evolution, Undead Space. Introduction: Consume 10,000 undead points to upgrade. Undead Value: 1450. Save this undead value to upgrade new skills. Yiyun closed the panel and walked towards the old wizard on the playground. When the old wizard saw Yiyun, there was a glimmer of surprise in his eyes. Young brave, I didn't expect you to reach level 15 so quickly. You really have potential. Yiyun simply ignored the stereotyped words and said, I want to learn skills. The old wizard nodded. When you reach level 15, you can learn the skills of Shadow Wolf and Skeleton Horse. Which one would you like to choose? Yiyun said without hesitation. Skeleton Warhorse. This skill is very important in the wild. With the advent of the Age of the Gods, the terrain in the wild has become rugged and uneven. Modern cars and motorcycles will soon bump into each other or even fall apart if they try to run. And mounts have become a new means of transportation. Skeleton warhorses are mounts, and do not have attack capabilities themselves, but they can be ridden. The old wizard smiled slightly, seeming satisfied with Yiyun's choice. The skeleton warhorse is indeed a good choice. Not only can it run fast on rugged terrain, but it also provides extra mobility in battle. However, a skeleton warhorse requires a certain level of undead control ability to be controlled. Yiyun disagreed. In his previous life, he had ridden warhorses for several years and had already mastered them like the tip of his arm. The old wizard waved his staff, and a ray of light enveloped Yiyun. Ding! You have learned the skeleton warhorse skill! Yiyun said to the old wizard. I want to learn the skills of Shadow Wolf. The old wizard said slowly. Young brave, if you want to learn this skill, you need to complete a trial task to prove that you have the ability to control this powerful creature. Yiyun nodded. What is the trial mission? The old wizard pointed to the south of the city and said, In the dark forest in the south, there roams the Shadow Wolf. It is a powerful undead creature with extremely high agility and attack power. If you can defeat 100 of them, you will be qualified to learn the Shadow Wolf skills. Yiyun responded, I will complete this task as soon as possible. The old wizard nodded with satisfaction. Very good, young warrior. I hope you can succeed. Remember, the Shadow Wolves are very cunning. You must be careful when dealing with them. Yiyun turned and left the playground, heading towards the forest. Ding! You have a new bargaining request. Several prompts popped up in the system prompts, all of which were related to the level 15 golden shield. 50,000 gold coins is not a small number, and most people cannot afford this price. Yiyun ignored it for the time being. Since he had just put it on the trading platform, he was not in a hurry to sell it. After leaving the school, I took a taxi and headed towards the southern suburbs. Next to the canteen at the school gate, there were a few young men smoking cigarettes. When they saw Yiyun leaving, they immediately picked up their phones and made a call. Soon, several people drove their cars and caught up with the taxi. Taxi. Through the rearview mirror, he saw a car following him for a long time. These guys were squatting at the school gate just now, and have been following behind for a while. I think their target is me. Yiyun was aware that he had attracted some people's attention recently, and these people were obviously not there to congratulate him. Master, please drive slower so I can see the scenery nearby. Chapter 26 Tracking. The driver nodded, and without asking any further questions, he slowed down the car as Yiyun requested. Seeing this, the vehicles behind also slowed down. In the passenger seat of the back car, there was a shirtless man with a crayon Shinchan tattoo on his chest. He was the leader of these people, nicknamed Tainyo. He watched Yiyun's taxi gradually slow down. A sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. This kid is quite smart, seems he has discovered us. Tainyo took out his mobile phone and sent a message. Ahu, don't follow too closely, be careful of that kid using his skills. After humans acquire abilities, they have an endless variety of methods to use, and it is forbidden to use violence in the city, otherwise they will be arrested by law enforcement officers. Therefore, people would try not to take action in the city whenever possible. Ahu held the steering wheel and said with a relaxed look, Don't worry, brother Nyo, that guy is just a rookie, he definitely won't dare to do anything in the city again. As long as he leaves the city, with so many high-level players like us, won't we kill him instantly? Ahu nodded, but the vigilance in his heart did not disappear. Suddenly, Ahu saw a skeleton on the road. He was so scared that he quickly stepped on the steering wheel. The car turned sharply and almost hit the guardrail on the side of the road. Tainyo was thrown all over the place in the passenger seat and yelled angrily. What the hell are you doing? Ahu looked pale and pointed forward. Brother Nyo, what do you see? Tainyo looked in the direction Ahu pointed and saw a skeleton soldier appeared on the road ahead. It fell to the ground, just blocking the car. What's going on? Tainyo frowned. He clearly didn't see Yiyun use any skills, so how could a skeleton soldier suddenly appear? Ahu cursed angrily. That guy wants us to have a car accident and get rid of our pursuit. Hurry up and catch up, don't lose him. Tainyo stepped on the accelerator, and the car rushed forward. At this moment, another skeleton soldier suddenly emerged from the ground. There wasn't even any sign of being summoned, it just appeared there out of thin air. Under normal circumstances, summoning skills have a trigger time, and the skeleton will crawl up from the ground. This process takes about 1 second. The skeleton soldiers that just appeared out of thin air, which made the situation very strange. Ahu turned the steering wheel suddenly again, and a skeleton soldier suddenly appeared on the hood. It grinned and laughed at the people in the car. Chuck! Damn it! Ahu couldn't see the road ahead, and the car knocked over the guardrail next to it and fell into the ditch. Yiyun looked through the rearview mirror and watched the out-of-control car flip into the ditch. I'll teach you a lesson. What he used just now was the summoning ability of the undead space. As long as it is controlled properly, the skeletons can appear in various tricky positions. The taxi continued to move forward and soon arrived at the city gate of the southern suburbs. Yiyun paid the fare, got off the car and walked into the dark night forest. The surrounding trees were tall and dense, blocking out the sunlight in the sky, and the forest was filled with a damp and chilly atmosphere. Yiyun took a deep breath and felt the primitive charm of nature. Skeleton Warhorse! This place is still some distance away from the Shadow Wolf's location, and riding a horse is a good way to travel. Crunch! Following Yiyun's summons, a tall skeleton warhorse emerged from the shadows on the ground. Its skeleton glowed with a faint blue light in the dim forest, looking particularly eerie. Yiyun jumped lightly and landed steadily on the back of the warhorse. Let's go, Yiyun said softly. The skeleton horse seemed to understand his words, took a step forward, and began to run quickly in the forest. The sound of its hooves echoed in the silent forest, startling flocks of birds. Yiyun rode the skeleton warhorse while observing his surroundings. The Dark Night Forest is a level 15 wild monster area, and many players level up and fight monsters here. Soon, someone noticed the tall and handsome warhorse and couldn't help but exclaimed, "Wow, what kind of mount is that? It looks so cool." "That's a skeleton warhorse, exclusive to the necromancer. This necromancer isn't very powerful, but his warhorse is pretty cool. I really want to have a mount too." Yiyun ignored the gazes of those people and galloped through the forest on his skeleton horse. As they approached the area of the Shadow Wolves, a group of players appeared in the forest. There were about 50 of them, with a balanced distribution of professions, and they were hunting the Shadow Wolves with great efficiency. "Hey man, are you here to fight the Shadow Wolves too?" A warrior in heavy armor walked up and asked in a friendly manner. Yiyun nodded, while remaining alert. "Yes, I'm looking for them." "Then you have to be careful. The Shadow Wolves are very cunning, and they usually appear in groups. The warrior player is named Zhao Song. My team has 50 people, specializing in hunting Shadow Wolves. Why don't you join our team?" An assassin player named Sun Tao came over and asked in confusion. "Brother Song, why did you add a necromancer? He doesn't have much output." Zhao Song shook his head. "He has a skeleton warhorse, which is very mobile and can be responsible for luring monsters. Our efficiency will be higher." Sun Tao suddenly realized and couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. "Brother Song is still a man of strategy." Yiyun rejected the two people's kindness. "Forget about joining the team, I'm used to being alone." A hint of disappointment flashed across Zhao Song's eyes, but he immediately became friendly again. "Well, since you're used to being alone, we won't force you. But if you need help, you can always come to us." Yiyun nodded slightly, then continued to ride the skeleton horse forward. Soon, they arrived at the territory of the Shadow Wolf. The trees here are denser, the light is dimmer, and there is a faint smell of blood in the air. Yiyun jumped off the warhorse, took the skeleton horse back into the undead space, and began to summon the undead army. Crunch. Crunch. Skeleton soldiers, skeleton archers, and skeleton warhorses crawled out from the ground, and more than 300 of them were summoned in the blink of an eye. Several skeleton soldiers jumped onto the warhorses and combined to form a new type of soldier, the skeleton cavalry. They are not very aggressive, but have very good mobility, making them suitable for luring monsters outside and pulling them back to be killed by archers. The remaining skeleton soldiers protect the archers and create a safe output environment. Suddenly, a low roar came from the front. A pack of shadow wolves is besieging a wounded wild deer. These shadow wolves are huge in size, covered with gray hair, and their eyes flash with a faint green light. "Cavalry, lure the monsters!" Yiyun waved his staff, and the 10 skeleton cavalry rushed into the wolf pack. The shadow wolves were startled by the sudden attack and turned around to fight. But the skeleton cavalrymen were not keen on fighting. Their mission was only to lead the wolves into Yiyun's ambush circle. Yiyun stood in place, gently waving his staff. The skeleton archers were already prepared, and their arrows flashed coldly in the darkness. Following the attack command, the skeleton archers shot arrows in unison. The shadow wolves were covered by the rain of arrows and howled in pain. Chapter 27 Assassin. The shadow wolves were led by the skeleton cavalry into Yiyun's encirclement. They tried to break out, but the skeleton soldiers quickly surrounded them and formed a solid line of defense. The undead army continued to devour the lives of the shadow wolves in the darkness, and the battle gradually became fierce. Yiyun calmly commanded the battle, and his undead summoning ability was fully utilized in this battle. Although the shadow wolves are ferocious, their resistance seems insignificant in front of Yiyun's undead army. Soon, more than a dozen shadow wolves were killed. The system prompt sounded. "Ding! Congratulations on successfully defeating 15 shadow wolves and gaining 1,500 experience points. Undead points 150. A shadow wolf has 10 points of undead value, which is not bad." Yiyun was quite satisfied with this. It wouldn't take long before he could improve his skills. Continuing to command the undead army, skeleton soldiers shuttled across the battlefield, skeleton archers continuously shot accurate arrows, and skeleton cavalry flexibly interspersed among the wolf packs, leading the shadow wolves towards Yiyun's encirclement. As the battle continued, the number of shadow wolves gradually decreased. The undead army seemed tireless. Under Yiyun's command, they were like a sophisticated war machine, efficiently destroying the enemies. In just 20 minutes, 100 shadow wolves were hunted down. Yiyun looked at the empty woods nearby and felt a little emotional. "In my previous life, I came here to kill monsters, and I felt that there were too many shadow wolves spawning at one time, and it was impossible to kill several of them together. In this life, I feel that the shadow wolves spawn too rarely. I need to kill 100 of them at a time to satisfy my needs. In the shadow of the woods, several blurry shadows suddenly appeared, and they looked quietly in Yiyun's direction. A man named Sun Junli said in the team channel, "He should be the Death Song. Kill him and Boss Lee will reward you 2 million. Another team member, named Hulei, said hesitantly, "Boss, that Death Song has so many skeletons, can we kill them?" "What are you afraid of?" Sun Junli swung the dagger in his hand. "We are 5 assassins in our 20s. If we sneak over there secretly, the Death Song will never be able to detect us." Through a powerful intelligence network, Li Jintian finally found the player named Death Song, who was at Tianhai High School. The few people guarding the school gate were one of the spies. When Hulei heard what Sun Junli said, he felt a little relieved. Sun Junli, Hulei and others are elite assassins under Li Jintian. They are good at stealth and assassination, but facing the ode to death, Hulei still feels a little uneasy. This uneasiness mainly comes from the huge number of skeleton soldiers. Sun Junli seemed full of confidence. He believed that with the strength of the 5 of them, they could complete the task without Death him being aware of it. "The number of heads of Death Anthem is 2 million. There are 5 of us, and each of us can get 400,000. Sun Junli looked at Hulei standing aside. "If you are afraid, you can withdraw now, and you won't get any of the money." Hulei gritted his teeth and finally decided to follow Sun Junli. The 5 of them are elites under Li Jintian. Each of them is over level 20, and their strength should not be underestimated. Moreover, the reward for this mission is too tempting. After the advent of the Age of the Gods, the advantage of level is enormous. The attribute bonuses at each level and high-level equipment can completely crush low-level players. Sun Junli led the team, moving silently through the woods, using the cover of the trees to approach Yiyun's position step by step. All 5 assassins used their stealth skills, leaving no trace when they moved. Yiyun was still commanding the undead army. Skeleton soldiers shuttled across the battlefield, skeleton archers continuously shot accurate arrows, and skeleton cavalry moved flexibly among the wolf pack. Sun Junli, Hulei and others had sneaked up behind Yiyun. They exchanged glances and prepared to launch a surprise attack. "Yiyun didn't find us, get ready for action. Wait for me to count to 3, then release your control skills together. We must kill him in an instant. 3, 2. Just as Sun Junli was about to trigger the skill, a dense rain of arrows shot over from not far away, covering the positions of the 5 people. 1. Sun Junli's countdown was interrupted by a sudden attack. He turned his head in astonishment, and looked in the direction where the rain of arrows came from. Yiyun stood not far away, gently waving the staff in his hand. The skeleton archers had reloaded and shot deadly arrows again. Sun Junli, Hulei and others were forced by the rain of arrows to give up their stealth and reveal their figures one after another. "Damn it, how could he find us?" Sun Junli cursed, and at the same time quickly used his skills on the nearby skeleton soldiers, trying to use displacement to avoid the attacks of the skeleton archers. Hulei seemed even more flustered. He didn't expect that Yiyun could actually see through their stealth. Under the rain of arrows, he reacted too slowly and more than a dozen arrows pierced his body in an instant. The health bar is full and it reaches the bottom in an instant. If it weren't for his high level, he would probably have died here in the first round of attacks. Yiyun looked at the assassins calmly, as if he was looking at a few corpses. "It's foolish of you to enter the encirclement I set." He had already spotted the assassin hiding in the woods. It wasn't the use of skills, but rather a well-honed instinct for murderous intent. In the 7 years of his later life, he had been through a lot, and what kind of assassin had he not encountered? If you can live for 7 years, you are definitely a veteran. "We are surrounded!" Hulei shouted in horror. He saw the skeleton cavalry rushing in front of him, and the skeleton soldiers were surrounding him from all directions. Sun Junli gritted his teeth, and now he had to go all out. He and Hulei and others quickly formed a defensive formation, trying to resist the attack of the skeleton soldiers. However, the second round of arrow rain had already fallen, Hulei's blood was emptied, and the positions of the other 3 teammates seemed to have been predicted. As soon as the displacement skill was used, the rain of arrows fell on the location after the displacement. Sun Junli had the same experience. When he looked up and saw the arrow following him, he hurriedly used another skill. Backstab. Whoosh. His figure disappeared from the spot and appeared behind a skeleton soldier not far away. Sun Junli's backstab skill successfully hit the target, and the skeleton soldier's armor seemed vulnerable to this attack. "Do you think you can escape like this?" Yiyun's voice echoed on the battlefield. Sun Junli was shocked and realized that he might have underestimated Yiyun's strength. At this moment, a rain of arrows had flown over his head. The arrows flashing with cold light were like death warrants, instantly draining his blood. You actually predicted my displacement skills twice. How is this possible? After the first movement, a rain of arrows fell. He had a second displacement, and after moving, the rain of arrows fell again. Yiyun's predictive ability has reached the 5th level. Chapter 28. This requires 100 necromancers, right? This hymn of death not only summons a huge number of skeleton soldiers, but also has such a deep understanding of assassin skills that it is as terrifying as a god of death. In the end, Sun Junli's body was full of arrows. He fell to the ground with an unwilling look on his face, shedding tears of regret. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have come even if he gave me 100 million. No matter how much money you have, it is not as important as your own life. At this point, all 5 people died. The system prompt sounded. Ding! You gain 500 points of undead value! Yiyun looked at Sun Junli and others who fell to the ground, without any fluctuation in his heart. These people should be from the money gang. They came to our door so quickly. This was a little faster than he expected, but no matter. If you dare to come, I will take it. Let's see who can beat who. He knew that this battle was just the beginning, and that more people from the money gang would come to deal with him in the future. Since he dares to kill you, don't blame him for being ruthless. Not far away, a group of players were focusing their fire on killing the shadow wolves. For some reason, the number of monsters was decreasing. Sun Tao came over and asked in confusion. Boss, have you noticed that there are fewer shadow wolves in this forest? Just now, they were able to kill 5 in a minute. Now, only 1 can be killed per minute. Those who are responsible for luring monsters have to run farther away every time to attract the shadow wolf. Zhao Song frowned and also discovered this problem. Yeah, I noticed that too, Zhao Song replied, looking around, trying to find the reason. Is there someone behind this? Sun Tao proposed the possibility. Zhao Song shook his head. It's unlikely. We are the only player team in this area unless... Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by the sound of hurried footsteps. I saw a player running over in a hurry with a panicked expression on his face. Boss, it's bad. We've discovered a problem. Shadow wolves are spawning less and less frequently. What's going on? Zhao Song asked. When we lured the monster just now, the place where the shadow wolf was supposed to spawn was nowhere to be seen. In addition, we also found some strange footprints, which seemed to be left by a skeleton warhorse. Zhao Song frowned even more tightly. Skeleton warhorse? Is it that necromancer? But why did he attract so many shadow wolves? Is he also a team? He knew that the necromancer profession had weak summoning ability in the early stages and could only kill 1 shadow wolf at a time. Boss, what should we do? Sun Tao asked anxiously. He, like other players, hoped to gain experience and equipment by killing shadow wolves. Zhao Song looked at the footprints on the ground and said, If we follow the direction of these footprints, we should be able to find the location of the skeleton horse. Let's go over and take a look. The two carefully followed the footprints and passed through the dense woods. As they went deeper into the forest, the footprints became more obvious and more numerous, as if more than 1 skeleton warhorse had passed by. Zhao Song frowned, realizing that this might not be a simple coincidence. Be careful, there may be dozens of necromancers in this team, Zhao Song warned in a low voice, while tightening his weapon in his hand. We continued to move forward, and soon we finally found our target. In an open area, a large number of skeleton soldiers, skeleton archers, and war horses gathered here. The number is extremely large, and preliminary estimates put it at around 500 to 600. The two hid behind a big tree, held their breath, and observed the scene in front of them. How is this possible? Sun Tao exclaimed in a low voice, his voice full of disbelief. Zhao Song's face was also full of shock. He had never seen an undead army of such size. The skeleton soldiers were lined up in neat rows, while the skeleton archers were drawing their bows and arrows in the back, ready to shoot at any time. And those skeleton horses were surrounding the team, attracting the shadow wolves into the ambush circle. As soon as he got close, he was shot through by a dense rain of arrows. This is definitely not something an ordinary necromancer can do, Zhao Song whispered, searching the battlefield, trying to find the necromancer who was commanding all this. Even if he was told that there were 100 necromancers here, he would believe it without hesitation. Suddenly, a figure appeared in their sight. It was a necromancer wearing a black robe and holding a staff. He stood quietly in the center of the skeleton soldiers, giving them orders like the god of death. It's that person! Sun Tao took a closer look and found that it was actually the wizard he had just met in the woods. How could it be him? Zhao Song would rather believe that this person was a boss than a player. If this is really a player, isn't his strength too terrifying? He is much more terrifying than those lord-level bosses. Let's retreat quickly, Sun Tao said fearfully. If we are mistaken for enemies and a rain of arrows rains down on us, I'm afraid we won't even have a chance to explain and will die immediately. You're right, let's retreat, Zhao Song nodded. Tell your teammates when we get back not to get close to this area, and don't attack the warhorses that attract monsters. If you make an enemy of such a person, you will die quickly. Although his team has more than 50 people, they will probably be wiped out before long under this fearless undead army. In terms of numbers, the skeleton corps is 10 times theirs. The two had just retreated not far when a terrifying wolf howl was heard in the nearby woods. Woohoo! Zhao Song and Sun Tao looked at each other and saw a hint of fear in each other's eyes. What's that sound? Sun Tao's voice trembled a little. It sounds like the howl of the Wolf King, Zhao Song replied with a hint of uncertainty in his voice. The Wolf King is the most powerful being in this forest. It is said that his level is over 25, making him a Lord-level monster. Even if their entire team united, they might not be a match for the Wolf King. The boss is also divided into several levels. The leader is relatively weaker, while the Lord is the overlord of a region and may even have several leader-level subordinates. We have to leave here quickly. Zhao Song made a prompt decision. Now was not the time to be a hero. The two quickened their pace, wanting to get away from this dangerous area as quickly as possible. However, just as they were about to leave the open area, a group of shadow wolves suddenly appeared from the right and surrounded them. Damn it, we are surrounded! Sun Tao cursed. Zhao Song gripped his weapon tightly, ready for the coming battle. From the shadow wolf pack, a wolf king, whose size was several times larger than the other wolves, walked out slowly, his eyes flashing with ferocity. Zhao Song used a detection technique and then fell into despair. Shadow Wolf King, Lord. Level 25. It is indeed it. Zhao Song suddenly thought of the posts he saw on the internet. Not long ago, a gang gathered hundreds of elite members and tried to kill the Wolf King, but failed, and more than 100 people died. An almost catastrophic event. Chapter 29 Shadow Wolf King. The reason why the Wolf King is so difficult to deal with is that it is very cunning and has a large number of minions. The wolves charged at the humans, and their ghostly speed could easily break through the defenses and kill the common people instantly. Therefore, the Shadow Wolf King is definitely one of the lords that people are most reluctant to deal with. At this moment, several skeleton war horses ran over, and the Wolf King's target was instantly attracted by these war horses. Its appearance was originally intended to kill the necromancer. The Wolf King led hundreds of his followers and slowly approached the skeleton army. Zhao Song's breathing almost stopped as he stared into the distance, where the two waves of armies were about to meet. Who will get this victory? Woohoo! The howl of the Shadow Wolf King pierced the night sky, and it led the Shadow Wolf pack towards the skeleton legion like a black tide. Zhao Song and Sun Tao leaned closely against the tree, holding their breath, fearing that they would be affected by this terrible battle. What is the plan for the undead mage? Zhao Song was guessing. The skeleton soldiers are slow in their movements, and it's easy for the Shadow Wolves to break through their siege. After rushing in, the distance is too close, and it is difficult for archers to shoot arrows. Adding a Wolf King will instantly destroy the formation and go straight to the fragile necromancer. Then this battle will be very difficult to fight. Just as he continued to guess, the necromancer moved. He kept waving his staff with both hands, and skeleton archers appeared in the gaps. In a blink of an eye, there were more than 300 more. The total number of skeleton armies reached thousands. He can still summon? Zhao Song was dumbfounded. This is too fucking perverted. Where is the GM? I want to report him. He is cheating. However, what is frustrating is that this is not a real game, and there is no such thing as cheats in GMs. Zhao Song and Sun Tao watched in amazement as the skeleton archers quickly formed into a formation, ready to fight the approaching wolf pack. The Shadow Wolf King seemed to feel threatened. It let out an angry roar, and the speed of the wolves instantly increased, rushing straight towards the skeleton legion like a black lightning. But the skeleton archers were ready, and a rain of arrows flew towards the wolves like locusts, and each arrow hit the target accurately. The Shadow Wolf was very fast, but it couldn't withstand the dense rain of arrows and fell to the ground before it got within 50 meters of the skeleton soldiers. The same fate happened to the Shadow Wolves that followed. Hundreds of Shadow Wolves were quickly wiped out. At this time, the Wolf King, with the help of his younger brother's charge, had already approached within 30 meters of the skeleton soldiers. This distance was very dangerous for the skeleton army. If it rushes in, it can easily tear down the entire line of defense. Suddenly, several vines appeared under the feet of the Shadow Wolf King, blocking its progress. At this time, a dense rain of arrows fell from the sky, continuously hitting the Wolf King, causing its blood volume to drop rapidly. In just 0.5 seconds, the Wolf King broke free and shook his body violently to get rid of the arrow on his body. Just as it was about to move forward, another vine appeared under its feet and its body froze again. Just like that, another wave of arrows flew over. In this way, the Wolf King was controlled at a distance of 30 meters and became a target. At this distance, the skeleton archers can deliver perfect output. They only need to aim slightly to shoot the arrows at the Wolf King. After the Wolf King's unwilling roar, he finally fell under the rain of arrows from the skeleton archers, and his equipment fell to the ground. Zhao Song and Sun Tao poked their heads out from behind the tree and looked at the incredible scene in front of them, their hearts filled with shock and disbelief. They had never seen such a powerful necromancer who could defeat an entire wolf pack by himself. What skill did the necromancer use just now? He actually controlled the Wolf King for 10 seconds. Sun Tao asked puzzledly. That should be some kind of binding skill called Death Coil. There was a hint of envy in Zhao Song's voice. Death Coil? This skill sounds very powerful, Sun Tao exclaimed, with a glimmer of longing in his eyes. But as I remember, this skill shouldn't have such a long control time. Being able to control the boss for 10 seconds is not something that can be achieved by ordinary skills. Zhao Song made a bold guess. Could it be that this necromancer has used some special ability to make his skills go without cooldown for a short period of time? It's very likely. Sun Tao was completely stunned. This ability is extremely useful in actual combat. Not only can the necromancer summon a powerful army of skeletons, but he can also use this control skill to restrict the enemy's actions. He is simply a nightmare on the battlefield. We have to be careful. This powerful necromancer is definitely not someone we can easily provoke. Zhao Song nodded in agreement, understanding what Sun Tao meant. Their most important task now is to survive, not to provoke those powerful beings. Let's retreat first and return to the team. Zhao Song didn't dare to stay here for a moment, for fear of being affected by the battle. Next, the two men returned the same way. Fortunately, there were no skeleton cavalry chasing them, otherwise they would have been finished. After Yiyun easily killed the Wolf King, he heard a prompt sound in his ear. Ding! You killed the Shadow Wolf King and gained 100,000 experience points, 10,000 gold coins, 2,000 undead value. Ding! Congratulations on reaching level 18. You have gained 5 free attribute points. Yiyun's gaze swept across the back of the woods, to the place where the two disappeared. The skeleton cavalry were his spies and had already discovered the two men. However, the other party did not make any unusual movements and ignored them. As the saying goes, if no one offends me, I will not offend others. If anyone offends me, he will be killed. After the upgrade, Yiyun's mana value reached 10,600. The undead value reached 6,550 points. Yiyun opened the talent panel and planned to improve his skills comprehensively. The first one to be upgraded is the space of the undead. Skill is especially crucial in combat. Ding! Do you want to consume 5,000 undead points to increase the undead space? Sure, Yiyun said without hesitation. Ding! Your undead space has been upgraded to level 2. Consciousness enters space again. In the dim world of the undead, only a small part belongs to Yiyun's territory, where skeleton soldiers are placed. There is a light gray barrier around it, isolating the inside from the outside. After the upgrade, the barrier expanded outwards by twice as much. We just happen to have some skeleton soldiers. Let's see how many we can pack. Yiyun estimated that this expansion would allow for the release of 1,000 soldiers. An invisible force enveloped the skeleton soldiers on the outside, and in the blink of an eye, those skeletons appeared inside the space. 500. 700. 980. When it comes to this number, there really is no room for more. On the one hand, it was also because he stored some skeleton war horses, which were too large and took up a lot of space. This space is also limited to a certain extent. Troops can only be placed on the ground, there is no way to stack them or overlap them. However, 1,000 soldiers are enough to change the situation of any battle. Combined with his own summoning ability, he can form a legion of more than 1,300 skeletons in a short period of time. Chapter 30, Shadow's Fury. Yiyun looked at the skill panel again. Undead Space Level 2, 20,000 Undead Value Upgrade. 20,000 undead points, it looks like it will take some time to save them up. Yiyun looked at the remaining undead points, and used them on the skeleton warhorse. This type of soldier is very useful and suitable for pulling monsters. When combined with skeleton soldiers, it can attract enemies continuously. Ding! Do you want to consume 100 undead points to upgrade the skeleton warhorse? Sure! Ding! The skeleton horse is upgraded to level 2. Ding! Do you want to consume 200 undead points? Ding! You consume 500 undead points, and the skeleton horse is upgraded to the maximum level. After 1,500 points of undead value were consumed, the warhorse reached its limit. Yiyun waved his staff and chanted a spell silently. Skeleton warhorse! As the spell fell, the dust on the ground was rolled up, forming small whirlwinds. The whirlwind gradually dissipated, revealing a tall and mighty skeleton warhorse. Their bones glowed a reddish glow in the moonlight, and blue flames burned in their empty eye sockets. Yiyun nodded with satisfaction. After this skeleton warhorse reached the maximum level, its movement speed, health volume and defense were greatly improved. Can play a huge role on the battlefield. The undead value I just obtained is only 50 points left. Yiyun walked towards the Wolf King's body and picked up the dropped equipment one by one. After carefully examining the Wolf King's equipment, he found one item that was particularly eye-catching. It was a staff emitting a dark luster. Shadow's Fury Gold. Level 20. Type Staff. Attributes, plus 100 intelligence, plus 50 stamina, 20% increased spell damage. Special effect, when used, there is a 10% chance of triggering Shadow Burst, increasing casting speed and spell damage for a short period of time. With this staff, my mana can be increased by another 5,000 points. Yiyun looked at the intelligence attribute. For a mage, each point can increase mana by 50, which is much stronger than the one he is using now. You have to be level 20 to use it, but he is already level 18 now and will be able to reach the next level soon. Yiyun picked up the scattered equipment and planned to go back and sell them at the trading center. In the center of Jinling City, the headquarters of the Money Gang. Several people are sitting in the conference room. Lu Feiyu pushed his glasses down and reported carefully. Boss, the 5 assassins we sent out are all offline. They may have died. The age of the gods has arrived in reality. This is not a game world and being offline means death. Li Jintian slammed the table. These rubbish, they can't even kill the death song. According to intelligence, this death song is just a necromancer who has just awakened. The time it took to level up from the beginning to now is only 10 days. The gang assassins that were sent out were all carefully trained killers with strong skills and equipment. Who would have thought that they all died at the hands of the necromancer? It seems that we still underestimated the strength of this necromancer. Li Jintian frowned, with a hint of unwillingness in his tone. Boss, should we send more people to deal with him? Lu Feiyu asked cautiously. Of course, we can't let a necromancer jump around under our noses like this. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in Li Jintian's eyes. Pass the order down, mobilize a team of professionals above level 30, form a team of more than 50 people, and kill this death song. Lu Feiyu was shocked when he heard about the level 30 professional. Level 30 is a watershed. You have to complete professional tasks to continue upgrading. The skills you learn afterwards are much more powerful than novice skills. Before level 30, it can only be considered as the novice stage. The team has more than 50 people, and all of them are above level 30. The gang leader is definitely serious about this. No matter how powerful a necromancer is, he can't possibly defeat so many people. Boss, I'll arrange some manpower right away. Lu Feiyu responded. When do we start? Li Jintian rubbed his sore temples. There are law enforcers in the city. We can't move. Keep a close eye on that Death Song. As soon as he leaves the city, kill him immediately. Killing Death Song is not only to give an explanation to the gang members, but also to appease the emotions of the Ma group. L. Qingshan Villa Area. In this doomsday, those who can live in the villa area are all people of prominent status, either rich or very powerful. In the living room of one of the villas, Su Qing was watching TV. When she heard the door open behind her, she quickly stood up and looked over. Dad, you're back. The man who came in was wearing a black suit and had an extremely burly build. He was Su Qing's father, Su Tianming. Su Tianming nodded, with a hint of fatigue in his eyes. He walked to the sofa and sat down, patting his daughter's shoulder gently and motioning her to sit down as well. How's your strength improving? Su Qing smiled and replied, Dad, I'm already level 15. Thanks to that Gale's sword, I can improve so quickly. Su Tianming nodded, with a trace of worry in his eyes. After the advent of the Age of Gods, the world has become increasingly unstable. Although our Su family is in the Qingshan Villa district, we cannot take it lightly. Su Qing asked in confusion. Dad, aren't there law enforcers? Aren't we safe in the city? Su Tianming shook his head. If we take action in the city, the law enforcers will sense it and rush over immediately, but it will still take some time. If you die during this period, what's the use of the law enforcers coming? I'll pay more attention, Su Qing promised. Yeah. Su Tianming nodded slowly and rubbed his sore temples. Dad, why do you look so tired? Su Qing helped Su Tianming to massage his shoulders. Is there something bothering the Dragon Alliance? After the advent of the Age of Gods, various countries formed an alliance to deal with this incident. The official organization of Dragon Country is the Dragon Alliance, which has branches in every city. Su Tianming is the head of the Jinling branch and is in charge of the safety of the entire city. Yeah. Su Tianming leaned on the sofa, looking through the window at the dim world in the distance. A new copy has appeared recently, called Death's Gate, which is full of unknown dangers. The Dragon Alliance has sent hundreds of teams to explore, but so far no team has been able to return intact. Each branch alliance is working hard to conquer this instance, and strive to get the first pass reward. The rewards for completing a dungeon for the first time are very generous, especially for a dungeon that appears alone. After hearing this, Su Qing frowned. She knew that the burden on her father's shoulders was growing heavier, and she also hoped to contribute to the family and the alliance. Dad, can I also explore that copy? Su Qing suddenly made a request. Su Tianming turned his head with a hint of surprise in his eyes. You are only level 15. That dungeon requires a professional above level 25 to deal with it. The best scenario is to reach level 30, get new equipment, and then go in after completing the career mission. Chapter 31 Dragon Alliance. There are certain requirements for entering this Death Gate. The level cannot be higher than 30, and the professional tasks cannot be completed. It is equivalent to a copy of the novice stage, but the difficulty is higher than the first level. So it is difficult for any team to pass. The requirements are so strict? When Su Qing heard the number above level 25, she knew that this was a copy that she was currently unable to handle. In our Jinling city, is there no professional who can handle this instance? Su Tianming sighed and shook his head. Not yet. Although there are many masters in our Jinling city, most of them have completed the first transformation and are not qualified to enter this copy. Besides, the difficulty of the dungeon is too high. Even a level 30 professional may not be able to escape unscathed. If we can complete the first pass first, Jinling City's status in the Alliance will definitely rise, and the headquarters will also give out very good rewards. Even among the sub-alliances, there is competition, as everyone wants to stand out and gain more advantages. Su Qing suddenly thought of someone, and her eyes lit up. Dad, I have a classmate who is very good. Maybe he can help you. Oh? Your classmate? Su Tianming raised his eyebrows, looking a little curious. What is his profession and how strong is he? A glimmer of confidence flashed in Su Qing's eyes. His name is Yiyun, he is a necromancer, and he is very powerful. Although he is only level 15 now, his combat skills and experience are very rich, and he can even be compared with a level 30 professional. Necromancer? Su Tianming was slightly stunned, then frowned. This profession is very weak in the early stage, and is accompanied by a lot of controversy. It can't be as powerful as you say. He has several friends who are necromancers. They will need to at least reach the second level and master more summoning skills before their strength will gradually increase. Before the first transformation, this profession was really too weak. Those few summoned creatures were like a drop in the bucket for the monsters in Death's Gate. Su Qing nodded. Dad, Yiyun is not an ordinary necromancer. The day before yesterday, I went to the dungeon with him. Guess what difficulty we cleared? Su Tianming knew about the scroll in the underground cave. You went to the dungeon with that classmate named Yiyun? What difficulty level did you play? Nightmare. X. What? You guys cleared the level? Of course, and it's just the two of us. Hiss, tell me what special abilities he has. Su Tianming stood up suddenly. Su Qing smiled slightly, with a hint of pride in her eyes. Yiyun has mastered a special skill that can summon hundreds of skeleton soldiers and form an army of undead in a short time. In the dungeon, the army of undead swept across everything. The monsters didn't even have the ability to resist, and they all died. Having said this, she raised her head proudly. Dad, you know, when I cleared the dungeon, my output statistics were 0. After hearing this, Su Tianming showed an expression of disbelief on his face. He knew the danger of the Nightmare Difficulty Cave dungeon, and even masters above level 20 might not be able to deal with it easily. The fact that Su Qing and Yiyun were able to accomplish such a feat with a strength of more than 10 levels made him very interested in Yiyun's strength. Summoning an army of undead in a short period of time, hundreds of skeleton soldiers. This ability is indeed very rare. Su Tianming pondered for a moment, but couldn't think of any necromancers who could master this ability. However, the Death Gate dungeon is different from the Catacombs dungeon. The monsters and environments inside are more complex and dangerous. Even if he can summon an army of undead, he may not be able to cope with all the challenges in Death Gate. Su Qing nodded, understanding her father's concerns, but at the same time she also believed in Yiyun's ability. Dad, I know how difficult Death's Gate is, but Yiyun doesn't just have the ability to summon skeleton soldiers. His combat skills and mastery of necromancy are far superior to those of ordinary people. I believe he can be of help in exploring Death's Gate. Su Tianming was silent for a while, then slowly said, Well, since you trust him so much, let him give it a try. However, I need to meet him first and personally assess his strength. No problem, Dad, I'll arrange for you to meet, Su Qing replied happily. Su Tianming stood up, walked to the window, and looked at the dim world outside the window again. They knew in their hearts that if Yiyun could really help their Jinling city complete the first opening of the Death Gate, it would be a huge breakthrough for the entire city and even the Longting Alliance. Looking forward to meeting this mysterious necromancer, and seeing if he really has the power to change the situation. Tiahai High School. Trading Center. After finishing his morning classes, Yiyun came here and completed the transaction of the equipment that had been hung here. Although the level 15 golden shield was of extraordinary quality, no one bought it immediately, and the price was still under negotiation. Yiyun looked at the bargaining invitations sent by several classmates, and chose the one with the highest bid. Yiyun stood in the corner of the trading center, waiting silently. Soon, a burly student dressed as a warrior walked in. Lilei walked towards Yiyun's position. Are you the holder of the golden shield? Yiyun nodded slightly. That's right. Lilei was surprised. I never thought that a necromancer like you could produce such a rare golden shield. He also knew about the incident with the purple sword a few days ago. Yiyun became a celebrity because he was among the top students in his grade. The explosive equipment has nothing to do with your profession, right? Yiyun asked back. Lilei scratched his head in embarrassment. You are right. I invited you here this time because this shield is too expensive. We are all poor students, how can we afford it? Pretending to be poor? Yiyun saw through Lilei's thoughts at a glance. The truly poor people don't even dare to think about it, let alone come and bargain. Lilei didn't expect Yiyun to be so straightforward. He laughed and said, 50,000 gold coins are indeed too expensive. But I do like this shield, it means a lot to me. I'm willing to pay 40,000 gold coins. This is my limit. Yiyun looked up at the large screen next to him and pointed at the attributes of the obsidian spider shield. This shield has a special effect. When attacked, it has a chance to release poisonous spider webs and can also slow down enemies. This attribute alone makes this shield worth 50,000 gold coins. The price is not high. After hearing this, Lilei frowned and seemed a little embarrassed. But 40,000 gold coins is already a lot of money for me. I really can't afford more. I am a hidden professional golden armored shield warrior. If you sell me the shield at this price, I can team up with you and become a good partner. Invest in me, you won't regret it. The golden armor shield warrior is rated as having S-level potential and is one of the rare professions. On the day of awakening, several gangs came over and extended friendly olive branches. Chapter 32 Shield Bargaining. No need. Yiyun was not interested in this proposal. With the skeleton army around, he didn't need any teammates at all. You. Lilei didn't expect that even after he took the initiative to ask to be the other party's teammate, he was still directly rejected. Yiyun said, If you don't have money, you can use rare materials, or valuable skills and equipment. I understand. Lilei opened his backpack and rummaged through it. Most of the things are ordinary stuff with little value. In the corner of the backpack, there is a stone that dropped from yesterday's copy, with some crystal-like fragments inlaid in the middle. Lilei handed the stone to Yiyun and said, This is what I got in the dungeon yesterday. Although I don't know what it is used for, it feels very special. Yiyun took the stone, observed it carefully, and found that it contained some mysterious energy. He nodded and said, This thing does have some value. I can accept this exchange. After hearing this, Lilei showed a hint of joy on his face. He didn't expect Yiyun to accept this seemingly ordinary stone. Great, let's make a deal! Yiyun handed the golden shield to Lilei, and he received 40,000 gold coins and a stone containing crystal. Lilei took the golden shield, his eyes flashing with excitement. After the two finished the transaction, Lilei left the trading center. Yiyun put the stone into his backpack. This is a magic crystal stone. The crystal inside can be refined and condensed into a magic crystal that can provide the user with a certain amount of mana. This kind of raw stone is very rare in the Age of Gods, and each one is very valuable. Through the crystals visible on the surface of the raw stone, Yiyun could conclude that the value of this stone should be around 10,000 gold coins. As to how many crystals there are inside, it is impossible to be sure. But you shouldn't lose money. Including the money from selling equipment, I now have 150,000 gold coins. A beautiful woman with a ponytail appeared in the trading hall. Her light armor showed off her perfect figure. When the classmates around saw Su Qing, they all looked at her with admiration. Su Qing ignored those people and walked straight to Yiyun with a sweet smile. Yiyun, how has your strength improved recently? Yiyun looked up at Su Qing. I'm fine, how about you? Thanks to you, I'm already level 15. Su Qing replied. By the way, my father wants to see you. Your father? Yiyun recalled a tall figure. In the following years, Su Tianming relied on his rare profession to improve his strength rapidly, and became the backbone of the Dragon Country battlefield. On the battlefield, Su Tianming can often be seen leading the Dragon Nation professionals to charge into battle. There was even one time when Yiyun became a member of Su Tianming's team and followed him into the battlefield. However, during a beast tide, Su Tianming died there while trying to kill a powerful lord. The ending is tragic. But reality is so cruel. In order to protect the homes they depend on for survival, many people have sacrificed their lives. Yiyun nodded. No problem, when? Tomorrow night I'll take you to see him. After Su Qing said this, she felt a little nervous, a bit like she was taking someone to see their parents. Okay, then tomorrow night, Yiyun replied. Seeing Yiyun so happy, Su Qing was a little surprised. You don't even ask why, but just go with me? Yiyun said casually. Anyway, it's impossible for him to go to meet the parents. You really? Su Qing glared at Yiyun in reproach, but there was a hint of smile in her eyes. Yiyun shrugged and said nonchalantly, But what does your father want to talk to me about? Su Qing put away her smile and answered seriously. There is a new copy that has appeared recently, called Death's Gate. It requires some strong people to come forward to take down the first pass. Yiyun nodded thoughtfully. I see. Then I will go meet him tomorrow night. Well, I'll pick you up tomorrow night, Su Qing said, turned around and prepared to leave. Yiyun looked at Su Qing's back and couldn't help feeling a little emotional. In the previous life, the first passage to the Gate of Death was obtained by Longdu. Longdu, with its large population, can be said to be a place where dragons gather. In this life, if he went, there would be no suspense. The wheel of fate is about to change at this moment. Yiyun left the trading center and went to the dungeon transporter's location. He randomly selected a level 15 dungeon with nightmare difficulty. After passing it easily, my level was successfully raised to level 20. Then I took a taxi and headed straight for the Spider Cave. Suburbs. Not far from the Spider Cave, a team of hundreds of people were gathering here. Every professional has a medal shaped like a gold coin hanging on his chest. This is the badge of the Money Gang, which can provide some attributes according to the level of the members. One of the leaders, named Zhao Taizhu, is a key member of the Jin Qian gang. Zhao Taizhu stood in front of the team, his eyes scanning every member. Brothers, today we are going to the Spider Cave. There is a powerful boss inside. Our goal this time is to kill it and get the rare equipment it drops. Zhao Taizhu's voice was loud and passionate, making everyone present excited. We, the Money Gang, have been preparing for this operation for a long time. Everyone must go all out. If you successfully kill the boss, you will not only get a generous reward, but also bring honor to the gang. There was a warm cheer in the team, and everyone's eyes were shining with the desire for victory. Let's go! Zhao Taizhu gave an order, and the team marched towards the Spider Cave in a mighty manner. After taking a few steps, he suddenly received a voice request from the gang leader Li Zhentian. Hey! Boss! What did you say? Yiyun is heading towards our location? Great! I will lead the team back and meet up with Sun Hong. We will definitely capture Yiyun. Zhao Taizhu hung up the phone, a cunning gleam in his eyes. He knew that Yiyun's strength should not be underestimated, but the Money Gang was no pushover either. This time, Sun Hong brought a level 30 first level player to block Yiyun's way from behind. And they are blocking the front. With the cooperation from inside and outside, they will definitely be able to catch Yiyun and kill him on the spot. He quickly adjusted the team's formation and prepared for the upcoming battle. Brothers, Yiyun is coming towards us. We have to change our plan and get rid of him first. The members of the team echoed one after another, determined to capture Yiyun. Everyone listen to my orders. We will set up an ambush first and pretend to attack the Spider Cave. As soon as Yiyun arrives, we will launch the attack immediately. Zhao Taizhu quickly gave the order. Chapter 33. You are surrounded by me. The team acted quickly and began setting traps and ambushes according to Zhao Taizhu's plan. They used the terrain to their advantage and dispersed the team, with some people hiding in the grass and others pretending to attack the Spider Cave to create the illusion of a battle. Suddenly, tall shadowy wolves appeared from behind the woods, glowing blood red. Zhao Taizhu looked back and was stunned for a moment. Why is there a shadow wolf here? This shouldn't be the case. This is not the shadow wolves' activity range. Moreover, these wolves are twice as big as them, and their bodies are glowing red, which is not comparable to those shadow wolves. A deputy named Liao stared at the wolf pack and said, "Boss, these don't seem to be shadow wolves, but the summoned beasts of the necromancer, the shadow war wolves." The shadow war wolf summoned by the necromancer is much stronger than the shadow wolf. A bit similar, but aren't shadow wolves blue? Why are these guys red? There are also undead mages in Zhao Tieju's team, who often summon shadow wolves to fight, so he is quite familiar with them. The war wolves summoned by the necromancer are only 1/3 of these in size. Shadow wolf is a relatively strong summoning skill of the necromancer in the early stage. As the skill level increases, the number of summons at a time will also increase. Level 1 is 1 piece. Level 3 has 2. The maximum level is 3. However, most necromancers can only be upgraded to level 3 or 4 at most. Even in the later stages, it is difficult to upgrade to level 5. Liao looked at the shadow wolf and suddenly remembered something. "Boss, this seems to be the color of a full-level shadow wolf." He had seen a set of pictures online, and the maximum level shadow wolf was indeed red. The properties have also been greatly improved compared to the original ones. However, the necromancer who posted the picture only upgraded his skills to the maximum level after the 3rd transformation. This is just a novice area. How could such a terrifying guy appear? Zhao Taizhu frowned, feeling an ominous premonition in his heart. He quickly scanned the surroundings to confirm whether the team's defensive formation was stable. Despite facing an unknown threat, the members of the money gang did not show any panic. "Liao, go inform Sun Hong and ask him to get ready and support us at any time," Zhao Taizhu commanded calmly. Liao nodded, quickly took out his cell phone and contacted Sun Hong. Zhao Taizhu continued to observe the movements of the shadow war wolves while thinking about how to respond. In the woods, pairs of green eyes, like will-o'-the-wisp, flashed strangely in the darkness. Their numbers are increasing, everywhere and in all directions. Zhao Tieju's heartbeat quickened as he realized something was wrong. "Well, it seems we are surrounded." At first, they planned to surround Yiyun, but they were surrounded by a group of shadow war wolves that came from nowhere. Even a team of 100 people was surrounded. It was hard to imagine how terrifying the number of these shadow war wolves was. A skeleton warhorse suddenly appeared in the woods, with a black-robed wizard riding on it. It's you! Hymn of Death!" Zhao Tieju's pupils suddenly contracted as he recognized the identity of the black-robed wizard. Yiyun rode on his warhorse and looked at the more than 100 people in the open space. "I'm sorry, you guys are surrounded by me." Having learned from his previous experience, today after entering the forest, he did not go to his destination immediately, but circled around in the same place. Sure enough, a team of job changers in their 30s appeared, each with the money gang badge on their chest. Zhao Taizhu looked at the more than 100 brothers behind him, feeling powerless. This is probably the first time that more than 100 people are surrounded by one person. However, he did not panic, but planned to move Sun Hong out as a reinforcement. "Death Song, in addition to these 100 people in our money gang, we have more than 50 job changers. They are right behind you and can attack at any time. If you know what's good for you, let us go immediately. You might still have a chance to survive. If those professionals come, our money gang will be attacked from both sides, and you will definitely die." When Yiyun heard this, his expression did not change at all, and he still sat steadily on his warhorse. "You mean the ones nicknamed Old Snowman? How did you know that nickname?" "Because they're already dead." "What? This is absolutely impossible." Sun Hong's nickname is Old Snowman. Zhao Taizhu was just talking to Sun Hong, who said that he had found Yiyun's trail and was heading towards the spider cave, and asked them to attack him from the front and back. Zhao Tieju's face turned pale in an instant. He stared at Yiyun in disbelief, with an unprecedented fear surging in his heart. He knew Sun Hong's strength very well. Those 50-plus first-level professionals were definitely not ordinary people. How could they be dealt with so easily? "I don't believe it. Liao, contact Sun Hong immediately and ask him to give me support. Support me now." Liao also came over at this time, with a look of horror on his face. Boss. I can't contact Sun Hong. In the friend list, Sun Hong is offline. In addition to him, there are dozens of other people who participated in this operation, all of whom are offline. They might be dead. Here, being offline means death. All dead? Zhao Tieju's heart sank to the bottom, realizing that he might have underestimated Yiyun's strength. Members of the money gang began to feel uneasy. They had never encountered such a powerful opponent. "Everyone, don't panic!" Zhao Taizhu shouted loudly, trying to stabilize the morale of the troops. "We still have a chance. As long as we unite as one, we will definitely be able to break through the siege." The members of the team looked at each other, and although they were filled with fear, they still gripped their weapons tightly, ready for the upcoming battle. Yiyun rode on his warhorse and glanced coldly at Zhao Taizhu and his team. Just after entering the forest, he discovered the whereabouts of Sun Hong's gang, so he deliberately set up an ambush using the high terrain and led the group into a relatively low-lying valley. 800 archers from the undead space were instantly summoned above the valley, and a dense rain of arrows wiped out the group of people. They didn't even have a chance to break out of the encirclement. Even though they have changed their professions and their attributes have been greatly improved, the power of Yiyun's full-level archer is not to be underestimated and is enough to make up for the level disadvantage. Moreover, as Yiyun's attributes increase, the attributes of the summoned archer will also be slightly improved. The level 20 staff has an added 100 points of intelligence, which greatly increases the spell damage. When used on skeleton soldiers, it also greatly increases their damage. After killing that group of people, he consumed the undead value and upgraded the Shadow Wolf skill to the maximum level. The characteristic of this full-level skill is that it can summon 3 Shadow Wolves at a time. Once all the mana is used up, you can summon 900 of them, and after another round of recovery, you can summon another 900. A total of 1,800 war wolves surrounded the 100 or so people. Chapter 34, The Mob. Do you think that you, a mob, can compete with me? Yiyun's voice was emotionless and echoed in the woods. Zhao Taizhu gripped his weapon tightly, a hint of determination flashing in his eyes. Now is not the time to retreat. We must boost morale and look for a glimmer of hope. Brothers, we are the elite of the money gang. We must not fall here. Zhao Taizhu shouted loudly. Show your courage, rush out with me. Following Zhao Taizhu's shout, the members of the team cheered up. They knew that only by fighting to the death could they fight their way out. Okay, then let me see what you can do. Yiyun waved his hand lightly, and the Shadow War Wolves began to approach Zhao Taizhu's team. Zhao Taizhu took a deep breath and rushed towards the nearest Shadow Wolf. His movements were swift and decisive, and the weapon in his hand emitted cold rays of light in the darkness. However, the number of warwolves was too large and they were fearless, so the crowd's formation was broken in an instant. Yiyun, you bastard! Do you think you can defeat our Jinqian gang like this? Zhao Taizhu roared, trying to provoke Yiyun and make him make a mistake. Yiyun's expression did not change at all. You are still too naive. Money gang? They are just a bunch of rabble. Zhao Taizhu's heart sank, realizing that Yiyun was not bluffing, but he also knew that he could not give up and had to fight for a chance of survival for his brothers. Brothers, follow me! Zhao Taizhu roared and led the team to launch the final charge towards Yiyun. The battle became more and more fierce, and the corpses of the Shadow War Wolves piled up like a mountain, but Zhao Taizhu's team also suffered heavy losses. Yiyun still sat firmly on his warhorse, as if enjoying this bloody feast. Finally, all of Zhao Taizhu's team fell, leaving their equipment all over the ground. A prompt sound rang beside Yiyun's ear. Ding! You defeated 105 professionals and obtained 3,150 undead points. The wolves rushed towards the scattered equipment and props, picked them up, and sent them back to Yiyun. Yiyun picked up these things one by one. Since there were too many of them, some of them that were not of great value were thrown away directly. What's different from the game is that these items won't actually disappear when thrown on the ground. If someone comes across them, they can pick them up. These 2 battles brought him a large amount of level 20 and 30 equipment. The quality of these equipment is not very high. I'll just put them up at the auction house when I get back. The auction house charges a handling fee for selling equipment, but the school's trading center does not, so at the beginning, Yiyun chose to trade at school. But now, there are too many of these equipments, and the newbies in the school simply cannot digest them all. Yiyun rode the skeleton warhorse, controlled the wolf pack, and moved towards the spider cave. Yiyun stopped at the entrance of the spider cave. Looking around, I saw that the cave was covered with dense spider webs, and occasionally a few huge spiders were wandering around the entrance of the cave. These spiders are several times larger than ordinary spiders, and their 8 eyes flash eerily in the dim light. Dark Spider, level 20. Yiyun knew that although these dark spiders were not of high level, they were numerous and had certain toxicity. Once surrounded by them, even he would find it difficult to escape. Moreover, this spider cave has another characteristic. As long as you get close to it, spiders will continuously come out of it, and the number will increase. After sending out all the minions inside, the Dark Spider Queen will appear. This is also a lower-level boss with very powerful attributes. Under normal circumstances, even 100 professionals at level 20 or above might not be able to kill it. This is also the reason why Zhao Taizhu brought more than 100 people here. Yiyun flipped it casually and took out a mask. Mask of the Spider Queen Special. Description: this is the mask that the Spider Queen wore when she was alive. It contains some of her power and curse. Take it to the spider cave, and you may be able to trigger a special event. According to the introduction, this mask will trigger special events here. What will this event be? The Dark Spider Queen should be lured out before it will be triggered. Deploy the troops first. There is an open space around the spider cave, and further away is a forest, which is not very dense. Let 800 skeleton archers ambush in the surrounding woods, facing the direction of the spider cave. The archer's range is limited, the farthest is 300 meters. It is very accurate within 150 meters, and the hit rate drops sharply beyond this distance. But if the number is large, as long as there is a vague direction, there is a high probability that the target can be hit. The Shadow War wolves charge forward in the front, forming several densely packed rows, keeping Yiyun closely guarded behind them. The space is too small, it's hard to perform. Yiyun now prefers open areas, where it will not be crowded no matter how many soldiers he summons. Archer, release your arrows. Arrows flew towards the cave entrance like raindrops, and the dark spiders were shot one after another, making sharp hissing sounds. Ding! You killed 5 dark spiders and gained 1,000 experience points. Undead value 100 points. Yiyun's tactics were simple and effective. He took advantage of the skeleton archer's long-range advantage to suppress the spider cave. The death of several spiders seemed to be a fuse. Sharp chirping sounds were heard in the cave, and dark spiders crawled out one by one. As more and more dark spiders emerged from the spider cave, the skeleton archers continued to shoot arrows. The rain of arrows drew arcs in the air and hit the targets accurately. The spider corpses gradually piled up at the entrance of the cave. These spiders could not even walk 10 meters out of the cave and were all killed. At first, there were only 4 or 5 spiders crawling out of the cave. Later, the number continued to increase. 10, 20, 30, 50. The number of dark spiders seemed endless, their corpses piled up like mountains, but new spiders still continued to emerge. Suddenly, the spider hole disappeared and no spiders continued to crawl out. Yiyun observed carefully and found the problem. There are too many corpses, blocking the entrance to the cave. I guess this is the first time this situation has occurred. Normally, when dealing with spider holes, you have to let the spiders crawl outside and kill them in the woods to prevent them from having too many of them and causing too much of an impact on the human team. It is very rare for someone like Yiyun to crush the spider with his explosive troops. Yiyun realized that this might be a tactical mistake and quickly adjusted his strategy, ordering the skeleton archers to stop shooting to avoid further accumulation of corpses. Shadow Wolf, forward! Yiyun's voice echoed on the battlefield, using the mobility of the Shadow War Wolf to clear the corpses at the entrance of the cave. The wolves responded quickly, rushing to the cave entrance and starting to drag the piled spider carcasses aside. As the bodies were cleared, the cave became active again and the dark spiders began to pour out again. Suddenly, a low roar came from the depths of the cave, and then a huge dark spider queen slowly crawled out. Chapter 35, The Dark Queen. Her 8 eyes flashed with strange light, and her 8 black silk thighs made creepy sounds as they scratched on the ground. Yiyun did not let the archer attack immediately, but took out the mask of the Spider Queen. When the dark Spider Queen saw the mask, she roared in pain, and her 8 eyes were all filled with blood-red light. Ding! Please be aware, the dark Spider Queen is experiencing extreme mood swings and has fallen into an extreme frenzy. Attributes plus 300%. Yiyun looked at the mask, then at the frenzied Dark Queen, and an idea gradually became clear. The Dark Queen and the Spider Queen might be sisters. Seeing their sister die made them so angry that they went berserk to the extreme. There are also several types of frenzy, which directly affect the attributes and death drop rate. Normal frenzy, attribute increase by 50%, relatively easy to deal with. Highly frenzied, the monster is in a state of high anger value, and its attributes are increased by 100%. Extremely frenzied, the monster's emotions are directly detonated, and its attributes are increased by 300%. This state of extreme frenzy is triggered by very harsh conditions and usually only occurs during hidden events. The profits are also considerable. For example, in the cave copy, Yiyun chose the nightmare difficulty. At the last level, he killed all the spider eggs, and the queen fell into an extremely frenzied state. Yiyun revealed the queen's mask during that battle. Only in this extremely frenzied state will the queen's mask fall, thus triggering another special event. Roar! After the dark spider queen went berserk, her body was filled with tremendous power. The already huge body became even more terrifying, almost filling the entire cave. The 8 legs were like sharp blades, leaving deep marks on the ground, and every movement was accompanied by the shaking of the ground. Yiyun was not frightened by this sudden change, and his expression remained unchanged. Give orders to the Shadow Wolves to disperse and form a circle to prepare for the violent attack of the Dark Spider Queen. Rain of arrows! Yiyun commanded the skeleton archers. They quickly adjusted their positions and aimed their arrows at the vital parts of the Dark Spider Queen. Following Yiyun's order, rain of arrows poured down again. Each arrow made a sound of breaking through the air and hit the target accurately. However, the Dark Spider Queen's frenzy greatly enhanced her defense, and many arrows only left shallow marks on her shell. The damage that originally hit the spider was hundreds of points, but when it landed on her, it was only a few dozen points. The queen let out a deafening roar, kicked her 8 legs hard, and rushed towards Yiyun with her whole body like a moving fortress. The Shadow Wolves were not afraid at all. They faced the queen's attack and tore at her legs and feet with their sharp claws. The queen can kill a Shadow Wolf with 2 or 3 attacks. The wolf warrior suffered heavy damage, but still managed to resist the queen's attack, preventing her from moving forward. At this moment, the second wave of arrows arrived, and the queen's health dropped again. The queen suddenly roared with anger, her hard belly pressed against the ground, and her 8 black silk thighs stretched straight forward, turning like a windmill. The Shadow Wolves were caught off guard by this sudden attack. As long as they got close to the 8 legs, several injuries would instantly appear on their heads and their health would be emptied. More than a dozen war wolves died in an instant, and a large area of the battlefield was quickly cleared. The queen spun and moved closer to Yiyun. The whistling sound, like the sound of death being harvested, was particularly creepy in the empty woods. Yiyun was still sitting steadily on his warhorse, looking at the queen expressionlessly. Shadow Wolf. One by one, the war wolves crawled up from the ground and, like the fearless Deadpool, rushed towards the Spider Queen madly. Although they are very fragile and will die if attacked by the queen, their huge numbers successfully block the queen's steps. Rain of arrows. The skeleton archers pulled their bowstrings again, and arrows poured down like a rainstorm, each one hitting the Dark Spider Queen with the sound of breaking through the air. Under this whirlwind attack skill, the queen's defense is greatly reduced, and each arrow can deal more than 200 damage. Sure enough, when she used her skills, her defense dropped. This was exactly what Yiyun had expected. Normally, this level of attack skill comes at the cost of reduced defense or becoming more vulnerable. In this round of arrow rain attack, the queen's health was emptied, and the spinning windmill also stopped, leaving only 8 black silk thighs twitching there. Finally, after a violent tremor, the Dark Spider Queen let out a desperate wail, and her huge body fell to the ground with a bang. She had never thought that a human could summon so many undead soldiers, dozens of times more than her spider brothers. A lot of colorful light burst out from its body. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the Dark Spider Queen. You have gained 50,000 experience points. Undead value is 3,000 points. Ding! You have reached level 21. Gained 5 attribute points. Yiyun walked towards the ball of light on the ground, found a black robe inside, and looked at it carefully. The robe was embroidered with complex runes, flickering with a dim light, and seemed to contain some mysterious dark power. Shadow robe, gold. Level 20. Type, armor robe. Attributes, plus 100 intelligence. Stamina plus 30. Increases magic critical hit rate by 15%. Special effect, when casting any magic, there is a 10% chance to trigger a shadow burst, causing additional shadow damage to surrounding enemies for 5 seconds. Introduction. This robe is woven from shadow energy. It can not only enhance the caster's magical ability, but also release a powerful shadow burst at a critical moment, causing a devastating blow to the enemy. Yiyun nodded and put on the shadow robe directly. His mana increased by 4,000 points again, and his health increased by 1,500. The previous robe increased mana by 1,000 points. Open the Properties panel. Level 21. Health, 5,100. Mana, 19,550. Undead value, 8,100. Skills: Shadow Wolf max. Skeleton Horse max. Death Coil level 1. Skeleton Soldier max. 1 Skeleton Archer max. Black Orb level 1. Undead Scourge, level 3, consumes 10,000 undead points to upgrade. Undead Space, level 2, consume 20,000 undead points to upgrade. Yiyun looked at the Shadow Wolf skills. Shadow Wolf max. Introduction. Summon 3 war wolves to become your subordinates, consuming 50 mana. Basic attributes are affected by magic damage. Cooldown 5 minutes. The mana of summoning a wolf is 20 points higher than that of a skeleton. With Yiyun's current mana, he can cast it 400 times and summon 1,200 wolves. On the battlefield, they become an endless stream of troops. Yiyun looked at the black magic orb and chose to upgrade it. After consuming 1,500 points of undead value, upgrade it to the maximum level. Then choose to upgrade Death Coil. This is an advanced skill. The basic undead value consumed is 200 points, which is higher than other skills. After consuming a total of 2,000 undead points, this skill is also upgraded to the maximum level. Chapter 36 New Summoning. Death Coil. Release a tentacle to wrap around the enemy, controlling them for 3 seconds. Consumes 50 mana. Cooldown 3 minutes. The control time is increased by 1 second, and it will last a little longer when dealing with bosses. However, some bosses have invincible skills, which will make them immune to this type of control effect after use. Just like the Spider Queen just now, she became domineering after going berserk, and even Yiyun used Death Coil, but was unable to restrain her. However, against players, this skill will become the Harvest Scythe of Death. One control plus a wave of arrows can kill a person instantly. Currently, there are 4,600 undead points left. Yiyun continued to rummage through the spoils, looking for something valuable. In a ball of golden light, a book of undead skill summoning was found. Dark Spider Queen, Special. Introduction, Undead Summons. Effect, summon a Dark Spider Queen to join your team. Consumes 200 mana points. Cooldown 12 hours. When Yiyun saw the word special, he seemed to understand something. This summoning book of the necromancer is dropped after completing a special task. This is really difficult. In the situation just now, if the skill used by the queen rushed into the player's team, it would instantly break the formation, and anyone in the back row would be killed if it was touched. Even a team of 200 people could not kill it. If the player's level is too high, there will be a penalty mechanism, and special skills will not be dropped upon death. Therefore, Yiyun is definitely one of the few people who can obtain this skill. Just throw the skill book away. The summoning interval for this skill is very long, taking 12 hours. But for Yiyun, it doesn't matter. Ding! Congratulations, you have acquired a new skill, Dark Spider Queen. Yiyun waved his staff and chanted a spell silently. As the spell was completed, a black light shot out from the tip of the staff and shot straight into the sky. Then, the earth began to tremble, as if something huge was about to break out of the ground. In front of Yiyun, a huge figure gradually appeared. The Dark Spider Queen's 8 legs supported her body steadily, and her eyes flashed red, as if looking for new enemies. In terms of size, the Spider Queen is taller than a warhorse and is as big as a car. The 8 black thighs are shiny black, just like they are wearing black stockings, and combined with the charming face, there is an enchanting beauty. Its attributes are not as strong as those of the real Spider Queen, but they will increase accordingly as Yiyun's magic damage increases. As the skill level increases, the Queen's measurements will also increase. Yiyun looked towards its skills. Skills, Death Whirlwind. Spider Guard. There are 2 skills, one can summon minions, and the other is the skill you just encountered. Yiyun said aloud. Spider Guard. Following the command, the Dark Spider Queen's body shook slightly, and her 8 legs moved quickly, instantly summoning a group of small spider guards around her. Although these guards are not as big as the queen, each of them exudes a dangerous aura, with bloodthirsty light flashing in their eyes, as if they are ready to sacrifice their lives for the queen at any time. The quantity is 10. Yiyun nodded. These spider guards could not only provide additional combat power, but also create chaos on the battlefield and distract the enemy's attention. More importantly, as the Dark Spider Queen's level increases, the attributes of these guards will also be enhanced accordingly. Continue to research another skill. Death Whirlwind. As Yiyun whispered, the Dark Spider Queen's body trembled again, and its 8 strong legs began to spin rapidly, as if turning into a black whirlwind. The 8 thighs cut through the surrounding air like sharp blades, making a sharp whistling sound. Yiyun carefully observed the effect of this skill and saw that wherever the whirlwind passed, whether it was rocks or trees, they were ruthlessly torn apart. If this force is released on the battlefield, it will undoubtedly cause huge damage to the enemy. A single Spider Queen casting Death Whirlwind has this kind of power. What if there are 10? 100? 1,000? Throwing a large number of Spider Queens into the battlefield is an absolute storm of death that no enemy can get close to. Another spider crawled out of the spider cave, and Yiyun immediately ordered the queen to rush over. After the queen approached the little spider, she raised her 2 front legs and stabbed downwards fiercely. The little spider's body was easily pierced, and black blood gushed out, staining the surrounding ground black. The Dark Spider Queen's attacks were not only swift but also deadly, and her power was perfectly demonstrated under Yiyun's command. Just one hit killed a small spider. The damage is considerable. You know, even if it is a full-level Shadow Wolf, it will take about 10 hits to kill a spider. The damage done to the queen is evident from the observation of abalone through a tube. 4 or 5 more small spiders crawled out of the spider cave, and Yiyun gave orders again. Death Whirlwind! The queen's 8 legs began to rotate again, and this time, she locked her target on the group of little spiders. As the movement occurred, a black whirlwind quickly formed, sucking the little spiders into it. The sharp black silk legs in the whirlwind are like countless sharp blades, ruthlessly cutting their fragile bodies. The little spiders let out a sharp hissing sound, but were soon swallowed up by the whirlwind and turned into debris on the ground. Yiyun nodded slightly. The power of the Dark Spider Queen was beyond his expectations. Her presence not only provides powerful combat power, but also makes his tactical options more diverse. Start thinking about how to combine the Dark Spider Queen with other undead creatures to form an even deadlier combination. Yiyun tried to upgrade it. Ding! Do you want to consume 500 points of undead value to increase the level? Sure! Yiyun noticed that the undead value consumed by the Queen's skill was much higher than that of Death Coil. It must have something to do with the fact that this is an advanced skill. Ding! Congratulations, the Dark Spider Queen has been promoted to level 2. Ding! Do you want to consume 700 undead points to increase the level? Sure! A total of 4,500 undead points were consumed to upgrade the skill to level 5. Under normal circumstances, proficiency can only be gained by performing skills, with a cooldown of 12 hours, and can only be used twice a day. In his previous life, Yiyun had 7 years of experience as a necromancer, but his high-level summoning skills were at most level 2 or 3, and he didn't even have a level 4 one. Not only him, but few other necromancers could upgrade it to level 4. Level 5 is impossible. Dark Spider Queen, level 5. Effect: summons a Dark Spider Queen to join your team. Basic attributes are related to spell damage. Consumes 200 mana points. Cooldown 8 hours. Skills: Death Whirlwind. Spider Guard. The cooldown has been shortened, and the value of the basic attribute improvement has been greatly increased. Yiyun has experience in high-level summoning. Every time he levels up, his attributes must increase by at least 50%. The improvement is huge. Yiyun used the summoning skill again. Dark Spider Queen! Chapter 37: The Combat Power of Level 5 Queen. As Yiyun's mana surges, the new Dark Spider Queen slowly rises from the cracks in the ground. Her body was even larger than before, and her 8 legs were like black steel pillars, supporting her awe-inspiring body. The eyes were like 2 burning rubies, emitting a chilling light. Yiyun observed the newly upgraded Dark Spider Queen. Her strength and speed had been significantly improved. The size has also been upgraded from a small car to an off-road vehicle. Spider Guard. Following Yiyun's order, the newly upgraded Dark Spider Queen responded quickly. This time, not only were there more spider guards summoned, but each one also appeared more ferocious and agile. Their size has also increased, as if they have been strengthened in some way, and the dangerous aura they exude has become even stronger. The number increased from 10 at the beginning to 25. If he summons 100 Spider Queens on the battlefield and triggers the guard skill at the same time, he can instantly summon 2,500 minions, which will be a catastrophic blow to all kinds of enemies. Death Whirlwind! Yiyun gave the order again, and the Dark Spider Queen's 8 legs began to rotate again. This time, the black whirlwind she released was even more violent, spinning like a fire wheel, as if even the air was torn apart. After being swept by the steel-like beautiful legs, sparks flew from the stones on the ground, and the thick trees were directly turned into pieces. Yiyun noticed that as the level increased, the scope and destructive power of the Death Whirlwind increased significantly. The increase in the Queen's physical attributes is not limited to strength and speed, but also includes wisdom and endurance. Ding! Do you want to spend 1,500 undead points to upgrade the level? Yiyun did not respond. Currently, he only has 100 mana points left, which is not enough to continue improving. Let's wait until Kankanshin comes. Next, summon 50 Dark Spider Queens and put them into the space of the dead. Because it is so big, one of them takes up 10 places, and if 50 of them are put in, half of the space will be gone. The rest will continue to store the archers and wolves. The queen consumes too much mana. Storing some in advance will save a lot, and it can also have a good effect on the battlefield. The undead space is still too small. Save up some undead points and upgrade it to level 3. To upgrade the undead space, you will need 20,000 undead points. Yiyun dispersed the useless skeleton soldiers and directly used the return to city skill. The summoned creature cannot be teleported together. When the skill is triggered, it will disappear immediately. Only the skeletons that exist in the undead space can be preserved. Tiahai High School. Trading Center. A tall student put his arm around Lin Wanqing's waist, looking very intimate. Lin Wanqing moved away with some resistance, but the student hugged her even tighter. Lin Wanqing felt disgusted, but she knew that she couldn't lose her temper easily in such a situation. Let's go over there and take a look. The student seemed satisfied with Lin Wanqing's reaction, so he let go of her hand and followed her to the other side of the trading center. The student's name is Zhao Tianyu. He is a prominent figure in Tianhai High School. He comes from a prominent family and holds an important position in the student union. Zhao Tianyu has always been interested in Lin Wanqing, but Lin Wanqing has always had Yiyun by her side, so he has never found a good opportunity. Somehow this time, Lin Wanqing took the initiative to approach him, which led to the relationship between the two of them. Wanqing, you're my girlfriend now, can't you just hug my waist? Zhao Tianyu, I don't want things to develop so quickly, and this is school, it wouldn't be good if others saw us. Lin Wanqing tried her best to stay calm. She approached Zhao Tianyu simply because she was attracted by his family background and potential, and she didn't want to be together openly. This way, those boys who wanted to take the initiative to show their affection would stay away from her. She doesn't want to hang herself on this tree. Zhao Tianyu frowned and said unhappily, Are you still thinking about Yiyun in your heart? He is indeed very good to you and is your childhood sweetheart, but I am your true love. Although I don't know what method Yiyun used to improve his strength, he is definitely not my opponent. I can kill him with my assassin skills. I have nothing to do with that hateful guy Yiyun. Don't think too much about it. Lin Wanqing quickly distanced herself from Yiyun. Last time, she took the initiative to approach Yiyun, but was directly rejected, and she has been holding a grudge in her heart. Zhao Tianyu didn't expect Lin Wanqing to comment on Yiyun like this. Damn it! Did he tease you? Damn boy, I will definitely teach him a lesson when I get the chance. Lin Wanqing remained silent, but in her heart she hoped that Zhao Tianyu could teach Yiyun a lesson. This also proves that her choice was not wrong. Zhao Tianyu said confidently, Wanqing, don't worry, I will definitely let you live the best life. What does Yiyun think of that kid? I, Zhao Tianyu, am your future support. Let's see what good stuff there is first. Lin Wanqing changed the subject and looked towards the trading platform. Zhao Tianyu put one hand on the counter. Wanqing, just tell me what you like, and I'll buy it for you. Yeah. Lin Wanqing's favorite is this kind of rich ATM. This light armor has good attributes, but its price. Zhao Tianyu stared at the light armor. It is red and can perfectly outline the figure. In my mind, I imagine Lin Wanqing wearing it, showing off her charming curves, and a satisfied smile appeared on the corner of my mouth. Price is not an issue, I'll pay. Isn't it just 10,000 gold coins? Zhao Tianyu said generously, as if this light armor was a piece of cake for him. Lin Wanqing was secretly happy, knowing that Zhao Tianyu was generous, which was exactly what she expected. Pretending to be reserved, she said, I'm afraid this isn't a good idea, to let you spend so much money, or let it go. What's 10,000 gold coins? Zhao Tianyu put one hand on the counter and said to the staff casually, This is it. Help me contact the seller. The staff member nodded immediately and clicked the transaction instruction. Soon, Zhao Tianyu got a transaction code. Wanqing, that person will be here soon and will be able to get the light armor in a while. Let's wait here for a while. Zhao Tianyu, you are so nice, Lin Wanqing said softly, with a hint of coquettishness in her voice. When Zhao Tianyu heard Lin Wanqing's praise, he felt even more proud. Lin Wanqing smiled slightly, but in her heart she was thinking about how to use Zhao Tianyu's resources to improve herself. Zhao Tianyu has a strong family background. If he can get his support, his position in Tianhai High School will be more stable. This Zhao Tianyu is much richer than that Zhou Yichen. After waiting for a while, a boy wearing a t-shirt and with his hands in his pockets walked into the trading center. Chapter 38, Practice More. When Zhao Tianyu saw this person, his face turned a little ugly. Did you hang this red crystal armor here? Yiyun saw Lin Wanqing beside him, then glanced at Zhou Yichen, and immediately understood something. That's right. Zhao Tianyu was just belittling Yiyun, saying that the other party was inferior to him in every way, but now he discovered that the level 10 purple equipment he wanted to buy was actually made by the other party. He was secretly angry in his heart, but pretended to be calm on the surface and said, It turned out to be you, Yiyun. I didn't expect you to have the ability to drop such high-level equipment. Yiyun looked at the other party expressionlessly. Do you want to buy it? Zhao Tianyu nodded, hiding his inner jealousy. Yes, my girlfriend wanted this equipment, so I bought it for her. Having said that, he deliberately put his arm around Lin Wanqing's waist, revealing their intimacy. Lin Wanqing also felt mixed emotions. A while ago, Yiyun sold a level 10 golden purple outfit here and got 10,000 gold coins. Later I heard that Li Lei also bought a piece of gold armor from Yiyun, worth 50,000 gold coins. In just a few days, Yiyun's income is probably 70,000 to 80,000 gold coins. If converted into money, That would be 700,000 or 800,000, which is definitely not a small amount. The bootlickers who were once looked down upon have suddenly become popular. This change is too big. At this moment, she felt a little regretful. If I had known Yiyun had so much potential, I should have agreed to his pursuit. Now, can we have any equipment we want? Zhou Chen, don't do this. Lin Wanqing gently pushed Zhou Chen's hand away, with a hint of displeasure in her tone. She knew Zhao Tianyu's vanity, but she didn't want to show it too much in front of Yiyun. What if the two of them have a chance to be together in the future? Yiyun looked at Lin Wanqing, but his heart was calm. Having long seen through Lin Wanqing's vanity and Zhao Tianyu's showing off, he was not surprised by their interaction. Yiyun, I'll buy this red crystal armor. Zhao Tianyu immediately changed the subject, trying to hide his inner jealousy. Yiyun replied calmly, not for sale. Zhou Yichen's face suddenly turned ugly. He didn't expect Yiyun to reject him, especially in front of Lin Wanqing. Why? Is it because of Wanqing? Yiyun replied. It's none of your business whether I want to sell my equipment or not, right? Yiyun, what do you mean? Zhao Tianyu was teased like this, and his anger immediately rushed to the top of his head. Are you deliberately making things difficult for me because you see me and Lin Wanqing together? Do you really think I'm a vegetarian? Yiyun still had a blank expression on his face. Zhao Tianyu, you take yourself too seriously. What does it have to do with you and Lin Wanqing whether I sell the equipment or not? Zhao Tianyu's expression became even uglier. Yiyun, don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have some skills. Do you dare to challenge me in a one-on-one duel? I will torture you to death. His profession is Shadow Assassin, which is one of the hidden professions, and he is very strong in single combat. Especially when dealing with the fragile mage profession, a set of combos can kill the opponent in seconds. As soon as he finished saying this, he handed Yiyun an invitation to compete with him. Competition is allowed in school, and under the power of rules, either side will die. When receiving fatal damage, a trace of blood will be forced to remain. Yiyun accepted Zhao Tianyu's invitation to compete with an expressionless face, and was not afraid of Zhao Tianyu's provocation. Zhao Tianyu was secretly proud when he saw Yiyun accepted the challenge. He also thought that Yiyun didn't dare to challenge him one-on-one. This is perfect, I can show off my strength in front of my girlfriend. Let those classmates see that he is not a vegetarian. With the high burst ability of his own Shadow Assassin, he will definitely be able to defeat Yiyun easily. With a signal to start, the two quickly entered combat status. The battle unfolded in the trading center, attracting the attention of many people around. Everyone made way for the middle to make it easier for the two men to fight. Look! The one sparring is Zhao Tianyu, he's the Shadow Assassin! I heard that Zhao Tianyu is now level 18, and he uses a level 15 golden dagger, which has an extremely high damage output. His father is a rich man, and he is willing to spend money on him. What? The one who wants to spar with him is a necromancer? No way. Isn't this asking for trouble? Everyone knows that the mage is a fragile profession and has no advantage in a one-on-one fight with an assassin. Especially the necromancer, with only a few summoning skills, it would be strange if he could win. When Lin Wanqing saw this scene, she also felt that Zhao Tianyu would win. He also hoped that Zhao Tianyu could teach Yiyun a lesson and temper his arrogance, otherwise he would be too arrogant in school. Yiyun waved his staff, and a light red skeleton archer appeared beside him. Zhao Tianyu sneered, a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. Summoning creatures? Do you think this kind of archer can hit me? Before he finished speaking, Zhao Tianyu's figure suddenly became blurred, and he was in invisible state, rushing towards Yiyun at high speed. After the assassin becomes invisible, his movement speed is extremely fast. If combined with displacement skills, he can appear next to the enemy in just a few seconds. Yiyun was not at all flustered by the disappearance of his opponent, and he didn't even raise his staff. The skeleton archer pulled the bowstring and shot in an empty direction. Phew! An extremely high critical damage suddenly floated out from that position. Zhao Tianyu's figure suddenly appeared. He covered his chest and looked at Yiyun in disbelief. An intense pain came over me. Although this attack was not fatal, the pain was real. Even in stealth mode, the skeleton archer's arrows still hit him accurately. You, how could you possibly? While he was stunned, the archer drew the bow and shot the arrow again, all in one smooth motion. Phew! Another arrow. The critical damage instantly emptied Zhao Tianyu's blood, leaving only a trace of blood. The battle is over. From beginning to end, Zhao Tianyu didn't use any skills and was defeated by 2 arrows. Yiyun said calmly, with this kind of mentality, you still dared to compete with me? A strong assassin, even if attacked, will not be surprised, but will continue to attack. Only when the enemy is under control can the assassin show his output. Just now, after being hit, Zhao Tianyu actually stood there in a daze, holding his chest and crying in pain, forgetting to continue attacking. The archer's second attack was an accurate critical hit, taking away all of the opponent's health. You cheated! Zhao Tianyu didn't want to believe that he would lose so badly. One more time, I can definitely beat you! Having said that, another invitation for a discussion was sent. Yiyun did not accept it. If you are not good at it, practice more. If you can't afford to lose, don't play. You! Zhao Tianyu's face turned dark and he didn't know how to answer. It was really shameful for him, an assassin, to lose to a necromancer. Chapter 39. Don't play if you can't afford to lose. The crowd around was in an uproar. Zhao Tianyu's failure was beyond everyone's expectations. They thought it would be a duel without any suspense, but they didn't expect Yiyun's necromancer to be so powerful. Yiyun is awesome! He actually predicted the assassin's stealth movement, otherwise the archer wouldn't have been able to hit him. No wonder Yiyun upgraded so quickly, he is definitely a master. The damage of that skeleton archer is so high that 2 arrows can kill an assassin in 1 second. He was an 18th level assassin, wearing a full set of 15th level equipment, the worst of which was purple, and his health could directly catch up with that of a shield warrior of the same level. However, this hidden profession with top-level equipment still lost to the skeleton archer, which is enough to imagine how strong Yiyun is. Lin Wanqing's face turned pale. She didn't expect Yiyun to defeat Zhao Tianyu so easily. A complex emotion surged in his heart, including disappointment towards Zhao Tianyu, surprise towards Yiyun, and a hint of regret. He thought to himself, if I had known Yiyun was so strong, I should have accepted him. Now, is there still a chance? Zhao Tianyu stood there with a gloomy face, unable to accept that he had lost to Yiyun. In the end, he left the trading center in disgrace. Lin Wanqing also left with him. The classmates around were still talking about it. In this battle, Yiyun's strength was fully demonstrated in the school. After Zhao Tianyu returned to the dormitory, he couldn't calm down for a long time. He couldn't accept the fact that he had been defeated by a necromancer, and he couldn't accept the fact that he had been humiliated in front of Lin Wanqing. He decided to double his money, spend more money to upgrade his equipment, buy skills, and get back at the plate one day. Money Gang Headquarters. The atmosphere in the meeting room was extremely serious. Lu Feiyu reported nervously. Boss, Sun Hong failed, more than 50 first-level professionals are all offline. In addition to him, there is also Zhao Taizhu who participated in the operation. More than 100 people are offline. Bang! Li Xintian slammed the coffee table hard, breaking the cigar into 2 pieces. Asshole! The air in the conference room seemed to freeze. His eyes were filled with anger and disappointment, making everyone present dare not make a sound. 150 people, besieging Yiyun, actually failed. This bunch of rubbish! Lu Feiyu's voice trembled a little. Yiyun is too weird. How can he be so scary as a necromancer? Recalling the video posted on the internet, the scene of Yiyun controlling the skeleton army was somewhat chilling. Boss, we have suffered too much loss in dealing with Yiyun. I feel that Yiyun is not a simple person. Maybe we should stop and not continue to target him. Shut up! Li Xintian interrupted him, his eyes as sharp as a knife. When has our money gang ever been afraid of others? No matter how powerful Yiyun is, he is just a student. How powerful can he be? Send more high-level professionals, we will definitely be able to kill him. This is not only for revenge of the dead members, but also because of the pressure from the Ma group. Ma Jun died because of their Jinqian gang. If they couldn't kill Yiyun, the Ma group would not let them go. Boss, Yiyun's strength is far beyond our imagination. Not only does he control a powerful army of undead, but he also demonstrates amazing predictive ability in battle. Lu Feiyu said cautiously. We have already lost too many people. If we continue like this, I'm afraid the loss will outweigh the gain. Li Xintian was silent for a moment, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. So, what do you suggest? Lu Feiyu took a deep breath and said slowly. Perhaps we can change our strategy and no longer engage in direct conflict. Although Yiyun is powerful, he is only one person after all. We can take advantage of his weaknesses and start from other aspects. Weakness? Li Xintian frowned. What is his weakness? Yiyun is just an ordinary student. We can start with the people around him, such as his family and friends, and find his weaknesses. A cunning light flashed in Lu Feiyu's eyes. Li Xintian pondered for a moment, and finally nodded. Then do as you planned. However, I want to see the results as soon as possible, otherwise you know the consequences. Lu Feiyu was startled and nodded quickly. He knew that Li Xintian, the boss of the money gang, always kept his word. If this operation failed again, the consequences would be disastrous. Night. In a luxurious villa, Su Tianming prepared a table of fine wine and food to entertain Yiyun. At the dinner table, Su Qing kept picking up food for Yiyun with delicate chopsticks. "Yiyun, try this kidney, it tastes good. This scrambled eggs with chives is delicious too. And this turtle soup is also very nutritious." As the end of the world approaches, the cities where humans live are shrinking and fresh vegetables are becoming increasingly rare. This table has a wide variety of dishes, which is very rare. Su Tianming looked at the dishes his daughter picked up and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Could it be that something special happened between the two people? After eating and drinking, Su Tianming finally told the purpose of this trip. "Yiyun, I heard from Su Qing that your summoning ability as a necromancer is extraordinary. Can you summon many at a time?" Yiyun did not reveal too much, but just gave a brief account. "It's not as powerful as Su Qing said. It's just that the number of summons is slightly more." "Oh?" Su Tianming was still very curious. "Can you let me see your skills?" Yiyun thought about it and decided to show off his skills. His ability to summon cannot be hidden for long. However, in front of outsiders, you cannot reveal too much at once, you have to keep some tricks up your sleeve. In this way, if someone wants to target me, I will have another trump card to use. He believed that Su Tianming would not have any bad intentions towards him, but if the news got out and reached other people's ears, who knows what would happen. Especially some powerful necromancers, they would probably guess that he has some rare equipment or props hidden on him, and thus develop evil intentions. After experiencing the past life, even the closest woman to him could stab him in the back for the sake of profit, not to mention those strangers. Yiyun stood in the yard of the villa, waving his staff. Dozens of skeleton soldiers and archers appeared on the ground. This is incredible!" Su Tianming couldn't help but exclaimed as he looked at the neatly arranged undead army in front of him. He knew many top necromancers, but none of them had this ability. On the battlefield or in a dungeon, this summoning ability is terrifying and enough to change the situation of the battle. "Yiyun, what is the price of your summoning?" Yiyun did not reveal the truth and continued to conceal some of it. "The cost is very high, and this ability cannot be used for a long time." Chapter 40 Invitation. Su Tianming nodded, as if he understood Yiyun's answer. "As I expected, summoning a large number of skeletons at once will come at a terrible cost." He turned and asked, "Yiyun, what do you think of the status of the necromancer in the Doomsday world?" Yiyun answered without hesitation. "Necromancers play a pivotal role in the Doomsday world. We can control the undead army and provide humans with powerful combat power. They are fearless and can be summoned again even after death. They can replace humans in the initial charge. Human death is real death, and the cost is very high. But the skeleton army is just a summon, and the cost is minimal." "Indeed." Su Tianming nodded in agreement. "It seems that you have a thorough understanding of the necromancer. It is an honor for Dragon Country to have a professional like you." Now, the struggles between countries are laid bare. The competition for resources is also something that everyone pays attention to. The professionals awakened in Dragon Country over the years are not as strong as those in other countries and have always been ranked in the middle. As a result, we will always be at a disadvantage in the competition for resources on foreign battlefields. This situation is not a good thing. The long-term inability to obtain high-level resources will hinder the country's development, and the gap between it and those top countries will become increasingly larger. Su Tianming continued. "Recently, a new copy appeared in Manhwa called the Gate of Death. All cities have sent top professionals to try to take down this copy. However, the difficulty of this instance is extremely high. Not only did we fail to clear it first, but we also lost a large number of people with potential. I hope you can represent Jinling City, enter this instance, and take it down." Yiyun couldn't find a reason to refuse, so he nodded and said, "Okay. This Death Gate is a dungeon of the undead system, and the rewards for first clearing it are very generous. There are a lot of monsters inside, and it is also suitable for you to brush up your undead value." Su Tianming didn't expect Yiyun to agree so readily, so he smiled with relief. "I was right about you." He was well aware of Yiyun's strength and the danger of this mission. "Yiyun, this mission is a challenge for you, but it is also an opportunity. The Death Gate dungeon is not only difficult, but also full of unknowns. I hope you can lead our team to break the myth of this dungeon and win glory for Jinling City." Yiyun felt Su Tianming's anticipation and nodded. "I will do my best." Su Tianming nodded with satisfaction. "Whatever professional pairing you need, just tell me and I can find it for you. The team I'm currently building is a group of high-level professionals who have all reached level 30. You can pick anyone from them at will. I'm sure you'll be satisfied." Yiyun paused for a moment and said, "I can go, but there is one condition." "What conditions?" Su Tianming asked without hesitation. I'll go by myself, I don't need any teammates. Yiyun responded. What? Su Tianming was stunned for a moment, obviously surprised by Yiyun's request. Yiyun, are you sure? You know how dangerous Death's Gate is. It's too risky to challenge it alone. Also, the minimum number of people who can enter this instance is 2 people. You must have at least 1 teammate. Most dungeons have entry restrictions, such as the number of people or level. If it's just 1. Yiyun looked at Su Qing beside him. Then let's go with her. At present, the only person he is familiar with is Su Qing. After all, we are classmates, so it's okay for me to help her level up. As for other people, joining the team will only give them experience and equipment. He is not that kind of nice guy. You and Qinger. Su Tianming frowned slightly after hearing this, obviously a little worried about Yiyun's decision. Even the top professionals find it difficult to cope with the challenges alone. Su Qing is only a melee profession, and with a mage without a nurse, her health cannot be restored. This combination is obviously not suitable for challenging Death's Door. Yiyun, have you really thought it through? This is not a joke, Su Tianming said with a hint of seriousness in his tone. Although you have a powerful summoning ability, the danger of Death's Gate is far beyond your imagination. I am really worried about you and Su Qing going alone. That's his only daughter. If anything happens to her, he will definitely regret it for the rest of his life. Yiyun raised his head and said calmly, I understand your concerns, but please believe me, I have my plans. No! Su Tianming still insisted on his opinion. Dad? Su Qing pulled Su Tianming's arm and shook it gently. Yiyun is very strong. I believe he has this strength. There won't be any problems. The last time we went to the dungeon, Yiyun and I went together. It was the nightmare difficulty, but we cleared it, didn't we? Have you forgotten my glorious achievements? When Su Tianming thought of Su Qing's so-called glorious record, he shook his head. I really don't know what this girl has to be proud of when she has 0 output. Well, since you are so insistent, I won't force you. However, Yiyun, you must promise that if you encounter an irresistible situation, you must retreat in time to protect yourself. I understand. Yiyun nodded. I will bring Su Qing back safely. Su Tianming sighed and patted Yiyun on the shoulder. In that case, I won't say anything more. Get ready and come to Jinling Branch Alliance early tomorrow morning. I will arrange for someone to send you to the Gate of Death. Yiyun nodded. Next, Su Tianming sent someone to drive him back home. The next day, Jinling splits the alliance. On the 3rd underground floor, there is a huge space filled with high-tech machines. A large number of people gathered in a meeting room made of silver metal. They were all important figures in the alliance. One of them was wearing a black uniform with the badge of the Jinling branch on his chest, which made him particularly eye-catching. He is the senior commander of the Jinling branch, Li Xiang. Li Xiang stood in front of the conference table. His eyes swept over everyone present, his voice steady and powerful. Everyone, we have gathered you here today to discuss the latest developments regarding the Death Gate dungeon. Li Xiang's words made the atmosphere in the conference room serious. We all know that the Death Gate dungeon is extremely difficult. Although the first pass reward is generous, no one has succeeded so far. At present, the progress of each city has been counted. The highest one is Long City, which has completed 60% of the copy. The next is Dun City, which has completed 40% of the copy. The 3rd place is Taoyang City, with a progress of 35%. After challenging the dungeon, even if you fail, you can still see a progress. Chapter 41, Open and Secret Fights. Li Xiang glanced across the audience and announced a depressing piece of news. And our Jinling city has only made 25% progress, which is far lower than other cities and is at the bottom. This not only concerns the honor of our Jinling city, but is also a severe test of our strength. We cannot let other cities look down on us. We must go all out and strive to surpass the progress of other cities in the shortest possible time. The atmosphere in the conference room became more solemn, and everyone was thinking about how to break the deadlock. Li Xiang continued. I have discussed this with Commander Zhang Fu, and we have decided to take some special measures. We will gather an elite team, funded by the Jinling Branch Alliance, and equip each of them with level 30 gold equipment to increase their strength to the strongest and catch up with the progress of the dungeon. When these words were spoken, many people gasped. Each piece of level 30 gold equipment is worth about 200,000 gold coins. A person must have at least 5 pieces of the entire set, and 10 people must have 50 pieces. 10 million gold coins is not a small amount. One of the women wearing glasses immediately stood up and questioned. Commander Li, is this investment really worth it? The financial situation of our Jinling city is not optimistic. What if such a large investment fails? Li Xiang smiled and answered confidently. I understand your concerns, but please believe that this action is not blind. Deputy Alliance Leader Zhang has conducted in-depth research on the Death Gate dungeon and selected a strong team. Su Tianming immediately looked at the Deputy Alliance Leader Zhang Yinghua and cursed him in his heart as shameless. It was obvious that Zhang Yinghua was helping the Jinling branch to challenge dungeons and increase its reputation, but secretly, he was planning to take over the branch's finances. The 10 people he chose were all his trusted subordinates, and each of them received a level 30 gold equipment, which added up to 10 million gold coins. So what if I clear Death's Gate? The cost is too high. Everyone, please listen to me first. Su Tianming stood up slowly. We need to clear Death's Gate, but it is not necessary for everyone to be equipped with gold equipment. The best situation is for the professionals to clear the level with their own strength. Zhang Yinghua and Su Tianming didn't get along well, and when he heard this, his face turned a little ugly. Alliance Leader Su, what do you mean? Do you think there is something wrong with my decision? Su Tianming responded. I'm not questioning your decision, I just think we should pay more attention to teamwork and the personal abilities of professionals. Equipment is important, but over-reliance on equipment will neglect the importance of teamwork and tactical application. The atmosphere in the conference room became more tense, and other members turned their eyes to the two senior executives, looking forward to their further confrontation. Li Xiang saw this and quickly tried to smooth things over. You two, now is not the time to argue. Our Jinling city is lagging behind in progress, and what we need is unity to face the challenge together. Master Su, do you have any good suggestions? Su Tianming nodded and said in a deep voice. I found someone this time, let him try. I believe he can lead our Jinling city team to break through the difficulties of the Death Gate. Oh? Who is so capable? Zhang Yinghua raised his eyebrows, obviously disapproving of Su Tianming's confidence. Su Tianming smiled slightly and did not answer directly, but turned to the other end of the conference room. Sitting there was a man who looked quite young. He was wearing a simple white t-shirt and had a blank expression on his face. He seemed to be unconcerned about the discussions and tense atmosphere around him. He is Yiyun, a student of Tianhai High School. Yiyun? There was a whisper in the conference room. Obviously, this name was unfamiliar to most of the people present. Alliance Leader Su, are you sure he can do it? There was obvious doubt in Zhang Yinghua's tone. Su Tianming seemed very confident and continued. Yiyun not only has outstanding personal abilities, but also has extraordinary talent in teamwork. He once led a makeshift team and successfully passed the nightmare-level dungeon. More importantly, he has his own unique insights and strategies for the Death Gate dungeon. I believe he can lead our team to a breakthrough. After hearing this, Li Xiang frowned slightly, obviously weighing Su Tianming's words. He turned to Yiyun, his eyes scrutinizing. Yiyun, do you have anything to say? Yiyun stood up, calmly looked around at everyone in the conference room, and then said, I have nothing to say, but I am willing to accept this challenge. The atmosphere in the conference room suddenly became complicated. Some people were suspicious, some were expectant, and some were whispering. Obviously, Yiyun's youth is the most critical factor that makes these people pessimistic about him. Li Xiang and Zhang Yinghua looked at each other and could see a hint of complicated emotions in each other's eyes. Su Tianming stood up and said, I believe Yiyun, he has the ability. Besides, we have no time to waste, we must act as soon as possible. Li Xiang nodded, as if he had made a decision. Okay, Yiyun, we will give you this opportunity. But you must know that this is not just a challenge, but also a defense of the honor of our Jinling city. The Death Gate instance can only be opened once a day in each city. With every passing day, the progress of other cities may move forward a step. If a person with weak strength goes there, and the completion rate of the copy is low, it will not be worth it. Yiyun, who are your teammates? Tell me their occupations and information. I need to report. There was a hint of seriousness in Li Xiang's voice. Yiyun raised his head. I only have one teammate, Su Qing, level 18, occupation Gale Sword Soil. The atmosphere in the conference room suddenly became tense, and everyone was surprised by Yiyun's answer. A level 18 Wind Sword Soil, which can hardly pose a threat in the Death Gate dungeon, let alone challenge the progress of other cities. Moreover, this copy can only accommodate 10 people at most, and each city is trying to increase the number of people as much as possible, wishing they could send 10 or 8 more people in. After all, more people means greater advantages. But I didn't expect that there were only 2 of them. A level 21 Necromancer and a level 18 Wind Sword. What kind of weird combination is this? A duo seeking death? Li Xiang frowned, obviously dissatisfied with Yiyun's decision, and said seriously. Yiyun, are you sure this is your final decision? The honor and resources of our Jinling city cannot be wasted on something that is uncertain. Yiyun nodded. The 2 of us are enough to deal with the challenge of Death's Gate. Chapter 42 Death's Door. There was a constant stream of discussions in the conference room, and it was obvious that most people were surprised by Yiyun's decision. Zhang Yinghua couldn't help but sneer. Alliance Master Su, are you kidding me about the honor of Jinling City? How can a level 18 Gale Sword Soil be effective in Death's Gate? Su Tianming remained calm. Deputy Alliance Leader Zhang, we can't just look at the level. The cooperation between Yiyun and Su Qing is the key. I believe they can prove themselves. Li Xiang took a deep breath, and seeing that the leader was so insistent, he didn't say anything else. Alliance Leader Su, are you sure you want to use these two people? If anything goes wrong, you will be responsible. Su Tianming nodded. I will take responsibility. Very good. Li Xiang stood up and glanced at everyone present. In this case, I declare that Yiyun and Su Qing will represent Jinling City to challenge the Death Gate dungeon. I hope they can bring glory to our city. The atmosphere in the conference room gradually calmed down. Although many people still had doubts, since the commander had made the decision, they could only choose to support it. As the meeting came to an end, Yiyun and Su Qing began to prepare for the upcoming challenges. Li Xiang took the two of them through the elevator to the second underground floor, where there was a separate room with a silver teleportation array. The light of the teleportation array slowly lit up. Yiyun and Su Qing stood in the light, and their figures gradually disappeared. The light dimmed and the two appeared in a dark world. The sky was dark red, and at the end of the sight there was a pitch-black gate engraved with ancient runes, emitting a suffocating breath of death. This door seems to connect to the abyss of death. Yiyun, have you ever studied the information about Death's Gate? Su Qing asked. When I left yesterday, Su Tianming gave me a document that was researched by the previous team after they came in. It doesn't have much content, but it can provide some hints. No, Yiyun responded casually. Ah? Su Qing didn't expect that Yiyun didn't even look at the copy information. Isn't this too careless? Or maybe, his strength is so strong that he no longer needs to look at the information. Fortunately, since you know I'm going to participate in this dungeon, I spent the whole night watching it. Let me give you a brief introduction. Having said that, she raised her hand and pointed to the gate opposite. That's the Death Gate. It will open in a while, and some monsters will run out from it, running along the road in front of us. What we have to do is kill these monsters as quickly as possible. Every once in a while, a monster will come out. If we don't kill the ones in front, more and more monsters will pile up here. At that time, this copy is doomed to fail. If we can't hold on, we can run to the light circle at the back and teleport back. But if there are too many monsters, I might not be able to escape and die here. This is also the reason why the mortality rate in this Death's Gate copy is so high. After listening to Su Qing's words, Yiyun just nodded slightly. After his rebirth, he understood this copy much better than Su Qing. The alliances of later generations have already mastered this copy thoroughly. Seeing that Yiyun did not reply, Su Qing thought he was thinking about a strategy, so she pointed at the gate and said, After the gate opens, a red light curtain will appear. Humans and summoned beasts will not be able to pass through the light curtain, but the monsters inside will be able to walk out. Yiyun, you have a lot of skeleton soldiers. The best way is to guard the door and shoot arrows whenever a monster comes out. It should be easy to clear the monster. Yiyun did not respond, but mounted his horse and ran towards the gate of death. Finally, it was almost right next to the door, only 10 meters away. Su Qing was a little dumbfounded. Hey! Yiyun, why are you running so close? When the monster comes out, you will be the first to be attacked. There are so many skeleton soldiers, and the correct approach is to stay in the rear. Just wait. Yiyun didn't explain anything. Crunch. The door of death slowly opened, and a biting cold wind blew out from the crack of the door, carrying the breath of death. Yiyun stared at the ancient door with a sharp gaze, which was gradually revealing a crack. Su Qing stood behind Yiyun nervously, her heart beating faster and her palms sweating slightly. The gap in the door was getting bigger and bigger, and heavy footsteps were heard in the darkness, as if some huge monster was slowly approaching. Su Qing took a deep breath, and a hint of determination flashed in her eyes. This was the first challenge she faced, the giant werewolf. There are 30 of them in number, and top-level shield warriors must lead the way and kill several of them in a short period of time in order to clear them out. There is a red light curtain on the death gate. Players cannot pass through it, only monsters can come out. Yiyun raised his staff and waved it towards the gate of death. Shadow Wolf! 3 war wolves leaped out of the gate of death. They were agile and had bloodthirsty gleams in their eyes. Yiyun, what are you doing? Su Qing was puzzled. We need to defend here, so use your skills on our side. Yiyun didn't look back, but just responded faintly. Invasion of Death's Door. After studying this copy, later players discovered something. Neither summoned beasts nor humans can pass through the red light curtain and walk into the gate. But one player accidentally discovered that if you get close to the light curtain and release a summoning skill towards it, the summoned creature will appear inside. At this time, you can take the initiative to attack the monsters inside. Some people also said that this might be a hidden level, but the summoner's summoned beasts were not very strong and would soon be killed by the monsters inside, so they could not go deeper. Since Yiyun is here, let's give it a try. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The staff was waved continuously, and the sound of breaking through the air was heard. One by one, shadowy werewolves crawled out from behind the light curtain, staring at the giant werewolf inside. 300. 600. The road inside the light gate was very wide, but it was still blocked by so many shadow wolves appearing at once. 30 giant werewolves saw the densely packed shadow werewolves in front of them, their eyes filled with doubts and question marks. Su Qing was stunned. She never thought that such a thing would happen. Shouldn't we be invaded by the Death Gate? Why is it the other way around? Inside the red light curtain, there were so many shadowy werewolves that it was impossible to see the end of them. Those tall giant werewolves in the distance were left alone. Yiyun waved his staff and said calmly, "Charge!" The shadow werewolves pounced on the giant werewolf like arrows. They were incredibly fast and engaged in a fierce battle with the giant werewolf in almost an instant. The giant werewolf is a level 20 monster, and its attributes are almost the same as those of a full-level werewolf. Due to the huge number, it was swallowed up in an instant, and even the residue was torn away. Ding! You killed 30 giant werewolves and gained 6,000 experience points. Undead value 600. Chapter 43 Invasion. Yiyun said calmly. Death's Gate, only these few monsters? Come again. Through the gate, you can see a very long road behind. At the end there is a very tall monster, which is the final boss. They walk slowly towards the gate at a specific speed. Every once in a while a part of them would come out. After Yiyun discovered this situation, he gave orders. Werewolf, attack! The shadow werewolves rushed towards the long road like a tide. Whenever they encountered a monster, they would bite it and kill it easily. The further you go in, the higher the level of the monsters and the greater their number. It starts at level 20. And then there will be monsters at level 25 or even level 30. As for the number, it increased from 30 to 40, and even 50. The number of dead shadow werewolves gradually increased, and Yiyun was not idle either. He kept summoning them from behind, and soon the number reached 1,200. He stopped, waiting for his mana to recover, or to level up so that his mana would be restored to full. Not long after. Ding! You have reached level 22. Gain 5 attribute points. Yiyun began to summon again, and shadow werewolves kept appearing in the light curtain and charged towards the enemy. The shadow werewolves are rampant inside Death's Gate. Their speed and numbers make it difficult for the monsters to resist. Su Qing stood behind Yiyun, witnessing all this, her heart filled with shock and confusion. She had never imagined that the Death Gate dungeon could be played like this. Everyone was waiting behind, afraid that monsters would appear, and they were racing against time to kill them. But what about Yiyun? Directly invaded the monster's lair and pushed forward all the way. His shadow werewolves emitted a light red glow, and he could summon 3 at a time. This is something that can only be achieved with a full-level skill. Su Qing looked at the figure standing in front of the door. At this moment, he seemed like the god of death from the abyss. A word popped up in my mind. Undead Scourge. The supreme ruler of the world of the dead. That's right, this is the only word that can describe this man's figure. If there was such a man standing on a foreign battlefield, guarding the gate of Dragon Kingdom, would it be extremely similar to the scene before his eyes? Jin Ling splits the alliance. There were several figures in a meeting room, led by the deputy leader, Zhang Yinghua. He looked at a well-built woman in a business suit and said, Xiaoying, have you found out Yiyun's background? Xiaoying looked away from the computer screen and nodded slightly. It has been checked out. Yiyun, male, 18 years old, a student of Tianhai High School, has just awakened his profession for more than 10 days. He does not have any special background. He is an orphan, and his previous academic performance was also average. As Xiaoying spoke, she handed a detailed document to Zhang Yinghua. I see. It seems that we paid too much attention to him just now. Zhang Yinghua flipped through the documents, a hint of relief in his tone. However, his growth rate is indeed amazing. Xiaoying added. From the time he awakened his profession to now, in just a dozen days, his strength has improved very quickly, which is rare in history. Indeed. Zhang Yinghua nodded in agreement. But no matter how fast he grows, he can't compare to the resources and training system of our Jinling branch. He is just a student now, without sufficient resources and experience. It will take time for him to reach a higher level. You mean he is doomed to fail when he goes to the Deathgate copy? Xiaoying asked. Of course. Zhang Yinghua raised the corner of his mouth in a cold arc. A blindly arrogant necromancer will never be able to pass Death's Gate. What we need to do next is to suppress Su Tianming and gain more benefits from this incident. It would be best if you follow what I said before. Give each of those 10 trusted followers a set of level 30 gold equipment. Although he is the deputy leader, the word deputy still exists in his title. For him who is extremely ambitious, this word sounds unpleasant no matter how you hear it. Therefore, he wanted to abolish Su Tianming and become the real leader. If the team he formed achieved good results in the Deathgate dungeon and successfully cleared the dungeon for the first time, it would definitely be a great political achievement. By then, he will hopefully become the leader of the alliance. I understand. I will continue to push this matter forward, Xiaoying responded. Very good. Zhang Yinghua nodded with satisfaction. In addition, we can't ignore Su Tianming. He is now the leader of our Jinling branch, and his influence and resources are greater than ours. We need to find a suitable opportunity to weaken his power. Do you have any plans? Xiaoying asked curiously. The plan is being formulated. I'll tell you when the time is right. Zhang Yinghua smiled mysteriously. Okay, I'll be ready and on standby at any time. Xiaoying nodded to show her understanding. Very good. Now, let's focus on the upcoming Death's Gate dungeon. We must make sure that our team can achieve good results and win the position of leader for me. Zhang Yinghua tapped his fingers on the desk. He needs his team to achieve unprecedented results in order to prove his leadership and strategic vision. Xiaoying, how much latest information do we have about the Deathgate copy? There was a hint of urgency in Zhang Yinghua's voice. Xiaoying quickly replied. We have collected a lot of information about the Deathgate dungeon, including the distribution of monsters, boss characteristics, and possible weaknesses. Our team has also conducted multiple simulation trainings to prepare for various emergencies. Very good. Zhang Yinghua nodded in approval. But it's not enough. We need more details to make it a success. I understand, Xiaoying said seriously. I will send more people to collect more intelligence from other branches, to ensure that our team has a more detailed strategy. Very good. Zhang Yinghua was still very confident in Xiaoying's ability to do things. Death's Door. As the Shadow War wolves continue to enter the road of death, Yiyun's invasion is proceeding smoothly. Each wave of monsters was quickly cleared under the attack of the Shadow War wolf. It brought a lot of experience to the two of them. Some monsters will drop equipment, but they cannot be picked up at the moment, so you can only wait until the end to collect them. As the Shadow War wolves went deeper into the Gate of Death, a huge figure appeared in Yiyun's vision. It was the final leader, the Lord of Death. It was a huge monster, about 10 meters tall, covered in black armor, holding a huge double-edged sword, and exuding a suffocating breath of death. It took a step forward, driving its younger brothers in front of it, and charged towards the Shadow War wolf. Yiyun, that seems to be the final boss. The Alliance has not collected any information about it yet, so you can only rely on yourself to figure it out, Su Qing reminded nervously. Chapter 44 Lord of Death. Those professionals before, no one ever saw the boss come out, they all experienced the early monster groups and were defeated. L. The collection of information is very important for clearing a copy. Sometimes a boss's skill can kill a group of people, so how to avoid it is something that must be studied. Yiyun naturally knew how powerful the monster was, and then he waved his staff again and silently chanted a spell. Dark Spider Queen. Huge black spiders slowly rose from the shadows on the ground, their 8 eyes flashing with cold light. What is this? Su Qing was so shocked when she saw the huge body of the Spider Queen that she couldn't close her mouth. High-level summoned beast? She recalled the final boss she and Yiyun experienced in the cave last time, the Spider Queen. Although there are some differences in appearance, the size is just slightly smaller. Its properties should be terrifying. A high-level summoned beast is comparable to a boss, and is powerful enough to change the situation on the battlefield. Moreover, she discovered something surprising. High-level summoned beasts, can he summon so many at once? This is amazing. Other necromancers can only summon one at a time, but that is enough to change the situation of the battle. And Yiyun actually summoned 40 or 50 of them at once. What kind of storm will this cause on the road to death? Just thinking about it can make you feel its horror. After the Spider Queen entered the road of death, her 8 thighs alternated rapidly, and she rushed forward at an extremely fast speed. The wolves moved to the sides, making way for the queen to quickly enter the battlefield. On the road of death, there are still 10 waves of monsters that have not been cleared. Their level has reached 30, and their name is Dark Armor Rhino. They have extremely strong defense, and their attributes are much higher than Shadow War wolves, so they can be easily suppressed. The number of shadow wolves killed was increasing rapidly. Just then, the queen joined the battlefield. The two black silk front legs raised up can easily pierce the hard armor of the dark-armored rhinoceros. Every swing was accompanied by the rhino's howls and blood splatters. A dark-armored rhino can be killed with just a few attacks. When Su Qing saw this scene, her eyes widened. These spider queens are so strong! The attributes are definitely almost the same as the bosses. Yiyun's summoned beast is too powerful. Yiyun stood behind the light curtain, watching all this quietly, as if he had foreseen this result in advance. Slowly, the monsters behind the road of death were gathering rapidly. Yiyun also recited another spell. Death Whirlwind! The 5 spider queens in the front row stretched their 8 long black silk legs straight and started spinning like Hot Wheels. Whoosh whoosh. The rotating black silk long legs cut through the air, forming a powerful whirlwind that swept the dark-armored rhinos into it. Although the rhinos had thick skin and flesh, their defenses were as fragile as paper under the cutting of the death whirlwind, and they fell down one after another. Soon, that wave of monsters was cleared out. Su Qing was stunned watching from the side. She had never seen such an efficient fighting method. That was 5 bosses using their ultimate skills together. The damage was terrifying. Another wave of monsters came on the road of death, and they were even more powerful. The queen who had just used her ultimate move stepped back, and 5 more queens stepped forward and used their ultimate moves again. Death Whirlwind! Whoosh whoosh! In the blink of an eye, another wave of monsters was cleared out. Under Yiyun's command, the monsters were easily harvested like scarecrows. Yiyun, you are so awesome! Su Qing never thought that someone could fight monsters in this way. Even the boss in Death's Gate is not as scary as this cloud. Yiyun ignored Su Qing and focused his attention on the huge figure in front of him. The Lord of Death was slowly walking towards them. The blade of the Lord of Death cut through the air, making a sharp whistling sound, and its heavy footsteps shook the earth, as if even the stone walls of the Gate of Death were shaking. The Shadow War wolves approached the Lord of Death quickly like black lightning. They jumped and bit, trying to distract the Lord of Death. However, the damage of the Lord of Death is too high. Anyone who is hit by the sword will die instantly. Yiyun had also anticipated this situation. Wolf Warrior was just a cannon fodder to delay the attack. His ultimate move was yet to come. After the 50 spider queens cleared all the monsters, they rushed towards the Lord of Death and surrounded it from all sides. The Shadow War wolves seemed to have heard some kind of command and retreated one after another. The spider queens stepped forward one after another and completely surrounded the Lord of Death. Death Whirlwind! The cooldown of the queen's skill has ended, and they all stretched out their long black silk legs and started spinning like Hot Wheels. The long legs cut through the air, forming a powerful whirlwind that slowly moved towards the Lord of Death. The Lord of Death was full of question marks, and couldn't figure out why there were so many spider queens here. It wielded its double-edged sword in an attempt to resist, but the spider queen's attacks were like a storm, ruthlessly tearing through its armor. The number of health points deducted suddenly popped up above his head. As the death whirlwind continued, the Lord of Death's health began to drop sharply. It let out a roar, and suddenly, a black energy wave burst out from its body, blowing away the surrounding spider queens. Be careful! The Lord of Death has released his skills! Su Qing reminded nervously. Yiyun had already anticipated this, and did not show any worry at all. This is the skill of the Death Lord. It will be triggered when the health volume drops to 10%. The Lord will be invincible for 5 seconds and his attack will be doubled. If a professional encounters this move, he will die instantly. It is definitely the hardest level of Death's Door. Yiyun responded quickly and ordered the Spider Queens to retreat temporarily to avoid confronting the Lord of Death's invincible state head-on. The Lord of Death wanted to take the opportunity to attack the enemy, but the Spider Queen had 8 legs and was too fast to catch them. Roar! After a violent roar, the black light on his body gradually dissipated, and his invincible state disappeared. The Spider Queens rushed over quickly and attacked with their 2 front claws. Those Spider Queens in the back actually used their claws to climb onto the body of the Lord of Death. Every time the long legs fall, a damage number will appear. Under the continuous attacks of the Spider Queen, cracks began to appear on the armor of the Lord of Death, and its health points dropped rapidly like a kite with a broken string. Finally, his health was reduced to 0, and he fell to the ground with an unwilling look on his face. From beginning to end, he never figured out why he was invaded when he was in the realm of death. He died on his own land before he even walked out of the door. It was clearly them who invaded, but in the end they were invaded. Su Qing looked at the Lord of Death falling to the ground, her heart filled with shock and disbelief. How is this possible? The Lord of Death was defeated? She had thought of many ways of fighting, but she never thought that she would be able to defeat the opponents so easily. These monsters died in their own homes without even stepping out of the door. A prompt sound rang in Yiyun's ears. Ding! You defeated the Death Lord, experience plus 100,000. Undead value plus 3,000. Ding! Congratulations on reaching level 24. Gain 5 free attribute points. Chapter 45 Skeleton Dragon. Yiyun stood there, looking at the corpse of the Lord of Death, but there was not much fluctuation in his heart. Yiyun, you are so awesome! Su Qing ran to Yiyun excitedly, her eyes full of admiration. Yiyun waved his hand. Nothing, just a little Lord of Death. He turned his head and looked into the distance, deep in the Gate of Death, where there was a circular square with a bone throne in the middle. Just now, the Lord of Death was sitting on the throne, and only stepped into the battlefield after most of his subordinates in front of him had left. That throne looks unusual. Let's go explore it. He checked and found that the light curtains still had not disappeared and his body could not enter. I can only control my little brother to continue moving forward. The Spider Queen moved towards the throne in the middle and soon arrived at the square. At this moment, an extremely dangerous aura was released from the bone throne. Yiyun immediately realized that the situation was not good and quickly ordered the Spider Queens to stop, while also asking the Shadow Werewolves to remain alert. Under Yiyun's command, the Spider Queens began to move slowly around the bone throne, trying to find possible mechanisms. However, there seemed to be nothing unusual about the bone throne. It stood quietly in the center of the square, as if waiting for something. Suddenly, a low chanting sound came from under the throne. The voice was full of the breath of death and despair. Yiyun and Su Qing looked at each other, and they both realized that this might be some kind of powerful summoning ritual. Yiyun, there won't be any more powerful monsters appearing? Su Qing asked nervously. Or is it that this summon is the real boss? No one has completed Death's Gate, and at best they have only completed about half of it, so it is unclear what the final level will look like. Yiyun stared at the throne. As a reborn person, he naturally knew what kind of monsters were in the Death Gate copy. Under normal circumstances, the dungeon ends when the Lord of Death is killed, and no other bosses will appear. In other words, the current situation was triggered after invading Death's Gate, and is a special event. The spell gradually completed. Then, the entire square began to shake, and a powerful force surged out from under the throne, shaking the Spider Queen and the Shadow Werewolves apart. What's going on? Su Qing exclaimed. Yiyun could feel that a powerful being was about to awaken from under the throne. Make a quick decision and order all Spider Queens and Shadow Wolves to retreat and stay away from this dangerous area. Just as they retreated, the bone throne suddenly cracked, and a huge figure slowly rose from it. The figure gradually became clear, and it turned out to be a huge skeleton dragon. Its skeleton was shining with a faint blue light, and its eyes were burning with an eternal will-o'-the-wisp. How is this possible? Su Qing's voice was full of shock. Yiyun also felt a little surprised. He knew that only by defeating the dragon before him could he uncover the deepest secrets of Death's Gate. Shadow Wolf, attack! Wolf Warrior is a small soldier and is more suitable for this kind of test. Under Yiyun's command, the Shadow Wolves charged towards the skeleton dragon like black lightning. Their sharp claws flashed with cold light, and every swing was accompanied by a whistling sound that tore through the air. The skeleton dragon roared, and its huge skeleton shook. It opened its huge fleshless mouth and spewed out balls of dark blue flames. The flames were like the fire of hell, instantly engulfing the few Shadow Wolves rushing in the front. Just now, after Yiyun upgraded and his mana was restored, he summoned another 100 Spider Queens and let them join the battlefield. The 8 legs moved at an extremely fast speed and had already approached the central square. Yiyun stared at the battlefield and quickly adjusted his tactics, ordering the Spider Queens to use their speed advantage to attack from the flank and rear to distract the skeleton dragon's attention. The Spider Queens moved flexibly on the battlefield. Their long legs were like sharp blades, leaving deep marks on the skeleton of the skeleton dragon with every strike. Although the skeleton dragon's skeleton was hard, cracks began to appear under the continuous attacks of the Spider Queens. Yiyun said, "Death Whirlwind!" The 100 queens who had just joined the battlefield, in groups of 50, surrounded from all directions, stretched out their beautiful legs in black stockings, and began to spin like hot wheels. Whoosh whoosh. From a distance, it looked like a big circle of fire surrounding the skeleton dragon. The skeleton dragon was caught off guard by the sudden attack and tried to swing its huge bony wings to sweep away these annoying Spider Queens. When the queen cast the Death Whirlwind, her movement speed dropped a lot and her defense also dropped sharply. The queen was hit by the bone dragon and her health was instantly reduced to 0, and she died on the spot. However, the Spider Queens did not retreat. They continued to advance one after another, as if they did not know what fear was. Although the skeleton dragon's bone wings are powerful, its attack speed is not fast. Facing so many spider queens, its attack seems a little powerless. As time went on, more and more cracks appeared on the skeleton dragon's skeleton, its health was rapidly decreasing, and its movements were becoming increasingly slow. Finally, under a collective attack by the spider queens, the skeleton of the skeleton dragon completely collapsed and turned into a pile of scattered bones. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the skeleton dragon. Experience plus 200,000. Undead value plus 5,000. Ding! Congratulations on reaching level 25. Gain 5 free attribute points. Yiyun, you are so awesome! Suqing ran over excitedly again, her eyes full of admiration. She saw that the dragon's damage was so terrible that it could kill a shadow wolf with one blow. Even the spider queen can be killed in a few strokes. If a player goes there, he will probably end up like Shadow Wolf. It's definitely a very scary boss. But Yiyun relied on the tactics of the massive undead army to easily control it, and killed it without much effort. When the dragon died, there were still more than 1,000 summoned beasts alive in the realm of death. Moreover, Yiyun is behind and can summon them continuously. This summoning ability is terrifying. It would be better to say that it is an army rather than a person. She believed that as long as Yiyun was given time to truly grow up and have more high-level summoned beasts, he would be able to easily deal with the beast tide even if it came. After the bone dragon died, the bone throne in the middle emitted a dark red light. Yiyun's heart moved, as if he had thought of something, and immediately ordered a spider queen to approach the throne. The spider queen carefully climbed onto the bone throne, her toes gently touching every inch of the throne, as if looking for something. Yiyun watched the scene intently. This throne may be hiding some secret. Chapter 46 Death Realm. Suddenly, the spider queen stopped, and her forelimbs tapped lightly on a certain part of the throne a few times, making a crisp sound. Then, the throne released a brilliant red light, which actually penetrated the light curtain and shone on Yiyun. At this moment, Yiyun was controlled by some force and flew towards the throne involuntarily. The red light curtain that originally isolated the gate also lost its blocking effect. Guided by the red light, Yiyun's body slowly floated towards the throne. His consciousness was still clear, but his body could not resist the mysterious power. Suqing watched this scene nervously, not knowing what would happen next. Who knows if Yiyun will be in danger after entering? Just when Yiyun was about to touch the throne, the red light suddenly became more dazzling, and a powerful energy wave burst out from the center of the throne, completely surrounding Yiyun. A new power emerged in Yiyun's body, and his consciousness resonated with this space like never before. The whispers of the abyss of death rang in his ears. You have defeated the skeleton dragon, the ruler of the death realm, and successfully occupied the throne. Are you willing to accept this power and become the new ruler of this death realm? Yiyun pondered for a moment, and did not choose to accept it immediately. Instead, he analyzed the situation. After experiencing all kinds of things in the future, he knows more clearly that sometimes a wrong choice can lead a person into a real abyss. So, he asked the voice in his mind. What can I gain? What else will be lost? The whispers of the abyss sounded again. You will gain the realm of death and lose nothing. Yiyun felt that there shouldn't be much danger, so he finally said, I am willing to be the master here. A voice came from the abyss again. Very good, you will be the king here next, controlling the entire death realm. With Yiyun's consent, the mysterious power began to intertwine with his soul, and an unprecedented power surged into his body. He felt his consciousness expanding rapidly, as if the entire realm of death had become a part of his body. At the same time, the reminder sound of the Age of the Gods also sounded in my mind. Ding! Congratulations on becoming the master of the Death Realm and unlocking the special space Death Realm. Countless knowledge about the realm of death emerged in Yiyun's mind. He was able to sense every inch of land, every skeleton, and even the position and status of every spider queen and shadow werewolf within the realm. Just now, although he could control these guys, he didn't have such a clear perception. Open the panel and there is a new option. Death Realm, Special. Introduction. You defeated the skeleton dragon and became the new master, able to control this space at will. Abilities. Undead Army. Death's Door. Yiyun looked towards the first undead army. Undead Army. You can summon undead armies at will in the realm of death, and the number cannot exceed the upper limit of the space. The monsters here will not die and will absolutely obey your orders. After observing the first ability, Yiyun roughly understood its purpose. This realm of death can store the undead army, and its effect is similar to that of the undead space. There is also an upper limit here. Once the space exceeds the capacity, summoning will no longer be possible. The space in the realm of death is much larger than the space of the undead and can accommodate more types of troops. Yiyun estimated that if calculated by skeleton soldiers, about 10,000 could be stored, which is 10 times the space for the undead. He then looked at the second ability. Death's Gate. You can summon the gate to the realm of death, where the army of death will invade the target you choose. The interval between summons is 12 hours. Yiyun's heart moved. This ability undoubtedly opened up a new strategic dimension for him. He can use the Death Gate, place it in a certain place, summon the soldiers stored inside, and assemble an army of undead in a short period of time to cause a devastating blow. The effect was just like the Death's Gate dungeon he had experienced, with monsters popping out endlessly. Inside the Gate of Death, the monsters are widely spaced, and there are not many of them. But Yiyun can control this number, and reach an extremely dense level. For example, the skeleton dragon only controlled a few hundred soldiers, but it was already a huge threat. What if he controls thousands or even tens of thousands? Yiyun began to conceive various tactics and possibilities in his mind. He imagined what a shocking scene it would be if the Death Gate suddenly opened during a crucial battle, releasing tens of thousands of undead legions. Such power is enough to turn the tide of war and even change the power structure of the entire world. Yiyun planned to continue studying the realm of death after he returned to see if there was anything else worth exploring. It is definitely impossible to get a comprehensive understanding by simply reading the introduction. Yiyun moved his mind and his body flew out of the realm of death and returned to the place where the copy was just now. The equipment that dropped in the realm of death were also moved out by him. The equipment dropped by the Lord of Death is very good, and it looks like there are several golden pieces. As for the Bone Dragon, it did not drop any equipment, but the reward it gave Yiyun was indeed incomparable to any other props. Yiyun, what happened just now? I was scared to death. Su Qing walked up and asked with concern. Yiyun said casually, I'm fine, there were some accidents just now, but they have been resolved now. Su Qing breathed a sigh of relief, but her eyes were still full of worry and curiosity. What's going on with the throne? You seem to be controlled by some force just now. Yiyun did not explain. This death field was definitely a secret that could not be passed on to others. Nothing, just some special events. Seeing that Yiyun was unwilling to say more, Su Qing tactfully stopped asking. Yiyun walked towards the equipment on the ground and waved to Su Qing. Come and take a look, there are quite a few drops here, maybe there is something you can use. Su Qing walked quickly to Yiyun's side, but did not touch the equipment. Instead, she watched silently from the side. The ability to pass the copy was entirely dependent on Yiyun. She was just filling in the numbers and helping the other party open the copy. So she doesn't want any of these equipment. Yiyun picked up the equipment, and the reminder sound kept ringing in his ears. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the equipment, Death Chain, Ghost Shield, Skeleton Combat Boots, Death Chain Gold. Level 30. Type Necklace. Attributes, plus 150 Intelligence, plus 80 Stamina, 30% increased spell penetration. Special effect, the Chain of Death can absorb the enemy's vitality in battle and convert it into mana for the holder. Introduction, this is a necklace woven from the power of death. It not only gives the wearer powerful spell penetration ability, but also can continuously restore mana in battle, allowing the holder to be like a fish in water in battle. Chapter 47 First Clearance Reward. Seeing the necklace, Yiyun nodded slightly. 150 points of intelligence is considered relatively high for equipment of this level. It also adds 80 stamina, can provide a lot of defense, and has 4,000 health points. For a commoner class, these health points are quite high. It also has a very special ability that can absorb the enemy's life and convert it into mana. For Yiyun, who is in great need of mana, this ability is quite good. If used well, he can summon undead creatures continuously. Ghost Shield Gold. Level 30. Type Shield. Attributes, plus 200 defense, plus 70 endurance, increase block rate by 20%. Special effect, when the Ghost Shield is attacked fatally, it will release Ghost power to form a shield to protect the holder from fatal damage. The properties of this shield are also quite good, you can take it back and sell it. Skull Boots Gold. Level 30. Type Shoes. Attributes, plus 150 agility, plus 60 stamina, 25% increased movement speed. Special effect, skeleton combat boots allow the wearer to move quickly on the battlefield, while leaving behind ghostly afterimages that confuse the enemy. Yiyun handed the shoes to Su Qing. These shoes are for warrior-type professions, they are yours. When Su Qing saw the skeleton combat boots, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes, and she knew what these shoes meant to her. As a wind swordsman whose main skill is speed, movement speed and flexibility on the battlefield are crucial. However, she did not take the shoe. Yiyun, these shoes are too precious, I can't have them. I didn't do anything today, so how can I have the nerve to ask for spoils? Yiyun interrupted Suqing and said, If I didn't have you in this copy, I might not even be able to enter the door. Also, although this pair of skull boots is precious, they are of little use to me. If you take it, you can make better use of its value. Suqing looked at Yiyun's eyes and knew that he was not being polite, and a warm feeling surged in her heart. He took the skeleton combat boots and said gratefully, Then I'll accept them, Yiyun, thank you. I don't want the rest of the equipment, so don't give it to me. This piece of equipment is valuable enough, and it would be inappropriate to ask for anything else. Okay. Yiyun nodded, then turned his attention to other equipment. I picked up the remaining equipment and put it in my backpack. Since a lot of equipment exploded, it was about to be full. Yiyun found a stone containing a crystal among the remaining props and picked it up. It was about the size of a grapefruit, 2 or 3 times larger than the one I had exchanged from Lilei before. There are a lot of crystals in this stone. If we refine it, we should be able to make a crystal ball. The mage's secondary equipment can be a magic book or a crystal ball. The magic book comes with some magic, and even skills from other magic systems will appear, which can be used to expand skills. The crystal ball can provide mana. In Jinling City, there is a magic equipment center that can refine crystals and make them into crystal balls. Yiyun plans to go back and make a visit when he has time. He looked around again, confirmed that there was nothing else left behind, and then walked towards the teleportation array. As soon as I stepped into the teleportation array, I heard a prompt sound. Ding! Congratulations, you have completed the first kill in the Death Gate dungeon. Evaluation is being calculated, please wait. Yiyun waited silently. When you are the first to kill a copy, you will get an evaluation, and you will get equipment and props rewards based on the evaluation. The higher the evaluation, the better the reward. Suqing was also very curious about how high their evaluation would be. The evaluation is divided into grades F to S. Under normal circumstances, this level of first kill is D level or C level, and A level is rare. As for S level, it is almost impossible to appear, because it is difficult for anyone to complete the copy perfectly. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained an SSS level evaluation. Upon hearing the news, Suqing was shocked, while Yiyun looked as if it was a matter of course. SSS level rating? How is this possible? Suqing couldn't help but exclaimed. Isn't it the highest S level rating? How come it has surpassed so much and reached SSS? Thinking about how I completed the dungeon today, I had some enlightenment in my mind. If you just killed the Lord of Death, the evaluation should be S level. But Yiyun also summoned another terrifying boss under the throne and killed it. In the end, Yiyun was still sitting on the throne, and it seemed that something had happened. Therefore, the evaluation surpassed the original S level and reached the terrifying SSS. After a while, Yiyun heard a new prompt sound in his mind. Ding! The first pass reward is now being issued. Congratulations on obtaining the skill book, Death and Decay. Death and Decay, Necromancer. Introduction. Release powerful death energy, causing continuous magic damage to all enemies in the designated area. Consumes 500 mana. Cooldown time 12 hours. Yiyun looked at the skill book and nodded slightly. This is one of the Necromancer's very powerful skills. He also wanted to obtain it in his previous life, but he could never find the skill book. To obtain a skill book of this level, you usually have to complete the first kill, and the probability is very low. A copy like Death's Door is a novice copy, and it should not appear there. He must have exceeded the mission and occupied the entire death zone, which is why he received this reward. Yiyun looked at the book in his hand. The cover showed a barren land with a withered tree in the center. The air around it was filled with the spreading aura of death, revealing a suffocating sense of despair. After opening it, a black light enveloped the body, and a more powerful power was controlled. Ding! Congratulations on learning the skill, Death and Decay. Yiyun felt his newly acquired skills and his heart moved slightly. With this skill, the role in battle will be greatly enhanced, especially when facing a large number of enemies. Death and Decay will become a deadly weapon. Suqing received another precious reward, a long sword shining with golden light. She excitedly posted the equipment attributes in the team channel and shared the joy with Yiyun. Yiyun, look at my reward! Holy Sword of Wind Gold. Level 30. Type Weapon. Attributes, plus 300 attack power, plus 100 agility, plus 50 intelligence, increase attack speed by 30%. Special effect, the Holy Sword of Wind can release powerful wind magic, causing additional magic damage to the enemy, and has a certain chance of triggering a whirlwind slash when attacking, causing area damage to surrounding enemies. Chapter 48 Amazing Reviews. Yiyun looked at the Holy Sword of Wind in Suqing's hand and said, This sword is very suitable for your profession. It can allow the wind swordsman to exert greater advantages. Yiyun, thanks to you, I was able to obtain this golden sword. I really don't know how to thank you. There was a slight tremor in Su Qing's voice, knowing the value of this sword. If Yiyun had not given her the qualification this time, she would not have been able to obtain equipment of this level. No need to thank me. Just work hard to improve your strength. The future of Dragon Country needs people with potential like you, Yiyun said. Yeah. Su Qing nodded heavily. Next, the two disappeared from the spot. Jinling splits the alliance. The command center on the second underground floor. Su Tianming sat in the office chair, staring at the screen, his heart extremely nervous. Yiyun and Su Qing have been in for a while, and I don't know what the situation is. There is no way to observe the copy, so you can only wait here. Just then, his deputy Qiyu hurried in with a report in his hand. Alliance Master Su, there is some bad news. What? Su Tianming shuddered when he heard this and stood up suddenly. But something happened to the two of them? No. Qiyu explained quickly. It's about the Death Gate dungeon. We just received news that Longdu's team has just made 20% progress in challenging the dungeon, and the completion rate has reached 70%. When Su Tianming heard the news, his brows furrowed and an ominous premonition arose in his heart. Longdu has many top professionals and is very financially strong, so it is willing to spend money on them. With the advantage of equipment, it will be easy to pass the dungeon. If the Longdu team really completed the first kill in the Deathgate copy, then Yiyun and Su Qing's team would lose their leading advantage. This would not only affect personal honor, but also the status of the Jinling branch in the entire Manhwa. How did they do it? Su Tianming asked anxiously. Qiyu explained. According to our intelligence, the Longdu team seems to have found a new tactic that can effectively deal with the attacks of monster groups. They also used a special potion to greatly improve the team's overall combat effectiveness. Tianming was silent for a moment, then said, Go find out the name of the medicine they used. We need to reassess the situation and formulate a new strategy. Yes, Alliance Leader Su. Qiyu quickly turned around to carry out the order. Just as he turned around, a mechanical broadcast sounded throughout the floor. Ding! Congratulations to the Jinling branch for clearing the Deathgate dungeon for the first time. The clearer is owed to death. Beautiful girl's sword soil. The dungeon rating is SSS. Ding! Congratulations to the Jinling branch for clearing the Deathgate dungeon for the first time. The clearer is owed to death. Beautiful girl's sword soil. The dungeon rating is SSS. Bite! Su Tianming stood up excitedly with an incredible smile on his face, while Qiyu was so shocked that he was speechless. Yiyun and Su Qing did it. They completed the first kill. Ha! As expected of the talent selected by Qinger, he is really strong. Su Tianming's laughter echoed in the command center. He patted Qiyu's shoulder excitedly, his eyes full of excitement. Quick, inform the entire alliance immediately that our Jinling branch has achieved a